Uh, but anywho, howdy and hello, whoever is watching. Welcome to episode 11, Sonic Podcast time. Woohoo!
Holy
Uh,
shit. We've been doing this for like 2 years.
yeah, actually, that's kind of wild.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
In fact, hopefully, at some point, y'all go down memory lane and check out the playlist that's hopefully fully organized now.
Yeah, when
But
you got to make a best of compilation.
I could try.
Dude,
Uh,
that one joke where like was like, "Oh, I didn't use the internet, so I didn't know anything." And then later he was like, "Oh, I looked everything up on YouTube." Fucking like we railed him so hard for that.
Shit.
It was only
Fucking
like 2 minutes
charmy, man.
later.
the dynamic we have here with the combination of uh, and Riley alone, and then you add Michael on top of that. It's hilarious. Speaking of which, the Bee will hopefully be here in the next.
Remember the V.
Hopefully here in the next 20 minutes or so.
His fucking favorite character is Charmy. Please inform me of who this is so we can kill them.
Oh my god! But
No,
today,
his favorite character isn't Charmy. He
yeah,
is
it's not. No, he
Charmy.
is Charmy. If you
He
haven't,
is.
if you haven't heard the lore on that, he is
IRL.
Charmy.
Then we can stop it at the source.
Oh my
You have to
god!
go. I don't know where he's at now. I think he like lives in a rock or something.
What?
Remember, he studies rocks.
Lives in the hive. Have you seen Bee Movie? We need bees to live.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Today we're gonna be doing Sonic Frontiers esque podcast episode group review of Sonic X Shadow Generations. Going over both aspects of the game, but with a twist. Because whoop, I haven't finished the game yet. So
Motherfucker.
Dude,
I'm gonna be playing
Why?
in real time
Bro,
Uh,
that was.
while
Big
the homies
fan.
talk about stuff.
I mean
big
this from the bottom of my
fan.
heart. Fuck you. Actually, I'm sorry.
This is peak content. But yeah, actually, it gives me good enough time to finish anyway because homies wanted to talk about the Sonic portion first, which, to be frank, is basically a copy paste except with some revisions.
Okay, at least you're at like the end. Thank fucking God.
Well,
Yeah.
I wasn't kidding. I'm at the end.
Oh, I was about to be so mad. Like, I just got
Could've
to Pearl
fucking
Canyon.
Squeeze it out. Huh?
Also, Ronald, peep the chat.
Oh
Peep
yeah,
the
hold on.
Twitch chat.
I need to have this. I need to have this at the ready. Oh, I didn't mean to play it. Wait,
Is it
your other
worth doing
account?
that
I didn't know you have two
introductions?
Discords. The frick?
Huh?
Well, Daniel, my brother. Apparently, I pinged his
Oh.
other account.
What? You pinged his secret VTuber account?
If my brother's been a VTuber this whole time, I'm going to his house and I'm stealing his money. Where's that VTuber money, homie?
Damn, I love how you're just like, I'm gonna rob him. Told you VTuber fans were toxic.
Oh my god.
Sorry, no, police. That was just a joke. I didn't mean it.
Yes, it was a joke. Anyways, yeah, I'm at the end of the game, but either way, I don't have the text up, but the main itinerary for today was that we're going to share general thoughts for the Sonic portion, the what we lovingly call the woke generations changes,
I like
and
to call it Sonic Generation Z.
Sonic Generation Z. That's perfect.
Sonic Generations Kai.
No, Sonic Gen Z.
And also,
Hey, that's
MMDB
me.
hasn't. That's me, just like me for real. MM the Bee hasn't played Sonic Generations yet, so that's part of why we haven't. That's why part of why we're going to talk about it. And then from there, we'll be getting into the shadow portion, which will really be the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. But I'll do some introductions, and that'll hopefully establish the general talking order that we'll have today. First will be XLF.
Ronald, quick thing.
Huh?
Did you see that those notes that I sent or no? Did you have time to look?
The notes. Oh wait,
I DM'd you something. I didn't know if you had like access because it was like Google Docs. I did write sort of like a quick like introduction for the games.
Ooh,
And then
I
everything
like
else was
this.
like my personal thoughts. So I didn't know if you wanted to maybe have me or you like introduce the game, and then from there we can diverge into the talking points that you put.
Yeah, sounds good. Give a general overview of which
Okay.
portion of the game we're talking about, and then, well, because from what I see, the majority of it was like your general thoughts, and we can like segue into the.
Yeah, I just have like an intro thing that I did, but anyway,
Actually,
just
would you want to? Is there anything you want to elaborate on in particular? Uh, or you just
no,
want me to read off the
let's
points?
do our intros, and then I guess I can maybe talk about the like the game and maybe some backstory, and people can add on to that, and then go into the prompts that you have.
Yeah, that sounds good then. Uh, because the talking order that we have for now, first is XOF, returning, and actually all mostly constant homie on the podcast. Uh, I always call Riley the actual true Sonic fan. Uh,
I got
Michael maybe
proven
the.
wrong on the the trip we went to San Diego.
Let's
Oh yeah,
fucking
I
go.
found out I would be an amazing game show host for Sonic quizzes. That was fun.
When's that going to be an episode all in itself?
I could give it a shot. Well, I'd have to try and not have any repeat questions, but
They were dumbass questions. What was Sonic 06 DLC? I said the Amigo missions. They're like, no, very hard mode.
yeah, it was both of those. I can't believe you
I was
forgot
right.
the
I was fucking right.
you forgot the actual good thing. Well, I guess the Amigo stages were okay.
Wait, there was Amigo DLC?
Well, yeah, where you could play as the side characters
they
in the
were
main stages.
it wasn't like Amigo like Samba de Amigo.
No,
It was like fucking.
Friend.
They just called them. Oh, Sonic's amigos. It's just his friends.
It should have
Fuck.
been Samba de Amigo.
It should have been, honestly.
But yeah, you can play as Tails, Blaze, Omega, Amy, Rouge, Knuckles, but like in the
I
full
tried to
stages.
join, but you guys hid the VC.
We're in the hidden do not interrupt VC. Did you want to talk about
not
this game,
interrupt.
Ricardo? But I answer in chat. For now, continue with the
Just
talking order.
Go.
It's XOF and
MM's
then,
here.
oh,
Hey,
well,
sorry
play
about
it.
the long-
right on.
Play
Oh,
it.
yeah, hold up. You guys won't be able to hear it in Discord, but the stream will be able to hear it.
I'm turning the sound off for this.
The darkness, that's the ninja's creed.
What's good,
Sorry,
MM?
it took me a while. Hey, sorry, it took me a minute.
No, you pretty much got here right on time. We're just barely getting through introductions.
Oh, well, hello
Yeah.
everyone, you guys know who I am, it's MCM. Former, I'm retired right now, so,
Would you retire?
From what?
From being a bee? You
but
retired from Team
being-
Chaotix?
Yeah, yeah, I did.
I don't think Zeke and Eel are gonna enjoy that, hearing that.
Bees only
Oh,
have
they don't have a
30-day
choice.
lifespans.
They don't have a choice. Shoot. Unfortunately, bees don't live long.
Oh,
Dang,
who'd
bro.
you sting?
Sucks.
It sucks, but hey, look, it be like that.
It
we
be
got-
like that. Oh my god.
Hold on. Actually, you know what? You know, as the old saying goes, it is what it is. Let's get started.
It
All right, let's get
is
started.
Yeah.
what it is. After XOF, it'll be LuckyStar, another one of our Sonic fan homies. She updated this for the Blue Sky linkage, which, by the way, I think a handful, everyone have Blue Sky profiles, maybe. If you're watching on YouTube, it'll be in the description.
Oh, yeah, I'll send mine in a bit.
All right, good.
Yeah, I can send mine right now.
Coolio. Next will be MM the Bee. Arrived earlier than I expected, but we ball. In fact, now we'll be able to talk
Oh.
about.
No,
Sonic
he
Generations
arrived when he
Oreo.
said he was. We just started late.
Yeah.
Well, we said 30 minutes from that point. Right?
Well, excuse me, a friend of
It
mine
has
was talking to
been.
me about geology, and
I told you
Wait.
he was talking about rocks. I
Oh,
fucking
frick.
told you.
more so fossils than rocks. Like
He
he was
actually
Whatever.
called
Same
it on.
thing. I fucking
So,
told you he was doing rock
I
shit.
can't believe he actually called it.
you didn't know how many times have I told you guys?
No, I
No.
called it. Ronald was like,
Oh,
"What?"
Mike actually did the research. Actually paid attention in class. B-boy, you
Yeah.
didn't pay attention in class.
Oh
Bro, he
my
didn't even finish
God.
the game. He didn't do his homework.
Yeah, I'm playing
What?
the game right now, by the way.
And it's his
Yeah.
class.
And after
Oh my
MM
gosh, I'm about to
will be
slap.
Genesis Frenzy.
It's
The
Pretty-
basically like the teacher, like, hey, I have a question. Oh, I don't know.
You
What
know
do you
what?
think it means?
As a person who's trying to be a teacher in the future, I would actually just, you know what? I would actually tell B-boy, you know what? You don't need, you're not only just getting an F, you're going outside and you're going to go to the field and you're going to actually look at
Uh-oh.
rocks and you're going to tell me a 5-page paper on this rock.
this dude's sending
Damn.
me to detention to go write an essay on rocks. Holy frick!
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
mean.
your detention is getting a 0 and writing a whole bunch of reports on
And you
rocks.
still didn't even play his intro.
Wait, I
The
did.
geology of
Yeah,
the Chaos
he
Emerald.
did. He did.
Oh, I didn't see it. Damn. Play it again.
Play it again.
I'm kidding.
Uh,
Alright.
Anywho,
Let's get it shown
Well, yeah,
road.
I already said the outline, and if you're on YouTube, there will also be timestamps. So if you can skip ahead to where you want.
yeah, this timestamp is Ronald gets moded.
uh, but since we were going to talk about Sonic Generations first, I'll let you guys follow the general talking order. Again, like you guys can elaborate on whatever you see fit. As far as I understand, there were not that much prominent changes here. Actually, in fact, before XOF gives his thoughts, you know what, Riley, I'll let you go ahead and give the background on OG Generations and how that led up to now.
Right. Okay. Yep. So of course this game is sort of like a dual pack, right? 2-game compilation of sorts of the original Generations and a game that is in some ways a sequel, expansion pack, whatever you want to call it. But the original Generations, which came out about over 13 years ago now.
Oh yeah.
Which
Good
is
lord.
absolutely goddamn fucking insane to think about. Because I vividly remember that game releasing. Like, I could explain to you everything that happened that day, and it just feels weird that that was so long ago.
So long ago.
Like, it's just bizarre, right?
Wild.
But that game came out quite a while ago, so technically at this point, the game was, or at least the current generation of Sonic fans may not have played it. So something like this gives people more opportunity to have access to the game. With specifically with Generations, the game has been available on a few different platforms up to this point, like modern platforms. So you always had the PC version on Steam, which has just always been there, or at least used to always have been there. And then there is, or there was, that's also got delisted, the Xbox 360 version. So Xbox 360 version was backwards compatible on the Xbox One and Xbox Series consoles. In fact, the Xbox Series, the Xbox Series versions, or Series S version, it got the FPS boost that they did. It was the last update they did. They FPS boosted a bunch of Sonic games, put them up to 60 for the backwards compatible, which was awesome. Generations was one of them. And then if you were on the Xbox Series X, it actually got a resolution bump to 4K. So basically you were playing 4K 60, which is what you could always do on the PC. So it was kind of interesting. right? That now we have this new version of Generations, which is more or less identical to this one that was already available. But yeah. Anyway, for Nintendo owners, they have not had access to this game other than the 3DS version.
Mm.
So,
Breathe.
which is obviously not the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, different game entirely.
In a completely different game. So this is the first time Nintendo has had access to this game, and then PlayStation people. I think it was available via streaming, that PS Now service.
No, it also had
It
a
was on
PS3
PS3.
port.
It was on
Yeah.
PS3.
No, the for PlayStation people, like
Oh
PS4,
yeah.
like PS4,
Mhm.
PS5, like modern console, right? Yeah, obviously,
Oh, okay.
I had it on PS3. I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, after it wasn't. Yeah, good. Sorry.
yeah. It's, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, the
Mhm.
originally, 360, PS3, PC. But to play it on a modern PlayStation platform, this is the first one to play natively, other than having to do the streaming. So it is nice to see that. But as a result, though, because of these new versions, as I said, the original versions actually got delisted. So the Xbox version is no longer available to purchase, and the PC version is only available through the Sonic Legacy Collection. So that was that like big game compilation on Steam.
Good thing I have
That's
the
the
physical
only
Xbox.
legal way to still play that game. Obviously, if you already bought it, you can still play it, but pretty much this version has replaced that one. So that's more or less kind of the lead up to Generations. I think it's interesting, like the the positioning this game, because this game at its core was an anniversary title, and we're getting a remaster of an anniversary title, which to a lesser extent was already sort of like a remastering or remake of previous stages that already came out. So it's just kind of funny that we have like a remaster of remake, sort of. So it is a little funny to see this like super meta thing going on. But for some of us, it was our first time playing Sonic Generations. So I think, something like this is pretty good for those folks. But we can sort of kick it over to the talking order.
Yep.
And
Well,
basically start.
Did you want MM to go first? Because again, this was not my first time playing.
Well, I mean,
Sure.
yeah, we could do that.
Who else
Well-
hasn't played Sonic Generations besides any
I-
time before?
But
Well, it's
okay. So since we sort of already played the game, I guess before, there's probably less to say for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than just sort of like retrospect or how we sort of feel about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I was
So-
gonna say we could keep the talking order, because MM will be the main person with a fresh view, but the rest of us
So we're
can,
just skipping to the gameplay aspects.
yeah,
looking
or
at
like
the
Riley
talking
said, that's actually another good point, is if your opinion of the base game has changed in any way. Because to be honest, I think I am in that camp. I already
Yeah,
wasn't the biggest, like, I wasn't like the super diehard Sonic Generations fan, but I am in that camp where my opinion of the game actually has changed.
Well-
Those notes that I sent you, a lot of them are sort of just like objective statements, like this change, this change, this change. So maybe it might be worth just kind of going through them and just sort of talking about them, and then maybe after that we can sort of go into more detail about like specific points, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know, is that what you want to do? Like,
I mean, that sounds like a good idea to me. Well, Michael. Actually, you
What's
know
up?
what? Yeah, we can read off of these, and then we can see if Michael has any opinions, and then go into the talking
Okay, yeah,
order
go
from
for
there.
okay. So basically, the way I sort of organize these, some of these are like opinionated, and some of these are just they changed this, they changed that, they changed this.
Yeah.
But just like prefacing this, like a lot of the Generations changes are fairly minimal. At the end of the day, this is basically just a port. In fact, if you're playing on the PC version, it literally loads up a separate EXE.
Different EXE.
It loads up a separate EXE when you boot. So basically, when you turn on the game, it loads up Sonic Shadow Generations, and then if you choose Sonic Generations, it loads up in a completely different fucking thing, and which is essentially, I was saying that it's just like a edited version of the original EXE, because I mean, I feel fucking scammed because I basically bought the exact same game for full price.
Yeah, when normally you could have got it for like lows $2 free.
Yeah, like
at multiple points.
This game
Yeah,
was
I mean, I've
dirt
already
cheap.
had this game. Like, I have this game on several platforms already. Like, so it's kind of funny that I bought it again. Technically, you could say value has gone up because Generations was originally a $50 game. It was, I guess, back then you could consider budget title. $50 was not full price. So I guess like now we're technically getting more for the same amount, but it also is a very old game. So if you were to like $50, cut it in half, 25, is it worth it? I don't know. That's a way down the line, but
Yeah.
Really they have not changed that much about this. It's Sonic Generations at its core. However, there are a few things that they have added or they have changed or altered, and for the most part, it ranges from okay to why even do that? And that's essentially what it is. So. I'll just kind of go over. I'll go over the boring thing first, which is the graphics. It basically looks identical to the original game.
Yeah, not much different
Noticeably
there.
so.
Yeah, it's a port. It is a port. Like nothing has changed. But then again, the original Generations already looked beautiful, so there wasn't really too much to change regarding that. Although it would have been nice to at least see them try.
Yeah.
Because when you play Shadow Generations, you kind of notice, okay,
It's
yeah,
night
like-
and day, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
like it's a completely different thing going on. It's not that Generations looks bad now, but it is a 13-year-old game.
They're 2
so
generations apart. No pun intended.
whoa.
Also, Ronald, get to the boss already.
I honestly
Goddamn.
don't know how to get there.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm not kidding when I said I got
fucking thing in the map.
how do I get the frick up there? That's the point.
Just follow where it start. Like goes down the lowest. Jesus.
All right, thanks. Oh, my child, good lord.
Anyway,
Motherfucker.
so on every console it runs at 60 FPS besides the Switch.
Well,
For
of
some
course.
reason the
Runs at
Switch
60 FPS. I thought it did.
No, it runs at 30 on the Switch. In fact, the Switch version of OG Generations is kind of broken. It has this weird FPS cap that ranges between 31 and 32. Very bizarre. But what's very bizarre, even more than that, is the Switch version is the people who like hacked their Switches took away the FPS limit, and the game just runs at a lock 60 on Switch without overclocking. It just base clock.
That
base
sounds
switch.
like a pipe bomb in the making. Overclocked Switch.
Well, yeah, I mean, people did it right for like Breath of the Wild and shit to run it at like a higher frame rate,
Yeah.
but they underclocked it because of battery life.
Mm-hmm.
But even on the stock Switch, it runs Generations at 60, which it should because Generations was a PS3 game, 360. So I don't know, I don't know what happened there. Like, it's really bizarre. I think at minimum, like if they did it for a specific performance reason, they should have at least given you the option to switch between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just very weird that the Switch version does not run at 60. It only runs at 30. Just bizarre. It's not a big deal because the original Generations ran at 30 on PS3 360, but it's just doesn't make sense, right? It was the same thing with Sonic Colors Ultimate on Switch. That was capped at 30. And I'm not really sure why they did that.
Big brain conspiracy theory. Switch 2 is gonna run previous Switch games at 60.
That would be
They fucking
nice.
gimped it intentionally.
That far ahead. That does sound like a Nintendo move. It would be pretty.
I mean, we're
On
getting
brand.
pretty close to the launch of the Switch 2.
Yeah,
so
they
it's
are saying
possible,
that's close.
But I don't know. I think maybe they just wanted to have parity. I'm not sure, like, because both Shadow Gens and regular would run. I don't know. I couldn't fucking tell you why they did that.
I
It's just
could.
super
I'm not-
bizarre.
I wish
Uh,
I could tell you, but it's like not good at not really. When it comes to like as a person who plays on Switch, I mostly play just either play on the go or because I'm at if I'm at my grandparents' house, I have to take care of them. Then I have Sonic and Shadow Generations right with me instead of just having it on my PS4. I mean, I could
Right.
use my PC, but like
Out of my way.
I have like so many other games. Or I have so many other games where I'm just like, I'm getting it on I'm getting it on Switch anyway. So
Yeah.
But-
Well,
You're the Switch's strongest warrior. That's for sure.
apparently, apparently,
I mean, it's better than the Frontiers version.
Oh.
I'll say that.
Yeah,
that
true,
it's
true.
definitely better.
Frontiers on everything was kind of a rough game.
Serious.
So, it depends. I mean,
well,
the only big bugaboo for me at least was all the pop-ins.
Yeah, that was just on every platform.
Yeah,
that was just
that's-
hard coded into
And
the
that's
game.
just kind of my personal nitpick. Whenever I see pop-ins, it always like gets under my skin,
Yeah.
whether or not like it
Well, they
should.
fucking hated that game.
I actually have Forces.
Is what?
I have Sonic Forces on the Switch, and
Oh my
I played through
lord!
that one, and it's not
Yes.
bad. Like it actually runs fine. Like,
Really?
I was like, are you
but
okay?
well, like I mean, it's a 30, but
Yeah.
no, like
It's
I
just
mean,
a 30?
it was like on sale. It was like $10. You know, I was like traveling at the time, and I was like, you know what, let me
What?
buy it.
I believe Ronald got it full price.
I bought it
Forces?
full
Yeah,
price.
yes, I did.
I got it day one.
I was like, I don't have to buy
Nah,
this.
yeah.
Ronald got it.
The only other platform I bought it was on PC, but that was like when but that was
Mhm.
it. Like I didn't buy it on anything else because fuck that game.
I have 3 versions of that game. I'm sorry.
Ouch!
Switch,
Why?
PS4 and PC.
Why?
PS4 was the first one I bought on
What
Switch.
the
Was
frick,
on sale for like $10, and I was like, sure, you suck, Ronald. And then the PC, the PC version I got for the mods, like the Forces Overclocked or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I still need to-
how is
How
How was that? How was that? Because like I kept on seeing it.
Apparently, it's low-key PO6 level, according to some people, that it changes the game completely.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I liked it. I don't know if I liked it as much as PO6. Wow, Ronald, you suck. I don't think I liked it as
Why?
I didn't like it as much as PO6, but it's still a pretty solid game to.
It's
change.
way better than the base game. Than
Well,
like,
I
you
mean,
know,
that's
what
not
we actually
fucking
got.
hard.
Exactly. So it's like it's at
Pretty
least
sure
worth
Hernia
the.
is better than the base game.
Oh, absolutely. So it's like at the very least, it's worth the download.
Yeah. I think it was on sale too. I didn't pay full price for Forces PC.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
pretty sure it was like $10 or something.
Alright,
Nice.
good.
It's
So-
probably even cheaper now.
Yeah, I imagine.
What the?
Yeah.
I can't-
Anyway, so
Oh,
that's really in terms of performance. There's not really much to change graphically. In terms of before we get into the major stuff that we probably will talk about, which is the like story stuff.
Mhm.
Some of the things that they factually added, or like objective things that they added. The Sonic 1 port that was in the game was removed. Couldn't tell you why. Lives are toggleable now, just like it was in.
Wait, Sonic 1 was on the original release?
Yeah, there was in the
Could
Chow
unlock it.
shop, the skill shop. You could buy a Genesis controller, and you could play Sonic 1. You could
Yep.
just play Sonic. Like you could play Sonic 1 on fucking everything, but you
Yeah.
could also just play it through generations. So it was
It's
funny.
like I wish they would have gave us like the original 3, not just
Right.
Sonic
But
1.
What's funny
I
though
mean,
is on that original version, basically it just like zoomed into a screen and you just played Sonic 1, but if you accidentally hit B, it just backed out and you lost everything. You lost fucking, like, you could have been like Scrap Brain, final fucking boss, and you're into it and you accidentally hit B, your shit's just gone. Your
You're like,
game just
"Oh,
fucking, it's basically
Green Hill
just
Zone time.
the reset button on your Genesis. Essentially, it was super bizarre, and I don't know why. I don't know. It was not obviously not the best way to play Sonic 1. Like it was basically on par with those fucking horrible Backbone
Oh,
ports that
Oh,
were
yeah.
out on like Xbox Live, which I say they're terrible, but technically you had online co-op on Sonic 2.
Yeah.
Sonic
Nice.
2 with fucking delay-based not rollback, delay-based netcode, playing the special stages with a random person and like just queue up.
It's probably still better than the AI, because Tails will just hit.
Probably, but it was funny because it slows it down for you too.
Yeah. That's just like one of the hardest games to like get all the Chaos Emeralds, just because you just know Tails is gonna jump into a spike ball.
Right.
Which is why I've used the time powers on the fucking the Sega Classics collection.
100%.
Also,
I had
multiple-
my brother help me
sorry,
with
go
the Chaos Emerald stuff.
Yeah. Multiple save slots were added. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was
I'm
terrible.
pretty sure Sega's aware of like this game's stature and like speed running specifically, so they're like, well, let's give you, multiple ways to go about your
It
different
was annoying if I
tactics.
wanted to like actually replay the game. I just had to delete my save file.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice that I don't have to do that anymore. So that's good. Specifically with the PC version, there is no more horrible PC launcher. That PC
Oh,
shit
thank
config
God.
tool is gone.
Thank
Good.
Everything is you can edit in the game, so you do not have to deal with that anymore.
Was
Thank you.
Denuvo found on it after all? I remember we had talked about that briefly.
The game does have de novo. It's just that's
Aw.
fucking reality. You got to deal with it. Yeah, it sucks.
It is what it is.
Right.
I suppose. Though also, have there been been more mods made for this version specifically?
I have
I've-
seen them porting certain ones over because at its core, it's basically the same thing. You just kind of have to like, change
You just have
a
to
few.
reapply it basically.
Right, you gotta
'Cause,
like
I mean-
edit the finer details, but generally, since it uses all like the same models and I think
Yeah,
like, the
'cause-
same.
Perhaps I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but just as like a little taste, like this game and mods are like hand in hand. Like this game really pushed the mod scene,
Yeah.
like as soon as it
know
came
what?
out.
Mm.
Like full-on other Sonic games are just remade in
Generations.
generations.
Yeah.
You know what?
So-
My biggest regret now that I think about it was not getting it on PC. I think that was my biggest mistake now.
Yeah, Generations was actually the first major Sonic game. Like, well, okay, there was Heroes, but first major like Steam release, I guess you could say, like semi-modern.
Yeah.
And that really catapulted the modding scene.
Absolutely.
So Generations is pretty like fundamental to that. So I do hope most of it is carried over because the delisting does really suck.
Yeah, exactly. I think it will. It'll just take time because like there's so many mods.
There's already been
I
so
would
many
assume,
mods.
the bigger ones, right, like Project Unleashed or Unleashed Project will obviously be ported over at some point. But
Oh, that's what I was doing. I was supposed to be running. Speaking of that,
what?
I was supposed to be doing rooftop runs.
Okay, me too.
Okay, go ahead. I just heard Sonic Unleashed. I was like, oh, rooftop run.
Rooftop Run. I gotta go Rooftop Run right now. So there's that. Also on the PC version, this is currently broken. You cannot use the D-pad in
Ooh.
Sonic Generations.
That's weird.
You cannot use the D-pad. Remember while we
Yeah,
were trying
that's
to play,
freaking
the D-pad
weird,
is
by the way.
busted. It
Do
just
you
doesn't work.
do you guys prefer using it at any point, or is it just?
Classic
Or
Sonic.
Classic,
Yeah, that too,
absolutely,
yeah.
Um,
I just use analog for both, but
You can
That is a good
remap,
point.
right? Like you can map the D-pad to analog functions, but that is actually also semi-broken. It's not fully. You can sort of get it working, like Joy to Key, like will be able to work, but it's stupid as shit because this is a platformer where the D-pad does not function,
Yeah.
and it did in the original game. It works
So,
fucking fine.
They need to do
So
something.
I don't know what happened with that. That is
Oh,
just bizarre. So okay.
Hopefully they address it.
And in terms of like gameplay additions or like
mainly just drop dash. That's like the big one.
drop dash and the hidden chow. That's
Yeah, those are kind of
basically
fun.
it. Yeah, so the red rings are still there. You can still
Yeah,
get
I
them.
mean-
the chow. What do they get you other than an achievement?
Nothing.
I thought it was artwork.
Is that
Collectibles?
No,
thought it was
the red
artwork.
rings give you artwork.
Okay.
Red rings gave you artwork and also song. The Chow are just nothing.
So they're
You
just
collect
extra
them.
collectibles, that's it?
It's
Yeah,
a collectible.
Oh, because they
Yeah.
also show up in each like opening of the White World stages. That's pretty
Yeah,
much it. It's
they're
like
just
a little
hovering around.
angel chows hanging out here. I
Yeah.
thought they got unlocked something else, but I could be wrong.
Mm-mm. No.
I'm
Dang.
probably wrong.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet.
So it's just
obviously.
padding, pretty much.
It was cute. I mean,
Pretty much.
I didn't get them all, but with the ones I got, I'm like, oh, hey, a chow.
Probably padding for like an extra achievement, like in the game.
Yeah. So if anyone's, for all you achievement hunters out there, add that to your list.
Like,
Like we're all saying that, and then like it's actually
I
it's actually
wish.
a hidden chow garden.
Oh my
It's like
god.
it's the coolest shit ever. but
That's
it's
probably the most. If that was the case, this is the most hidden chow garden because I haven't seen shit. Like you think someone would have
Star's
already
gonna
got
boot
it.
up the game right now and be like, guys, hold up.
Hold on,
No,
give me
'cause no one's-
give me
no
a
one's
chow and a
found-
wall going in.
Dude, no one's found the hidden 61st chow. That's why.
Oh
It's there.
shit.
It's real, guys. I swear. It unlocks the chow
Fuck.
garden.
Just beat melee, cruel melee. It'll
on the Switch, on the Switch version, there's like a Mario and Luigi.
That's
Yeah, you
cap.
can unlock
Okay, I gotta buy
Mario and Luigi in Sonic Generations if you collect everything.
Luigi Generations.
Oh,
If you have a
fuck,
save, if you have a save data of Mario 3D All Stars, you get 64 as a playable character, like the mod.
Oh,
Shadow reads your memory card. You've been playing a lot of Mario Sunshine.
oh hell yeah.
The
I see
final
you like
part of the
Castlevania.
Sega Nintendo
No, no.
partnership.
Nah, Silver reads your memory card.
Oh fuck.
That would be cool.
Yeah, give him
Anyway.
something to do for once.
Yeah.
Also, like, in Generations gameplay wise, like, more advanced tricks like M speed and D speed do still work because it's
Yeah,
the same physics
That was pretty
engine.
cool.
Yeah, so all that is still applicable, and probably the biggest addition is the drop dash. We were talking about this earlier. Classic Sonic, you can obviously see like where it would be applicable. It's pretty useful, I think, in Classic Sonic, but I'm not really sure the utility in modern Sonic stages, because a lot of them are like set pieces mostly. And if you're in a situation where you can drop dash, I'm not really sure why you wouldn't just boost, like unless you don't have meter.
Don't have meter
So-
or well, maybe because Generations I know is different with its air actions leniency compared to Frontiers. So it might be very specific situations where you're like in the middle of a like, jumps or after a boost. I don't know. That's probably speedrunner territory.
Yeah, I think there's probably a utility for it that hasn't been discovered.
I think it's primarily for like the 2D sections of 3D Sonic, but we
Right.
could kind of save that for the gameplay discussion. But yeah, like you said, it's not the biggest addition for 3D, but for 2D, it's great.
Yeah,
I
mean,
just. Oh,
no,
sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I only really used the drop dash on Modern Sonic was only like, in moments where, oh, I'm out of boost,
Yeah.
and so it's like I can still keep on going just a little, but it doesn't still take you that far, unfortunately.
Kind of annoying is the startup on it, or like to
Yeah.
activate it. It's actually a pretty short window. So if you're just kind of holding it like a split second longer, like it'll activate drop dash, and it has fucked me up a few
Random
times.
execution check.
Yeah, like you gotta change like sort of your execution with the game. Actually, speaking of execution, there is a legacy in modern control. So default is modern, like Frontiers, where R2 is the boost. But you can change it back to the OG if you want. So that is there. But yeah, the drop dash, not really sure. It doesn't seem to be as useful as something like the drop dash in Frontiers, because Frontiers had a lot more momentum.
It
you
did.
could,
Oh,
like,
he
build
said
up.
the word. He said the word
Well,
wrong.
it's gonna fucking come up.
I know. I say that every stream.
Wait, what? Momentum?
Yeah, but
Stars like what
Sonic's
M word?
momentum-based platforming.
TLDR at one point, Twitter being Twitter, people got in a whole hissy fit about momentum in Sonic games, and everyone was just saying
Oh, yeah.
wildly outrageous things that were mostly wrong.
I
that's
vaguely
the
remember
meme.
that.
It's just like, oh, you don't say the word, but we're gonna
Relax
say it.
scrolling. There you go.
Sonic is gaining momentum.
Oh lord. He had a rough transition to 3D.
Oh,
I was
frick.
just thinking about that.
God.
Oh man.
Also, Alex,
fuck,
yes.
yeah,
I'll be talking about it later, but there's various little things in this game
Oh,
that
fuck.
I absolutely love, cutscene wise and character wise. I'll get to that later.
But yeah, there really is not too much to say gameplay wise when it comes to the changes that they did in Generations. I mean, being real, the drop dash is probably the most significant.
Probably the biggest thing, yeah.
Like in terms of like changes that they made, and it's really
Sorry, I'm watching
not.
roleplay.
It is really not much.
Yeah.
Everything else is just the fact that you can play Generations on a platform like the Switch now.
It's just Sega trying to get the most bang for their buck ever since they created the drop dash from Mania. They're like, fuck it, every chance we get, put that bad boy in.
Wasn't
I mean, it is a good addition.
It is a good.
yeah.
It just clearly right. Generations was not designed for
Yeah.
that mind, so it just
And
doesn't.
plus, it originated from a 2D game, so it's always going to be
Yeah.
a bit more.
Wait, didn't the
prefer-
drop dash first come out like on the like the what was it
Pretty sure it's
iOS
Mania.
Mania. Mania
I
was
thought-
Yeah, it was on Mania.
It was
We got
Mania.
we got a tease of classic Sonic using the dash, as, turn forces, but like I mean,
drop dash?
it
Forces
feels a
came
lot
out
better
after.
in this.
That makes sense too, because
Yes.
Force's classic Sonic is actually Mania Sonic, so there are two
Oh.
different classic Sonics. I know, right?
Don't want to think about that right now.
Don't-
Exactly.
Yeah, Forces had it too, but those games were being developed simultaneously, so
Mhm.
they just added it there. But
Well,
technically,
one was being
Mania-
developed, the other one was being hobbled together with duct tape and glue.
Yeah, we love Forces. Fuck Mania. Oh. Anyway,
I love my OC very much. Okay.
I love fucking. What was our name, Ronald?
Glacier Freeze, Gatorade, the Hawk.
Yes.
Glacier Freeze Gator.
You know the light blue Gatorade. He was that
Oh,
color.
yeah.
My
yeah,
guy.
Glacier Freeze. Yeah, Glacier Freeze.
He was OP. Anywho.
This the fucking Sonic shirt. I hate 2010 Sonic.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I do.
How do you? Sorry, no, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, if you want to add some on, because I'm just gonna.
No, you were talking about 2010 Sonic, and I was like, damn, flashbacks to the Sonic, the first Sonic movie with the Sonic drawing just everywhere.
Yeah. Technically, that movie was 2020, but yeah.
Yes.
That's true. Yeah, Sonic Twitter in 2010s was did a lot of damage.
Glad I wasn't there during the 20.
Did a lot.
It did a lot of damage to the perception.
You're not
Brand.
wrong.
They were like, "Oh yeah, I guess we do suck. Sorry guys."
I
Just
guess
like-
we do suck. Oh,
Like it's like, come on, man, you're fucking embarrassing yourself. Please, just stop this. But anyway, we'll talk about the most significant change overall to Generations, which has to do with the story and presentation and voiceover. So the game, at least in English, has been entirely rewritten and redubbed.
yeah.
So what this means is basically every cutscene is technically different, but some of them are so similar. It's like, what was even the point?
Yeah.
But there have been a few actual, real, sort of significant changes, if you were to even call it that. At least talking points. So basically, the game is redubbed with a modern cast, which is funny because Roger Craig Smith also voiced Sonic in the original, so it's kind of weird. He's just getting a second go at it. But
Brought him
some of-
in to
some
redo
people
stuff.
changed. Some people changed, right? Like Kate Higgins is not Tails anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of those people from that era also have left and got replaced since then. So just most of that got changed. But the main things that got changed were all the cutscenes got redubbed. They added voiceover. If you save your friend as modern Sonic, he has a reply. Obviously, classic Sonic is still mute. And then they also changed what they say too, what the friend says, like to you, to whoever you are. So some of this has been altered, and it has been on the verge of being considered censorship, in a way. Whether you consider it to be or
Just
not.
say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it.
What?
It's okay.
What? Well, Sonic Gen Z. Yeah, Sonic
Woke
Gen.
Sonic Gen Z.
That's they censored Rouge. Her fucking cleavage doesn't show as much as it did in the original. Amy does not. Amy's not like trying to fucking, I don't know, like
Flirt, I guess.
yeah, flirt Sonic. She is not trying to hug him and he's pushing her away in the cutscene. They changed it where she's just in the background holding cupcakes or something. Like
She didn't like explosively knock Knuckles into a tree. It's just a little light tap.
That I was sad about. I was sad about that.
Some of the funnier jokes in the game are just not there now, and it feels really sanitized.
It's
and
odd.
Yeah.
Whatever you feel about it is whatever, but it's more so it's just them doing that brings it's almost like doing that brought it even more unnecessary attention. It just made it weird.
Yeah, right? Because it's like, okay, so if you're gonna change the cutscenes and redub everything, fine, okay. However, two things. One, keep the original up, right? Or make it like the original presentation, like an option. Or add more cutscenes, right? Because that was one of the biggest issues, is I think everyone... Look, the Sonic Generations, the story is just it just shuffles you from fucking point A to point B. It is not
Sonic Generations story is
the story was the weakest part of that game by far.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like, oh, how dare you touch this story? Like, I don't really care that they touched it, but it's like you had opportunities to add cutscenes. Like they could have
actually added
Crisis
story.
City and been like, what the fuck was that? Because they shouldn't remember what Crisis City was. They blew up the fucking Iblis flame.
Yeah.
They should have been like, I don't even remember this. What did this happen? They should have said that, or been like in Planet Wisp and been like, hey, we were literally just here like last year.
Yeah.
They could have said, made more comments on things, because really the cutscenes stopped after like the first two zones.
Pretty much.
That was like kind of the issue, is I feel like they could have done that. Or, I mean, this is probably more budget than they were willing to allocate towards the Generations portion, but originally there was supposed to be a Dreamcast Sonic. Maybe they could have done that here, right? They could have like redid it. So like, I don't know, like that was one of the things where it felt like, I guess Generations was semi-rushed and they didn't have time to add a third Sonic. They could have here. I guess, I don't know, maybe they didn't feel like doing it. On a side note, the Japanese version is the same as the original, so that was not changed. It was just the English version was rewritten.
It's just
well, what? Wait, like the dialogue or the cutscene animation?
The dialogue is completely identical in the JP version. As far as I know, it was also redubbed, but it's the lines are the same. They didn't change anything like they did in the English version.
What about the cutscenes? Also the same, or is it different?
Which one?
JP?
Like the cutscenes.
Like the cutscene changes where they only
Like, does
just
Sonic still smack Amy's face?
Oh, yeah, the visuals are still like the same. So like the edited cutscenes, like the edited cutscenes are the same ones. So it's the one where it's like Amy's just there, she's not like trying to hug him. So it's not the OG cutscenes.
It's the censored ones.
Yeah, that's censored.
Censored.
Like, oh fuck.
Well, the funniest one, in my opinion, is the one where you free Knuckles and he's like, originally he's like, did you gain weight? And Sonic looks at his stomach like, aw. And now he says like, did you free my island? And now it implies like he like vored the entire island.
No fat shaming. Yeah, right, because the animations are the same.
Yeah, he's just like,
So,
where did
like-
my island go? And Sonic's like, I ate it.
Yeah, like it's just bizarre.
Sonic inflation.
Yes,
Oh,
that's a
God.
shout out to Inflation fan base,
Fuck yeah, let's go.
which is big, no pun intended.
Like,
Oh my god.
like, dude, like it's so bizarre. And like the modern Sonic lines that they added, like they still did it within the same like or like the same time as the original one, because the original he just does like a gesture or something, and then that was it. So it's the like less than 5 seconds. So all of his lines have to be like really quick, like "oh yeah" or "yeah, cool." It's like, what was even the fucking point? Like, I have no idea. Like, it's like, oh, to add like flavor, I guess. I don't know. They also like did a really shoddy job at editing his mouth, because clearly, right, it wasn't fucking like motion capture or anything. Kind of looks like
Yeah.
anime mouth, just open close, open close.
Well, do they match the mouth flaps for the English
It just,
dialogue,
to
or
be
is it?
honest, it just looks like they did anime style, where it's just like it just opens and closes, and then like it just supposed to fit any language.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because like when it comes to like sound design and kind of like dubbing, Sonic and kind of has a shoddy track record with that. But that is kind of a shame to see. It's like you went out of your way to make all these weird edits, and that was one of the things like you couldn't have improved, you know? But
Right. That's what, that's what I was saying. I don't understand why, if they were gonna change stuff and you get all the voice actors back to redub all of the stuff, why not try to add more cutscenes? Because clearly they went into the game and they changed, like, they added like fucking people talking and stuff and cutscenes that they weren't doing before. So I really think they just did not give a shit about the Generations part. They're just like, let's just fucking throw it in. Which is fine, because Generations is a great game, but still,
it could be even better.
Yeah, like, right, like there was stuff that they could have improved upon. I don't think Generations is like the perfect fucking game.
Like
but
the only thing I ever
stuff.
really wanted was like more stages in general. Like they even bring up the secret rings, because he makes a comment about like a genie.
Right.
I'm like, where's the secret ring stage? You know, just stuff like that.
Have that in Black Knight. Oh man, I would.
Technically, they did add more stages, right? Shadow Generation. So, I don't
Well, like I
know.
said, clearly that's where all the actual effort went to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
As much as like, okay, Generations is still good. This is, still fun to play. I like this. This is clearly an afterthought. This was not. They put this on because they knew that Shadow Generations was too short to sell as like a full game. Which is funny because they put fucking Superstars at 60, but
I digress. We digress.
yeah.
How was that game, actually, out of curiosity? Because like I never actually.
Really good. I liked it a lot.
It was pretty fun. I just didn't like the last story boss.
That last boss was really hard.
It's definitely worth getting,
It was just-
but better if you can avoid paying full price, in my opinion.
Well, the actual MSRP is cut now. Now it's 30, which is what it
There
should
you
have
go. It should have been that day one.
been. It should have been 30. Like,
$40.
it was so light on content, dude. Like that was, I don't know. But
Maybe I'll get it if it's ever on sale.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
I've seen it at 20, and for 20, it's well worth it.
It basically is their kind of attempt at Mania 2, because for whatever reason, Mania 2 got canceled like internally. So this is like, well, this is the next best thing you're gonna get, guys. It's fun.
And it's good.
Yeah.
It was made by the people that made Balan Wonderworld, which is funny, but this game was actually good. I think Balan Wonderworld sucked for other
It
reasons.
was not directed by Yuji Naka.
He was too busy going to jail for fraud. Ronald, can we get a pack watch?
It's for trying to, that's what he gets for trying to.
Insider trading.
Yeah, and remember, all my homies hate Yuji Naka.
All my
Wait,
homies
Ronald.
hate Yuji Naka.
What the fuck? Why,
dang.
why is your donation goal bail Yuji Naka?
Wait, what?
Whoa!
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, really, there's not much else to discuss when it comes to the story, really. It's just, it's such minimal changes. It's like, what was the point in this? Right? Like,
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
no, it's like basically the changes are so minimal. Most of the cutscenes that are redubbed are essentially like nearly exactly the same dialogue that was in the original.
Exactly.
Some of the lines are basically the same or identical, or some of them are just changed slightly. So it's like, I think maybe the point was to just get the new cast to just redub the game.
I shudder at the thought of everyone having to redub. It looks like a homing attack.
Dude,
Everyone had to do that from scratch.
that
Oh my
was
god.
Really?
so
They
annoying.
could have fucking changed that. They had the power to change that.
You got this, Sonic.
That looks like a
Oh, no, he
homing
changed
shot.
that.
It doesn't say that anymore. Yeah.
I know.
On your feet. Says
At
on
least
your
On
they
your
changed
feet.
that.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
They didn't even want to bother fixing that horrible last boss.
I just imagine how it must have been. Alright, guys. Well, flying out to, the voice recording studio, alright, for the new upcoming Sonic title. Oh boy, they're expecting probably, like, a lot more lines. Nope, we just need you to say, like, 5 words and go back home.
Just say the same things you said before and these very specific extra lines here.
Yep,
Oh,
You know
that's
what's
it.
funny is the grunts and stuff, like when Sonic takes damage, are actually the same as the original. So they didn't change those. Like when he dies, it's still the same, like whoa, whoa. Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know. They just picked and choose what they wanted to change.
I need a mod that replaces it with the 06 Sonic death sound.
Wow.
The werehog at like base boosted.
I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Like if you can think of a mod for Generations, it probably happened.
There's, I
Yeah.
mean, there's
Does peop-
entire Jason Griffith mods in general.
Yeah, people straight up recreated Shadow the Hedgehog in that engine. It's fucking sick.
Not here.
Damn.
Yeah.
He should have said that in Shadow Generations.
He should have. He didn't want to curse around Maria.
Yeah. He
Not
kept it
true.
wholesome. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
dang, this.
Oh
this
yeah, you
is-
finished the game.
This
Good.
is
Good
this
for
is
you.
pretty
Good job.
cool.
Can everybody clap? 3 claps for. 3 claps
Here,
for
wait,
me.
hang on. Let me see if
Yeah.
Golf clap, golf clap.
Nice job.
Hooray!
I think I
I'll go drink some tequila.
Nice job.
think I actually found the clap track.
So anyway, with Generations, that's pretty much it in terms of like things that changed and like discussing that. So basically, it's more so like a roundup of how we feel about the game in retrospect and or our impressions on it.
Sounds good.
I don't know, if you want to go first, and then we can, because you have.
Yeah,
more to
everyone
say
kind of
about it.
jumped around.
I
dipped into
don't think I
various
have a lot
thoughts.
to say, but sure, I can go ahead and say some things. First off, I'll have to apologize to GenesisFrenzy for the mid. I still don't agree with it. I don't agree. No, I don't agree. I don't think it's is one of the best games, but
Remember he had said like I didn't play it because it looked mid.
did I say that? I thought I said
Yes,
it
you
was
did.
mid gameplay wise.
You said it looked mid. We're like, what did you like about it? Oh, I didn't play it yet.
I thought it was like a recovering drug addiction thing. Like I didn't know you meant that.
No, I have to. I don't think I didn't really mean that, but like
said
I mean,
no
from
Team
what I
Chaotix, no
saw,
buy.
from what-
They have fucking
Anyways,
chaotics.
Not playable.
it doesn't matter. I will apologize for that.
Vector
I did
Generations.
like it.
Oh,
My first time playing it was with my cousin, so I
also be right.
only had like a little bit of it when I was back 13 years ago. So yeah, the gameplay I probably didn't enjoy it as much back then, but playing it now and after like trying to like get better at the game, still suck at the game. So I won't like I get A's and S ranks, but still I still suck. I still think I suck at it. I still suck at the game, but from what I've played, this is definitely from to Sonic Forces. I kind of just like I want to know what Sega was thinking when they had like such a perfect formula or like perfect gameplay from this game, and then decided to have it like nerf everything for Forces. I just
Well,
couldn't
Lost
understand
World.
that.
Lost World is taking the next one after.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like Lost World, but I'm talking about like when it comes to like the boost mechanic in general. Like, I would say this is probably for 3D Sonic stages or like 3D Sonic gameplay. I think this was like probably what I wish Sonic boost stages were like, or like boost gameplay was like having the what's the word?
Dude,
Having
you had to have
drift.
been there when Lost World came out. I literally felt like a
Yeah.
fucking crash test dummy. Like with the
Oh, yeah.
fucking like, oh yeah, we're fucking going, dude. Like Sonic's back. Yeah. Anyway, go on.
I do miss the homing attack from Lost World. I'm not gonna lie.
I remember
I like-
spending. Oh, good.
I just like the really quick multi hits that you're able
Oh
to do.
yeah, that.
The
Yeah,
charge.
that was cool.
What were you saying?
No, I was gonna say like I remember, you know, I mean, every weekend, my mom would always go to like Walmart and shit. I remember just chilling at the Wii U kiosk, just playing the demo of the first stage, like trying to speed run it. It was cool.
Great. And then the rest of the game wasn't as consistent.
Yeah.
Also,
it's okay.
Crisis City. Yeah, that was not a very fun stage. I think that's my least favorite stage along with Planet Wisp. So.
Okay, good. I was like,
said it. He said it.
as well as.
You raised him
As
right.
well as Planet Wisp, those
Oh,
are my
thank
least
God.
favorite stages. Radical
Planet
Highway,
Wisp.
pretty good one.
What? Wait,
Top Run.
Radical Highway?
Run.
3DS?
Radical Highway is pretty good.
You played the 3DS version?
That's not in this one.
I mean, I did play. Okay, technically, my younger brother did, and he played the bot, and that's when I first knew about the BioLizard. Like, in the Generations game, I was like, why is BioLizard in there, but there's no Shadow?
Also, why did the 3DS version have the special stage, but the regular version did it?
You know
Excellent
what?
question.
That is a good question.
And what's more insult to injury, that version of the social stage song fucking rocks. So the fact that I couldn't get that in the base game made me sad.
The
continue.
special stages in 3DS, they were like the Heroes ones, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that remix. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the remix
so
is
good.
really good, actually.
So yeah, remember Ronald when we had that janky ass Heroes PvP at a knockout, and we were doing the special stage races, but the music wasn't the same. I'm like, you need to change this now. We're not doing this.
But yeah, overall, I feel like the game was really good. Generations was really good. I think I gave it an 8 out of 10 when I first played it. I think I said it was like a 7 or a 6 out of 10. That was me. That was me at my. Granted, that was 13 years ago. That was 13 years ago. Me. I was already at my. I didn't really like. I was at a time where I was more so caring about track and field and the Olympics rather than Sonic. Sonic just.
Being a
It died down. Yeah, I just burnt out from Sonic, so.
So what's your score now?
You're going through a breakup with.
But yeah, now I feel like it's an 8 out of 10 after playing it through. Some of the bosses, I do love Perfect Chaos boss. Was one of my favorite bosses. All I needed was you to be supersonic the whole way. So, but overall, it was a pretty fun boss. I think the Time Eater final boss was.
Just say it.
you're
not gonna offend me.
No, I just don't understand it. Like,
It's bad.
I just don't understand it. That sums it up.
The understanding is its ass. Basically, like the way to cheese that fight is you stay as 2D for most of it, and then you only switch to 3D when you have to.
When it looks like a homing attack.
2D will start the next phase quicker.
Okay, that makes sense. It wasn't even that hard. It wasn't like it was hard. It was just like,
It's
what?
boring.
It was literally boring.
Yeah.
I was like,
It was annoying.
come a
That's
long
what it
way.
was.
With Frontier's supersonic bosses.
yes, we have. Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
indeed.
After playing Sonic Frontier bosses,
It just
From,
nothing's
like-
the same.
Your monthly reminder that the first boss of Sonic Frontiers clears 90% of the whole franchise.
Ooh, that's a top 5 easy.
Crazy.
I think that beats. I think that's either second or third place. I think first place is still Sonic Heroes Super Sonic boss fight just from the music alone. But yeah, that cleared. I think that cleared both of them in terms of gameplay. But like in terms of music, yeah.
I forgot. Did we do a worst Sonic bosses list yet?
Worse?
Easily Time
Worst?
Eater and
Time Eater, every single instance in Sonic 1, there you go.
Funny
Your
enough,
bottom.
funny enough, Sonic Frontiers. and you know exactly which one.
Oh, I do agree. That one's going there too. Oh, I'm 100% with you on that one.
Bottom, worst I've ever played.
That final boss.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, the final boss for that one. Yes.
Well,
yes.
of the
final
OG
in quotes
game.
boss.
Ikaruga, the boss.
The fake
Oh my
final
lord.
boss. Although to be fair, I'd still rather do that than any boss in Sonic 1. Not gonna lie.
Well, then you just suck. Remember what I said? Remember what I told you? Suck it up.
Suck it up.
How long have you had to play this fucking game and get good at it?
Yeah, but I don't want to die of boredom. Like, whoa, I gotta wait for the tube to come up.
Oh, Labyrinth Zone is so boring. It's good.
Suck
Get your
it
shit
up.
together. Get your fucking shit together. How long have you had to get good at that stage?
You know what? The unfortunate part is when I first played Labyrinth Zone, it was on the Game Boy. The Game Boy Advance.
Is
That's
that-
what the Game Boy.
that
That was me too.
Or-
That was me as well. Yes, I played most of.
Is that how your drug addiction started?
With what? Sonic?
With Sonic Genesis Labyrinth Zone?
It wasn't that. I don't
Crap
think it
brain
was-
zone, more like crap brain zone.
Yeah, it's just I didn't beat that. I didn't beat the Game Boy version. I think I beat the DS version of Sonic.
Well, that was a good version.
That's a good version.
Classic Collection was good.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you. The first time I went through Labyrinth Zone, I was like, you know what? It's been a fun game, but nope, not playing through Labyrinth Zone. The frame rate was just horrible. I was like, why did I even get this?
That
I got it
version
for my
was just
birthday.
bad.
You might as well just play the Engage version.
Sonic N.
Sonic and
To be fair, that was a birthday present for me. So
oh,
it
someone
was
didn't
my
like
birthday
you.
present.
Someone didn't like you.
Apparently, they knew. They're like, this
Jinkies,
shit's
bro.
ass. You give it to him.
I think it was. I would say it was my parents, but I don't think they.
Enjoy your future.
But I
It's gonna
think
be
at
great.
that point with Labyrinth Zone, I was like, wait, what'd you say?
Enjoy your future.
Generations.
Yeah,
All
enjoy
the
my
stages are
future,
just
alright.
different canyons in real life.
Actually, it would be
Find
going
20
turning points in my
fossils.
life.
Yeah,
You have
every
to
rock,
go- you
every
would
rock
want-
that's
you would-
impacted you.
Oh, so basically I have to beat B-Boy in a. So that basically means I have to beat B-Boy in a Shadow versus Sonic boss fight.
Oh
which would
my
take only a
god.
minute. Which would take a minute.
Ugh.
I'm not racing you in the freaking Grand Canyon, bro.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Stop
Too
it.
late. It's
Alright.
canon now.
No, it was no.
Wait.
Yeah, it was my old man in me because I always want to race him and beat him in a race, and it would be in his prime. So that was the idea. That was the dream, but that never is going to happen. So
Oh dang.
All right, hold on. You guys are racing the Grand Canyon. All right, let's go to Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to race in the Valley of Fire in Grand Canyon? I'm all up. for
I
it.
don't.
Well, tough titty B-boy. You're gonna have to do it.
Oh, what? Suck it up.
Suck
Suck
it up.
Buttercup.
Oh my god.
You want to race at the Hoover Dam? Let's go.
Oh, sick.
That sounds fun.
That sounds
That sounds
based.
fun.
That does sound fun.
Also, side note, I've been trying to find. Well, I found the full video of the Shadow Generation soundtrack, and apparently, the Chaos Island Act 1 song is getting muted from videos.
Wow.
I guess
Is
it
that
got
'cause it's
copyright
getting
claimed.
claimed?
Yeah, I guess it's getting copyright claimed. That one
What?
specifically.
Well, that's because Teddy Lloyd did the soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
So
But-
maybe that's why. But
Come
also,
on,
I
bruh.
have been told that. Well, okay. I mean, I know about the song, but like the people hate that song.
The Chaos Island
Chaos Island
remix?
Act 1, they
Yeah.
fucking
Why?
hate it. Like it's like
Why?
the worst song in the game. I'm like, really?
It's not-
I actually kind of
I-
like it.
Yeah, I honestly
All
like
the comments are like, this song is ass.
the first
on,
time
like,
you
any
hear it,
OST.
it is jarring because like you go from like nice relaxing Chaos Island to wub wub wub. But honestly, I think it's a solid remix, and the more I play
I
it,
don't
the
mind it.
stages, I like it honestly.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's most of the Frontiers soundtrack is random wubs, but
You know-
good. Unlike
For
Forces.
anyone who knows this, that song sounds like this one song from Sims 2, and if you know what I'm talking about, then you will know that that song sounds identical.
I'd have to look it up because
I'd have to
never
look it
played
up
a Sims game.
I don't know the name of it. There's this dubstep song, and it sounds identical to Chaos
That's probably
from Sims 2. I feel like
Coincidence?
sued for copying.
Oh, Sims 2 claimed it. Oh shit.
Oh yo!
No. Yo.
That's actually hype. Shout out to Sims.
Shout out to this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Man, I think that's my. I think this is all my. I think
Thoughts
that's
on
all I can
Gens?
talk about for Sonic and Shout Generations, or Sonic Generations part.
Generations portion.
yeah.
All I wish was you guys bring back the drift. I think drifting.
Yes.
is one of those fucking
Mhm.
things.
I have a
Yes.
thought about that I'll bring up later.
It's gonna be bad. We'll get into it.
Yeah, alright, bro. But yeah, no other Sonic Generations thoughts though, at least.
Well, we didn't talk about it.
Oh,
It
well,
was
because
only
you guys
him.
were bouncing all over the place. I didn't know if that was like an all-in-one or not. But we can go through the talking order.
Well, yeah, Michael, you can go ahead because in like
Okay.
the order.
Okay. Overall thoughts. It was nice to return to it because I hadn't played Generations properly since, oof,
A long time ago.
at least more than 5 years. So it was refreshing. This game and Mania share a similar kind of event that happened, unfortunately, where the well was poisoned in terms of discussion about Sonic games. Because when this game came out, everyone's like, all other games are null and void. This is the only one left. And then that died down. Then Mania happened, and everyone was like, only Mania, Mania all day, every day. But outside of that, really enjoyed this game. I still have some gripes with it, some in quotation marks, probably more than you would imagine. Sometimes 3D Sonic just kind of controls weird, like trying to change your trajectory in midair. Like if you come off a jump, let's say you want to boost to like the opposite direction you're facing, you can't, because if you press boost, you'll just go the same way Sonic is facing.
Mm-hmm.
And that, and sometimes jumping while boosting, it will you don't have the most air control. There's no DI in this, unfortunately. So a lot of times, especially in the opening act of Planet Wisp, I found myself just kind of flinging myself off when I didn't mean to. I'm like, oh,
It's
alrighty.
funny because this actually has more DI than fucking Unleashed did.
Yeah.
This actually, at the time, this was lauded as like the best 3D controlling boost game
And
for sure.
I would have to disagree, because not to say that like he controls like ass, but like he's very much not as tightly controlled as Unleashed. So like that was always kind of a bummer for me. Like we just came off of Unleashed. Like how did we not like nail this?
Unleashed
Eh.
is definitely more stiff.
Yeah,
honestly.
But like in a good way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, just because like the levels are like more so corridors. And,
Yeah, those
like,
are made for it, really.
Yeah.
I mean, they're made for it here too, but I think what kind of is skewing our perception is that now we're flipping between the original and then Shadow Generations, which controls like head and shoulders,
Well, and
above.
Frontiers.
And it
Butter
just makes
smooth.
it makes Generations like shortcomings.
You feel
stick
the
out
age.
A lot
Yeah,
more.
it definitely. I don't want to say it's showing its age, but like, yeah, we definitely have more experience. It's just like you're trying to go up from like, you know, basically if you're like a pro racer, you're like you going from one type of car to another that controls more tightly. You're like, oh, how did I even
How
get
did I
around
used
this
to
whole
do
thing?
this?
You know, I went from NASCAR to Formula One. Like, oh my God, like this is speed, this is control. But in terms of story, it's whatever. It's just there. I feel like out of all the anniversary games, this one is easily the most impactful in my opinion. But they put like the bare bone minimum to story. Like, it's Sonic's birthday. Here's an alien at the end. I'm like, oh, okay. So the interactions are fun, cute, whatever. We already went over it, but the changes are minimal but weird. But they don't like destroy the game. It's just more like a weird cliff note. Like, but why?
Yeah.
Outside of that, stage selection's pretty good for the most part. I would like more, but alas, that's probably never gonna happen. And two, sometimes like if I'm wondering what led him to choose certain stages, like, because It feels like a lot of them share a lot of the same themes. Like
Back in the day,
But-
there was a poll, a fan poll.
Oh,
and
okay.
A lot of these stages were voted.
God damn it! It's always Sonic fans' fault. Son of a
Yep.
bitch.
It
I
was
would
like
because
2009, 2010 or something, where they did a poll of everyone's favorite stages, and majority of them that were like in the top whatever were chosen for the game.
they definitely feel a little samey in terms of theming and like not to
Yeah,
say
there's
like
4 city levels.
yeah, exactly. I was just like, "Ah, come on, guys. Especially going from like Radical Highway to City Escape,
We fucking
It-
love cities.
we do. And like, I just wish theming wise it was more different. And let me just make a public announcement right now. So all the Green Hill Seethers, just cope more. Like, there's gonna be a Green Hill or Green Hill now Lucas stage. Like, just get over it. And this is probably one of the better Green Hill zones too, both 2D and 3D in my opinion.
Yeah, this Green Hill's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I would say again the only stages I didn't like was surprise Planet Wisp because it's way too long and it's just precision platforming and precision platforming and Sonic don't go together. It just is what it is. But Sega doesn't get the memo. The only
Fucking
others
minecarts.
exactly stupid ass
Fucking
minecarts.
minecarts.
Wisps that don't work properly and like at the very least like how come they couldn't throw in more wisps?
The
Like, I get it,
ending,
that's-
like quarter of the stage is literally just rocket wisp again,
Yeah,
rocket
I
wisp
would love
again.
to see laser. I think
Yeah.
laser is in, like,
Only on the
Sonic
3DS
Colors.
version,
that
they had a. I think they had laser, right?
Yeah, laser.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was
they did.
later.
And
And it
like,
was a
first-
tropical resort.
Personally,
probably
I don't
the-
really. The wisps are kind of whatever to me, but laser is the coolest of them all. So I'm like, why couldn't you add in some like laser puzzles and whatnot? Because Spike is just kind of like, oh boy, I can just spin dash, but really
Let
slow.
me spin dash on the ceiling and then get hit by
Yeah.
something off screen.
Why
Get
not
hit by
frisbee?
something, because the
Yeah,
timer
frisbee.
isn't exactly clear.
There's something
Hey,
about
my one
classic
gripe-
Sonic spikes that control like shit.
Yes.
Yes. My
Sonic
one my one complaint about also like, okay, you're Spike, you're immune to spikes. Why the fuck does Saw Blade still hit you?
Excellent question.
Just the same reason why like pointy things can one-hit KO Mega Man X. They just are that powerful, I guess. But outside of that, the stages are all pretty good. In fact, I would say, what's the stage after Seaside Hill, Ronald, in OG Heroes?
Ocean Palace.
Yes, that's
Oh,
modded
wow.
in,
Yes.
and I hope that mod comes back. That may be the single greatest 3D Sonic stage, period.
Really, I have to.
It
look
is
at
so good. And that's
Ours
probably
is
my
a hill
biggest
still holds
compliment to this game is that like, yes, Unleashed was the first Boost Formula game, but like, this defined what Boost Formula was and would be for a while.
that. Yes.
A bit of a monkey paw kind of moment because, again, we haven't really had a new style of gameplay since this game. Frontiers is a good step in the right direction, but nonetheless, like, this has dominated 3D Sonic
Said it.
ever since its conception. Oh, I said it. Oh, I'm
Step
gonna say
in the right direction.
it.
Oh my god.
But yeah, we gotta get a counter of Sonic slurs, momentum, step in the right direction, rush
Uh,
transition.
or as Premi calls it, Sonic generalist speak.
Yes,
the
that too. But we're calling them
journalisms.
Sonic slurs.
Sonic
Anywho.
slurs.
What was I saying? Yeah, the amount of work this game has put in for just mods alone and just the style of gameplay, like it deserves all the praise it gets. It definitely, and this is more of a general gamer bad word, and I don't like using it talking about games or art in general, but it comes close to being like objectively great. I just don't like using objectivity in like art, you know. Everything's subjective. But it's just one of those games that really deserves its praise. Honestly, my biggest gripe with this game is that, especially after Shadow, all these bosses suck dick. They're all bad. All of them. Some are decent at best, at the absolute best, if I'm being really gracious. But after showing what Shadow could do, no, they all suck. And it's a fucking crime that 2D Sonic only got 2 bosses.
Yeah. Everything else was modern.
At least they were quick, I
Well,
guess.
2.5, but you know, Time Eater.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? 2.5, hey.
Would have been better having known.
What about 3DS? You got big arm.
Why didn't we get that?
Yeah,
The boss fight that I actually really enjoyed, Oh my god, what's his name again?
Violet?
Egg Emperor.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
From
no,
Sonic Heroes.
I forgot about
That is a
one.
good
Yeah,
one.
he's a boss fight. Like it's actually sick because you're modern Sonic. You're running across like the egg fleet, and you actually have to hop into the cannons and start attacking. And
Sounds
he
cool
does
as
like the
frick.
same attacks as in Heroes.
I do like the
so
boss fight from Heroes, so I agree.
It's pretty cool.
Dang.
Yeah,
Well, we could have
gosh, if I
had.
had to pick my favorite boss fight, oof, they're all kind of not good. I'll tell you my least favorite fight. I'll tell you, and I'll bring it up
Other
in
than
our.
I mean,
Standard.
Modern
I'll-
Egg Dragoon is
No, no, no.
okay, I guess.
It's all right. No, but like I said, I'll bring this up again in a better light in the Shadow portion. But fuck the Sonic versus Shadow fight. It is so fucking bogus and lame. Like, how are you gonna? How did you like add all this fluff? It's not a hard fight. No, it's
It
just
turned it into a
lame.
Mario Party mini game, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I say something though? Like I know this is gonna be skipping to Shadow Generation, but I was really hoping that there was gonna be a Shadow.
No, I pogged the fuck off. I'm like, I don't have to play it from Shadow's point of view. Let's fucking go.
No. Like I was hoping it was like just like a new reimagined Sonic fight.
That is cool.
From Shadow POV.
Like
Not
them
just the
actually
cutscene.
fix it.
I will say I'm glad they kept like the
Yeah.
continuity in like, oh yeah, Shadow's point of view. Like, how did he get into this random spot? It's like,
He just kind of got into this random spot.
yeah, he's like, there's a portal. I better get into it.
You know what's funny though is technically like ever since the original game, we were using the fake emerald,
Yeah.
and then like they
Yeah.
get swapped out.
Yeah, it's freaking base, bro. That's
I'm like,
hilarious.
I'm kind of wondering how I guess Rouge did all this. Like, Shadow's portion takes place right after she gets free. Because I was thinking about that. I'm like, how
Where does he
back
keep
and
the
forth?
emeralds? Right, he keeps them in his
Dog.
prison pocket. So that
Dog.
means that she
Yeah.
had to swap them up his ass,
Oh yeah,
and then
easily.
when they come out, when he does super.
Oh my
She's
god.
like, catch.
What other place are you gonna do that?
Don't
right?
think
Yeah,
about it too
Sonic
hard.
doesn't wear pants.
It's fucking weird.
Oh god. I've had to figure out how to explain that to my wife.
But all in all, I think I still maintain my grade of an 8. I think just while the issues are only slight, there's just enough of them to be kind of bog it down for me. Yeah, it's a great game, and it's basically anyone new or seasoned fan should play this game and own it. It's definitely worth the buy, and I really hope the rest of the mods, find their way back to this version because there's so many good ones.
Right.
So many good ones and all lost.
Yeah, and to play that Seaside Hill modded stage, it's fucking bananas. Who's next?
Star.
Yes.
Your turn.
Do you have any other Sonic thoughts?
Generations. Wrap
Sonic
up.
Generations.
OG generations. Wrap up.
OG Generations.
OG.
Questions.
Not really. My opinion of the game hasn't really changed. Okay, when the game was still recent, I thought it was cool because it was like, oh, it's the game, modern and classic Sonic, like all the mods and everything else. But like, nowadays it's like I don't really care too much about it. I've kind of overgrown my interest in Sonic Generations.
That's fair.
I appreciated the time that it was there. But like now that I'm coming back to with Shadow Generations, it was like my initial thought was just like I have to replay through this game again because I've replayed Generations like at least countless times, like more than 5 times at least, and I like the more I play it, the more I'm just like, I start realizing I'm not a fan of how the game feels. I'm not really a huge fan of how the game controls. Classic Sonic, he feels a lot more awkward to play than, just actual classic Sonic in a classic Sonic game. In my opinion. Modern Sonic, same thing. He feels very stiff to control. Like even back then when I played it on the 360, when I had it on my when I had the disc still and I played it on my cousin's 360, I was just not a fan of how like the platforming felt. I felt like other Sonic games at the time platformed a lot better, like just mostly when it came down to like aerial movement. Jumping felt like, you only tried to go another direction, he would just stand still in the air and then just fall. I'm also very glad that they got rid, or they made the health, or not the health, the one-ups optional as a toggle feature, because holy fucking shit, I really hated, replaying certain parts where it was just like, I forgot that there was this trap, or I forgot that there was this bottomless pit, or there would be times where I would be boosting where I guess I shouldn't have, and the game just fucking bugs out, and it, drops me out of the second plane, or the 2D section, and so I just clip out of things. I don't know if that's happened to you guys. No?
I've had like times where like weird glitches can happen.
Yeah, where it's like, where there's like a transitional section where it's like, you're boosting, where it changes from like 2D to 3D or 3D to 2D, but then it's like, I guess I accidentally jumped or did something that I shouldn't have, and the game just doesn't know what to do, and so it clips me out of the stage.
Most of the issues with this game, like gameplay-wise, stem from the boost. Which is like its biggest draw too, but it's like it causes the most issues in my experience.
The speedrunning techniques actually like involve breaking the plane, so you jump like out of bounds. So
yeah.
I think it's just kind of like easy to do. I have done it before unintentionally, but I'm not sure if it happened like a lot. I don't think so, because I played this game like so many times. So
right.
But it can happen. Definitely happened more as classic Sonic in my experience. But no, go on.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I said, it's cool for what it was. I believe this is pretty much my last playthrough of Sonic Generations. Like, I really don't have any interest on coming back to it ever again, really. The Chow edition was not really enough to keep me interested. Like, I mean, it's like, the way I see them, they just feel like additional red rings,
Yeah.
It's... And the thing is, the way that the Chows are located, they're like in the most random and obnoxious to find places at times. And it's like, why am I doing this? Like, why am I spending my time? Like, like, what's this for? Like, and so I just don't care really. And there's like nothing, like, for me, the way Sonic Generations would have redeemed itself, it was if it actually added the 3DS content to this game into one big, hey, we're remastering Sonic Generation. We're combining everything that existed on the 3DS version, which no longer is obtainable legally, to modern platform.
That would have been sick.
Too much effort.
I think that would have been great. Even if they didn't, mesh it into like main game, at least kept it as like a selectable title. Like say Sonic Generations 3DS HD or shit.
That would have been fun.
Like I think that would have been great. But
nope, we have to redub. It looks like a homing attack 8 times.
And it's like the changes, like with the changes to the dubbing and voice acting, it's awkward. I mean, I don't really care really. It's like, why are you changing it? Like, I think the original was fine. I'm not really defending it either, but I just don't see a reason to, other than I guess you guys just want to give spotlight to the new voice actors, and I guess, sure, but like that could have been a thing in like Shadow Generation.
I
The
guess
new
it
voice
would be
actors were present,
a
but
bit weird if like they had Shadow Gens with the new Shadow, and then
yes,
they put you go into OG Gens, and it's like you got this Sonic, and like that's not the same guy.
yeah, I guess, I mean that, sure, but I don't know. It's like I just found it kind of pointless, but that's my thoughts on Generations. I guess if you guys want to give it a score,
Yeah, if you like.
yeah, I mean it's a 7 out of 10. I think it's a good game, but it's not the best. But it's not like mid or bad either.
Yeah, in a vacuum, especially after all the games we got after it, like it definitely is a bit rough. But in terms of total impact, like that can't be understated. But I can definitely get where you're coming from too. Like it's definitely a game you can get tired of.
I think though, as like if you're like a new Sonic the Hedgehog fan, I think Sonic Generations is also a good, beginner entry point title for those who just want to like see what Sonic is like. I think it's okay because it's like it gives you a little bit of like oh, there's these different characters. Because I know in like Frontiers or other recent titles, it's like they don't really show them that much, but I guess they're trying to now. But that's about it, really. Yeah.
Alrighty.
So I don't got anything else.
Okay.
Or go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are definitely a lot more like in the camp of like it's pretty good type of crowd, which is that's totally fine. For me though, like I said earlier, I do have a lot of like nostalgia attachment to this game. So there is a lot there that is sort of carrying this. I think when I go back to this game and I think about it like overall, I think this game is just for me pretty much excellent from beginning to end. Any like weak spots like the bosses being either too easy or just straight up not interesting or mid bad like time eater don't really detract too much from the game. But you can clearly see that this game was a little bit more rushed, a little bit less of like a artistic vision than what was going on in something like Unleashed. Clearly, right, the hub world is just seems pretty basic. The story is minimal. They literally have like challenges that are required to progress with the game, which sort of feel like really shallow DLC zones. So like it's you kind of feel the budget, the hurdles and like sort of obstacles coming in when you play the game. It definitely doesn't feel as up to a level of hell even colors, but definitely not anywhere near something like Unleashed when it comes to the like sort of art direction and just overall like scope of the game. The scope of the game is smaller, you can sort of see, but when you think about it in the context of an anniversary title, yeah, I mean it's does its job and it does it good. It pays respect to older Sonic stages, updates them. It's a good time. And for me, like I definitely view this as one of the better Sonic games for sure. Just in terms of like a product, it's fun from beginning to end. It has stages that I've replayed countless amounts of times. The soundtrack, which I don't think anyone here has mentioned, is amazing. A lot of these like remixes and
Really
stuff like Metal Sonic, Stardust Speedway, amazing track, Speed Highway Classic, Rooftop Run Classic. Like a lot of these are just really good songs that I go back to a lot. This soundtrack is incredible. Maybe not the best in the series, maybe, but still very, very good. It's hard to like rank this. Oh, this is objectively better than this. Like this is just good. Like I go back to this music a lot. It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
But I think.
Sorry, I was gonna say real quick.
Yeah,
it is funny you mentioned the music. My favorite track from Generations is that special stage from 3DS, and
Yeah.
I am coping that it's not in the main game.
Yeah,
But I do agree, the
mean,
music is pretty good.
Yeah. a
outside
lot of
of
it's
that,
good.
I'd say my favorite track of the remixed ones. I'd say my favorite track would have to be Sonic vs. Shadows with True Stories. That was like the
It
remix
is good.
version. I do
Yeah.
still enjoy that. I listen to that when when I go on my runs. So
No, it's all pretty good music.
yeah.
There's definitely some weaker tracks. Again, I don't know how the fuck it keeps getting the punching bag, but Planet Wisp. I don't know. Like I feel like they just were like, ah, fuck this. We just need to finish this game. Like, we just had like one more stage, and they just did what they could.
They
But
could have added.
What? Okay. What color stage would you have placed Planet Wisp with?
Aquarium.
well,
Park.
no, Planet Wisp is a good choice. It's just the stage
Yeah, it
is
is a
boring.
good choice. The
Yeah.
Like,
Fair
like
enough.
It's a
we
chore
were talking about how
play.
the beginning of the stage is actually really good. Like the
Yeah.
the forest part is actually really good, but then once you get into the mechanical part, it just falls off a cliff.
He was like waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah,
It's like they tried to actually fit all 6 acts of Planet Wisp into one and like remix it.
God.
For a game that like the stages are average like 3.5 minutes or less, and then Planet Wisp can take you as long as like 6, maybe 7.
6 to 8 minutes.
It's the Eggman
depending.
land of
Yeah.
If you
that game.
catch a bad cycle, it'll take a minute.
Yeah, and if you miss, like if you keep falling down and stuff, you gotta go all the way back. Like
Yeah.
And if
it's
you
just like-
forget, if you're like your first stage and you don't know what you're doing, it could take 10 minutes. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I was on the receiving end of the 10 minutes, just like confused about the.
It's
rock
like,
to
why
punch.
not
Yeah.
just put in the first stage? Because that one has, at least has laser wisp, from what I remember. The first stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember
Or-
its name, but
If it wasn't Planet Wisp,
Tropical
I
Resort.
would have.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
I was thinking Sweet Mountain, honestly.
Sweet Mountain would have been cool. I think they were
Just
trying to
because
get. I mean, right? We talked about earlier how these stages were like chosen by
They're
people.
voted, but also align with the more or less iconic stages of those games, mostly.
Yeah, because certain
Yeah.
games, like you clearly knew, like SA2, like come on.
Yeah. Did
Like,
you really
I was-
expect
if I
anything
was-
besides
Yeah.
City Escape to be picked, bro?
The only other stage I would have accepted would have been like a Final Rush. But
I
other
kind
than
of
that,
wish
like,
they took the poll and like, okay, let's just choose something different from all this shit.
yeah, like what
They
you
just choose
picked,
like the other
Psych?
stage.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Just to actually just throw a huge curveball.
Yeah. Psych, it's Crazy Gadget. What?
Crazy cat.
Let's fucking go. I'm hype. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Actually,
Yeah.
wait, no, because this game barely has any light speed dashing. Never mind, I would have molded.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Hang Castle Mystic Mansion would have been freaking sick,
Oh, my
though.
stick mansion, dude. Oh my god, there would have been such a fucking.
And on top of that, you have to light all the candles.
People would have been pissed, and I would have been grip walking.
Make it the Chaotix mission.
Yeah, so you have to light all the candles.
Oh, wait, that was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Lighting all the candles, doing all the like teleporting inversion shenanigans.
That would have been fucking
Been
sick.
hilarious.
That is pretty good. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so I think my opinion of it is definitely a lot more like surrounded with nostalgia and how much this game really meant to me at the time and how much I played it. For me, this is one of the best 3D Sonic games, at least for a game that I like to go back to a lot. However, in hindsight, when I look at this, like all these years later, really like the main thing when I take away from this in comparison to something like Unleashed, Colors, and Frontiers, is there is definitely a sort of scale and sort of like or scope of the game, which is what I was talking about earlier, that I think when I think about this game, like and it's the same sort of issue I have with Mania, where a lot of this is, you know, basically encapsulated of stuff where it's all, you know, it's stuff we've already experienced before. It kind of makes me wish, okay, I wish there was like this type of game, but with everything original. Like
Yes.
that's kind of where like I land with my overall feelings of Generations. It doesn't make the game any less good, but it makes me wish that we sort of got something like this to continue, which is why I think playing this game and thinking about this game in retrospect makes me really, really appreciate what Unleashed did. Like that game is just like crazy for how polished it feels to this day, and even at that time too, because you played Generations, and while it's a very fun game, the stages are fun. You can see like the stages in Unleashed are longer. There's more going on in that game. The story is much more grandiose. This game was sort of like the start of Sonic stories. I mean, Colors maybe more so, but the start of Sonic games becoming budget titles. That's where it kind of what they were doing with it stopped with these big grandiose stories that they were doing with Adventure 2, Heroes, 06, and all that.
I think 06 happening the way it did made him afraid. That's my tinfoil hat theory.
Well, maybe so.
I mean, that is
maybe
definitely...
so. But Unleashed still had that epic scale of story, but also Unleashed reviewed really poorly. So maybe that
was
also
funny in hindsight, because
it's ridiculous in hindsight, because I think most of us here consider the game to be fucking incrable.
Yeah.
So like
now,
it's funny.
Like that's the consensus now, but like back then, and we're like, why are you reviewing it like this?
Well, wasn't Unleashed? Wasn't Black Knight the last game too before Unleashed?
Before Unleashed?
No,
Wait, I thought Black Knight came
was
after.
Unleashed. Yeah, it was after Unleashed.
Was
that was like
Black Knight 07 or 08?
Black Knight was 09.
Wait, 09?
no.
Dang.
mhm.
It was a year after Unleashed, just about. Yeah.
Sonic 09.
Mhm.
That game would be way better if it had a proper world map, by the way. That's my 2 cents on that.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I think overall, just, I don't want to go on too long about this. We haven't even started Shadow Generations.
No, we haven't.
My thoughts towards original Generations is it's still a very fun game, still something that I look back on with very fond memories, something that I can basically pick up and play and go through some of my favorite stages and have a really good time. These stages are still some of my favorite in the series, at least some of them. So I have very high regards for this game. And as I was saying earlier, I think the only things that really hold it back is sort of the budget, really. It's funny enough. I feel like there was a lot that could have been expanded upon what was in here, something to put it maybe more in line with what some of the Sonics of the mid 2000s were doing. I think that would have elevated the status of this game a lot more. And what it is basically just a collection of levels, and they're damn good levels, most of them. They're very damn good levels, some really great music and some really great vibes, but when you think about the game as a product when it comes to like graphics and story and presentation and other things, this game does make me wish that there was more effort put into it at the time, but I still love it regardless. It's still a great game, and I think it's a very good starting point for a lot of people for the series, because it does, well, first of all, it's good, so I mean you kind of skip past some of the shit, but also it's kind of gets you like a crash course on every single Sonic game, or at least major Sonic game that came out, and it can interest you to go back and play those games. So I think that for what it is, it's very good. So I'm glad that the game is re-released. It feels very bizarre to think about this game in such like far ahead retrospect, especially considering we went to the Sonic Speed Cafe, and seeing Generations ads again makes me think, oh, what the fuck year is it, man? It's so bizarre that this game is back in media limelight. So, but what's well, actually I probably should say that for Shadow Generations, but very good game. Assigning a score to it is a little silly, because I mean, for me, I guess probably a 9, I suppose. Not really sure. I mean, it just I played it so much. It's hard to really quantify that as a number. It's definitely one of the better ones in the series. One I go back to a lot, and one that when I think about makes me also appreciate the other games like Unleashed even more so. And Colors. So that whole trilogy for me is just really Unleashed, Colors, Generations, very, very good. So I like the game, and I like it pretty much as I did back then. So yeah. But any other thoughts about it, like in comparison, more so lines with Shadow Generations and how I kind of feel the stages have sort of developed and come, so I'll save my thoughts for that.
Okay.
But Ronald, if you have anything to say regarding OG
Yes,
gens.
Ronald, drop that super hot fire.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say probably my holistic thoughts for the very end. So that way you guys
No,
can
do them
start.
now.
Oh well, alrighty.
We're
It's your
moving on
turn.
from
Hurry.
from OG gens.
Yeah,
I'm not.
hurry up. Don't
Okay.
weasel your way out if you're super spicy takes.
Well,
Unless they
TLDR.
really are tied to Shadow Gens.
Well, there's some realizations that come from Shadow Gens, but in fact, it was especially good to hear Star's thoughts, because I think my thoughts kind of align more with hers, if anything. Because I don't know if it's a time thing, like if it's because it's been so freaking long that Generations has been out. But coming back to it, I actually would just straight up say I feel the age. Probably a combination of how long it's been, but also going from Frontiers to Generations to Sonic, and then going to Shadow. It's almost jarring, honestly. Because again, people that know me know that Generations is in like Street Fighter 2, Smash Bros. Melee territory for me, where I respect the legacy, but it's still in my list of like highly overrated games in some
Street Fighter
aspects.
2 invented fighting games, just saying.
Oh my god. Something can have a legacy, but doesn't make it perfect.
There's legacy and there's, the absolute.
There's
like,
legacy, and
zenith.
then there's being a fantastic product. That's two
the
different
absolute ground floor work. I'm just making sure you know that.
things. Yeah, you
Homie
can say
was-
that about Street Fighter 1.
Oh, not even close. Those are two separate games.
Street Fighter 1 started the franchise, bro. It's amazing.
I don't even think the only thing that survived from Street Fighter 1 was Eagle, and he's just in CVS 2. Oh no,
That-
in Alpha 3.
That's why the point is there's a distinction there. But that's part of why, for me personally, Generations was a cool game. And yeah, when it first came out, basically it was take Unleashed Boost and like improve upon it. It really, again, it might be like a time thing, but thinking back, at least at that point in time, modern Sonic and Generations was basically the peak at the time of boost gameplay. It was Unleashed, but better. And at the same time, that was like my classic nostalgia had already like worn off. Like it was cool to see it all, but and like it's here. I'm not like foaming at the mouth at it. So in general, Sonic Generations was just like a decently cool game to me. And like we've mentioned, it was more so the mods that came from Generations that elevated the game to an insane degree. It's not even like it's not even the original product. It's the fact that people were like, "Dang, I wish this game had DLC." Oh wait, let's just make it. And then people making whole games from Generations. It's freaking insane.
I mean, this game basically launched like the Sonic modding community.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it created
Like,
a subgenre.
There had always
of
been
content.
there had always been like 2D mods and whatnot, but those are always like,
Well, yeah,
what if you
but-
could
Yeah,
play
like
as
Mega Mix and
Scourge?
shit.
Yeah, or stuff like that. But this game like made a basically new genres within Sonic.
That's why I'm saying it essentially invented a
Insano.
subgenre of Sonic content. In fact, in like a job sense also, because again, people literally made
Take
their
a
own
hire
games.
this man. It started that.
So that's why Sonic Generations as a game, I still don't even hold it in that high regard. It's just the fact that cool mods came from it and good music. And so coming back to it for this, there were a bunch of little things that I think I had forgotten about when playing it again. It was like, dude, what the frick? Why is this so hard and awkward? Like Mike said, even something as simple as like not being able to turn around when you're in the air. It was weird.
Yeah, that killed me a few times.
Oh yeah, in fact, you guys watched me play it again. I was struggling. So thank the Lord for a not boomer but boomer for like me, who's really bad at Sonic games now. If we couldn't turn off the lives, I would not have finished Sonic Generations.
That and lives are just such an antiquated
It's an archaic
system.
thing that's not really needed.
It's meant for the arcades in general.
They're so outdated nowadays.
Yeah, you don't really.
I'm so glad that we're moving on from.
At least in Mario, it's easy to get a bunch of lives within a single stage.
It
There's ways to
depends
go around it.
on the game.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you integrate level design around it and checkpoint systems and save points and whatever.
Well, like collectibles too, right? Like getting 100 rings gives you an extra life or something. There has to be some incentive for getting these things other than just your score or the number going up.
Yeah.
But I think once you get so good at a game, like Crash Bandicoot, for example, dude, I max out that fucking live counter.
Yeah, I did.
It just doesn't matter anymore,
Yeah,
right?
it's pointless.
You could turn them off. I don't give a shit, right? It's actually better because when you restart a stage in Generations, it takes a life, just like Unleashed did, I think. Or a lot of Sonic games will do that.
Yeah, Mario does that too.
Yeah, so it's actually nice to have them off, so I can just not worry about, oh shit, I'm out of lives. Now I have to either game over and get 5 more, or go buy a bunch of lives at the Chow market.
Let me get my S
pretty
right.
much for me the whole time in Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations, because I was going for the perfect run for every stage in Sonic Generations portion, and so that was a good thing that I didn't have the lives, because I didn't even remember about it. I was like, oh, I clicked those lives.
You can
Also,
turn them back on if you want, but
Speaking of the Chow market, I never really felt the benefits of the power-ups. I never felt like they ever kicked in.
I forgot what they all are, to be
you
honest.
You gotta try some of that shit. You got Time Break.
Yeah.
You got fucking
Time
Homing
breaks in
Attack
this
is classic Sonic. The Blast Off with Sonic can do some insane fucking shortcuts. You get that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you
I did
have
get
ones
that
that
one.
just increase his speed, top speed increase. It's like fucking secret rings unlockables. Oh, Sonic just controls better now. There's literally one where I think he can just he has better handling, too.
Thank God.
So just improving the game in general.
Yeah, it's just
Which should have been in the base game.
Oh my god.
So Sonic and the secret rings where you have to get to level 10 where it's like, oh, you can actually play the game now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You can
I
actually
fucking.
move.
Base Sonic and Secret Rings is.
Sludge.
Beyond sludge. The sludge that the sludge is made in.
I said sluggish, not sludge.
Oh, I just say sludge. Honestly, there's
okay.
like he said, there's a certain point where you actually start playing the video game.
Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
I think on my last save, I had fuck, what was it? Where it was just every time you jumped, you gain a slight boost. Every time you did a homing attack, whatever, it would still give you. I don't remember what was it, but every action they did kept you moving forward.
Yeah,
and that's how I had it.
The charge jump in that game is necessary.
Yes.
Hold that whole jump, because if you don't, you're gonna keep moving forward by mistake. The game controlled like shit.
Unintentional momentum.
Yeah. You're
He said a
holding the
word.
Wiimote
He said a
back.
word.
Oh, you said it.
No! This was back when it was
update.
allowed.
Yo, should we start doing a momentum counter, or do you
Like
have that?
to
Yes.
make a counter.
Yeah, we gotta do the slur counter.
But
Come on, we'll update it.
oh my god.
Slurs. Oh,
But
boy.
yeah, score-wise, I think I'd give Sonic Generations
Gun to your head.
set.
No, go ahead, man.
Might
don't
be
worry about it. It's not even there.
I'm gonna channel my inner review, bruh. I might do like a 7.8.
That's a lot higher.
Because
Okay, now I'm gonna take the gun away. Now answer honestly.
it's a game with legacy and it's a cool game. It's just a bunch of little things about it that detract my already like whatever experience with it. And it's more so hindsight because of what we have now. And yeah, it's good for mods.
Yeah,
It is mods.
It is. Objectively, it
This is the Street Fighter 2 of mods.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So technically my opinion of Generations slightly got worse. I don't remember what score I gave it in the past, but yeah, I gave it a 7.8.
That's still pretty high, honestly. For
Yeah, like.
But all right, whatever.
Because by definition, it's a good game. It's just a weird game.
the numbers are arbitrary.
Just kind of represents, or try to compact your total views of the game, of said game.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it game time? Is it
Finally
the
time
game?
for the fucking new. How the fuck? 2 hours talking about a fucking drop dash and like, oh.
Y'all had stuff to
fucking
talk
on your
about,
feet.
I guess.
But peak, or is it peak?
God dang.
Giat, dang, he says.
Gat? Where's the gat?
Dang.
It might
Black
show
Doom?
follow
Yeah.
the actual image and start off.
The ending made me cry.
Oh.
I don't blame you. I
spoilers.
was getting there.
No, it's
spoilers.
No, it's like obviously, yeah. we're
Yeah,
talking
which
about the fucking game.
I
Who
guess
played the fucking ending on this thing?
well yeah.
I meant for the viewers,
They saw.
in case they haven't saw yet.
If you for YouTube, if you skip to the timestamps, spoiler, we're gonna talk about the game now.
We're talking about
Oh my
Shadow.
god.
Shidu the Hedgehog.
Yeah. So
the redemption of Shadow.
yeah. So with the
Shadow Second Coming.
Shadows.
like what you mean?
What? Oh my god. So do you guys want to go around for each talking point aspect of Shadow, or do we want to go around and you do all of those talking points in one go for your turn?
Well, I do. I have the intro or whatever. It's probably less to say because we're gonna talk about like platforms and stuff. I didn't know if it was worth talking about going through the list, kind of the same what we did for Generations.
We should
to
probably
talk about
just
some
kind
of
of
the-
just unload our total thoughts, like when it's our turn.
You don't want to do like story and the.
Or we could do that.
music
We could do that. Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you want to do, Ronald? You're the captain.
Let's see. Well,
Let me. How about this? Because I wrote like
Yeah,
the intro or whatever.
do the
Let me
intro and
just-
then I want to
Yeah.
hit the points.
And then we just think about what you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Shadow had a real hard
Oh
time.
my god.
Shadow had a rough transition, man.
The 3D.
We finally
Shadow
have a
the
sequel to
Hedgehog?
Shadow the fucking Hedgehog. 20 years
Shadow the
later.
Hedgehog has been unplayable for about over 15, 16, 17, 18. How many years?
When is Sonic? When is almost 20 years? It's been
Almost 20 years. Shadow has been unplayable.
Chill. Episode Shadow Forces.
Brother, that was a mod.
That's a mod.
Episode Shadow was a mod.
Wait, no, the Forces DLC.
No, I know
he's
it was
joking.
DLC,
Oh.
but if we're being real, gameplay wise, it was just a Sonic mod. There's nothing different. We
It
saw
was the same.
Infinite cry and yell, and then you play as Sonic with the Shadow skin.
weak.
I'm not weak. Shout out to Liam O'Brien though. The voice is sick, but no, it was just Sonic gameplay.
I don't know why
opportunity
people
that
like
he
him
was not a
so
boss.
much. I don't know. People dick ride that character. Some dick ride him harder than others.
I mean,
Wait,
Infinite's
people
conceptually
ride him.
cool.
Who? Infinite?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lame.
He's conceptually cool, and he's voiced by Liam O'Brien, so it's you already have some stature
I wish
there.
Jimmer Donovan was here. He could have recited his whole theme by heart. I am a dangerous weapon. Fucking whack ass character.
The ultimate jobber infant. Alex speaks
It's true though. So here we have a game that is a sequel to 2 games at the same time. A sequel to Sonic Generations and a sequel to Shadow the Hedgehog.
And by proxy.
Oh my god, it is actually.
An epilogue to SA2, essentially.
That's kind of freaking nuts.
Which is funny because this story, I'm like, man, I wish Shadow the Hedgehog didn't exist because this whole Black Doom shit is fucking stupid, and I wish it wasn't part of the lore.
Oh, it's in there.
Brother.
Yeah, it's in there.
It's hard coded now. You can't.
Nah, we're locked in. We just gotta.
They
deal with
locked
that
in
shit
the
now.
lore,
Pretty
and they're like, you
sure-
know what? All right,
I'm pretty
we'll
sure
work with
Shadow
it.
the Hedgehog, the game, like made that so clear. Like, oh, he's here to stay. Here's 12 different ways we're gonna tell you how he's in this.
Black Doom is a real fucking bad guy. He'd be in the same game.
Yes.
So really not too much to say. When it comes to like leading up, other than the fact this game did have a anime, anime-esque. I don't think it was made in Japan, but it was a few different short episodes that I think totaled around 15 minutes or so, of like a prologue to the game, similar to what happened with Frontiers, right? They had those
shorts.
prologue animations too. So basically, this game's story picks up right where the ending of the anime episodes left off.
Mm-hmm.
And those anime episodes were actually quite good. I liked them.
Very good.
Animated very well, pretty cool. Got pretty hyped up to play the game. At the Anime Expo panel, they showed the first episode.
That was hype.
Yeah, they showed the first episode.
I wish you were there, Ronald. You should have seen me when they fucking showed Gemerald.
Wait, you were there?
Yeah. I was
What the
like,
fuck? What the?
Well, no,
what
I
the
wasn't. Well, he was. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I
Ron
thought
was
I
there.
got a message.
What was the crowd reaction?
Are there any
fucking
videos of the crowd
elated.
reaction?
It was
People were-
insane.
Like when he started fighting, oh my
Let me
god,
see.
people popped the fuck off.
Anime Expo.
Or when Maria, fucking
Oh, sick.
got-
All right.
No, she almost fainted.
Yeah.
It was in the first one. She almost fainted. Everyone's
Mhm.
like, "Oh my god!" Like, yeah, people were sad. Yeah, the crowd was elated, and it was kind of surreal because it makes me think, like, damn, this game was having a lot of motion before. Like, this was getting actually a lot of hype before. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Which kind of leads into sort of like the perception around like the whole series now. I think people were actually really looking forward to this, which is great. I think it's possible it could have been due to other things, but Frontiers really did change a lot.
Yes.
People are hella on board now with the series.
Yeah.
So I think there was a lot more hype behind this, especially with the lead up to the game with the episodes, of course, and also just in general, like people being fans of Frontiers and liking the game a lot, and people being fans of the Sonic Adventure 2 story, right? It's been over 20 years since Adventure 2 came out, so there's a lot of nostalgia for it.
Don't forget the movie is coming up as well this year.
Right, the movie,
Mhm.
the movie as well with
It's the
Shadow.
year of
I mean,
Shadow.
that kind of ties in as well, right? That very good point. The movie, people are hyped for the movie, so you have I mean, this is kind of like, I mean, if you want to call this a movie tie-in game, fuck, you got a pretty good one here.
I mean, it was a smart
Especially
move,
with that level,
honestly.
yeah. But yeah, no, like there definitely is a lot of eyes looking towards this series now in a much more positive light, right? Being in that Anime Expo panel really did, like, obviously the people that are going to that panel are going to be fans. But
Yeah.
it was crazy how many people were actually there. I mean, if you were to have done that Anime Expo panel like 10 years ago, dude, that fucking room would have been not even half full.
No,
Like,
it would have been in one of the smaller ones upstairs.
Yeah, it would have not been. There would have been like way less people. It would not have been the same vibe. So it's great to see a lot of people were looking forward to this game, which is funny because I remember the last podcast we did. I'm like, I might not get it day one because if it's just a couple shadow levels, that's not really interesting to me. Well, I'm glad to say I was proven wrong. That it wasn't just a couple shadow levels. It was a little bit more than that. So with that being said, we can go ahead and dive into it if you do want to go through like talking order and the parts and everything. And I don't know, Ronald, did you want to do like one section at a time and give people like, hot mic to swap around, or just someone just dump their whole thoughts right away?
We should probably do what's it called? Just kind of like categories, like the part that you mentioned. Just because I feel like if I try to dump it, I'm gonna forget things. Because I already forgot things I wanted to mention for generations.
Yeah, people are gonna like fucking like we'll chime in on things and then like you'll forget what you were thinking about. So maybe it's better to go off of like sort of like
story, gameplay,
story,
etc.
gameplay. So we
Yeah.
do you want to do the same thing we did with Generations? Start with the more uninteresting shit first, the graphics, and then kind of go into the more talking parts.
Yeah, that
you-
works.
if you
Doing
want.
individual things. Well, because I was gonna start with story since you had slightly brought up anyway with Dark Beginnings.
Story? Oh yeah.
Um,
No, go ahead.
Let's see. Yeah, let's do story and then gameplay, and then other things like graphics and music and whatnot. You can tie that into the content and value of the game as a package. You can tie your opinions in with that. But let's at least start with those two big things, story and gameplay. Starting with story.
Okay. With me or you? Which way?
Talking order, I guess. Ronald usually goes last, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so Michael, you go ahead first.
So story, pretty good, pretty substantial, at least compared to Generations, because Generations is so bare bones. But this has the benefit of being a sequel / epilogue to two different games simultaneously. I kind of shared similar doubts. I'm like, does Shadow really have enough like gameplay to kind of like warrant a whole like retrospective kind of Generations-esque game? And lo and behold, he definitely does. Nice little send off, because while the story I believe is a lot better than Generations, it's not like that substantially like more. Basically, he gets to see Marie and Gerald and kind of get closure, something he's always wanted but never got to get. And so yeah, it's a nice love letter to Shadow, and kind of like, because next to Generations, I would say the next biggest moment for the franchise is his introduction. He's absolutely like a pinnacle of the game series. So I felt like the story really hammered that home. And I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Black Doom, but I mean, he's been consistent enough to be kind of like, you recognize him as like the big bad for Shadow. So kind of seeing him get his final battle again, like twice, 3 times, I guess, technically in a roundabout way if you want to count SA2. But yeah, I can't really say too much about it. The only things I wish were added, like the other characters, like Big is there for some reason. As much as I love Big, I'm like, you gonna have a heart-to-heart with Shadow? He's like, no, I lost Froggy. I'm like, oh, okay. And obviously, like, his relationship with Rouge is a little more, not expanded on per se, just
You
more
only
so
see
kind of like,
interactions.
yeah, like, they're clearly like comrades, or at the very least, like, Shadow considers her like competent, because obviously he kind of has this whole like superiority complex that dwindles down with age. But at the very least, you could definitely see the relationship
Yeah.
between him and Rouge. Like, all right, I could ask her to do something, and she's not like this dummy Sonic who's gonna, fuck it up.
Right, he
And
entrusts her with the swapping of the emerald.
yeah, exactly. And he doesn't like question it or like, are you able to do it or whatever. He's just like, all right.
Or in the anime, right? She helps him
Mhm.
lift off in the rocket.
Yeah. So I like that. I like that they're good friends, and not like, they're not so combative because either he's combative with someone or he's just like, you're not even worth my time, sort of thing. It would have been nice to have Omega a little more involved too, because he's just there. He's both there and in Sonic's White World. I don't want to get too much into the continuity, like errors or whatever. The only story part that kind of wasn't explained, I'm just like, how are those? How is what's the Sunset Hill? Is it from Forces?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
how are
Sunset
these
Heights.
Sunset Heights and Chaos? Was it Chaos Summit?
Island.
Chaos Island.
There's.
I'm like, how are they in this? This is from your.
If you talk to
future.
Gerald at a specific point, they bring it up as a question, and I forgot his phrasing. Well, actually, oh wait, no, I didn't have it on the screen. I forgot his phrasing, but it was basically like, oh,
Well, we know it's like a time anomaly. Like, obviously, we know why that couldn't happen in Generations, because they're not going to be like, we're going to put it in this future game that we don't know about.
yeah, basically he
But
told him that
I'm
there
not-
places
I'm
past
also
and
not-
future.
It's also not a complaint. I just wish we would have got more of that, like Shadow, because obviously at that point in time, Shadow's not going to have any idea about those two stages specifically.
Yeah, he didn't
So it would
even
have
know
been
Mephiles.
it would have been nice to just have like a tidbit thrown, or like some dialogue of him being like, I've never been here, or like, what is this place, kind of thing.
I had like I had an idea I had a reason, like an idea, probably because it was created using like the power of like chaos and stuff. That's probably why he's on Chaos Island or something like
Yeah.
that. But
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
know.
they picked
Well,
it because
yeah.
it was Frontiers, and you can explain it away by like what Gerald said. It's it's places past and future all coming together. It's places you may have not been to or may be in the future, and then they don't really think about it from there.
Shadow not commenting on it makes more sense because he's probably just rolling through like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he doesn't. Like, what is he gonna say? Like, what is this place? Has Sonic
Like-
been here?
Probably wouldn't say anything. Like Sonic would be more in line to comment and say something stupid.
Yeah, Shadow's
like,
got stuff to do.
Yeah, like I'm
Doesn't
just
care.
rolling through. Like I got.
Green Hill,
Black
more
Moon
like
says.
Sand Hill.
But
yeah.
I do sort of agree in that, yeah, this is probably more in the game, but they probably should have chose more stages that related to Shadow. Like, honestly.
I was really hoping there'd be a Westopolis.
Yeah, honestly.
Well,
Wasn't there a Westopolis remix that they had as, like, just one of the things that you get in OG generations?
Yeah, there was. You
Yes.
get the song.
Well, I thought they had, like, a whole remix that they just never used. So,
Sorry, I don't know. My Discord just went off the fritz.
Alright, no worries.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you
that-
just unlock the Westopolis remix, but there was never really been anything else.
yeah, there wasn't
Aside
anything
from that-
regarding it. So, like, we could have had fucking Digital Circuit or something.
Well, remember what you guys said earlier about
Mad
themes?
Matrix would have been fucking
The
insane.
Doom. No, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, shut up. Like what you guys said earlier about
s-
themes, that's just what I would think from a developer standpoint, since Radical Highway, lo and behold, ended up being like actually a really pivotal part of this game. They probably
it was
didn't
like
want
the
another
overarching-
city.
It was the like overarching theme, like, cause that's his first stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that makes sense. His first playable stage, technically.
Which, well, I'll get to that later with value.
But yeah,
But wait, there were no Shadow the Hedgehog stages then.
Yeah, well, there was the arc, or what do they call the shadow version of the stage? Because they used that name of the stage.
Final
no,
Chase.
No, I mean like from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Like there actually was not any Shadow.
There wasn't.
Wait, there was though. It was what was the stage called?
No.
Um,
What? The first stage?
Yeah.
That's from
That's a-
SA2.
That's the arc from SA2.
That's Final Chase.
That's not an original Shadow.
But that's
Yeah.
not what they used. What's the
No,
title?
that
they
is Final
used?
Chase.
They didn't say Final Chase.
They just call it Space Call on the Arc.
Yeah, that's just it. That's what they just call it.
And honestly, well, design-wise, it seemed like it actually combined multiple aspects of multiple arc stages.
It possibly could have, but like the main basis is Final Chase because of those stupid tubes.
The gravity tube things.
Ugh.
Yeah.
They control it a little better in this one at the very least, but
That was nice. At least.
It was called Space Gadget. Is that the same? The Cosmic Fall. These were like
Cosmic Fall is
Cosmic
on
Fall is the
Shadow.
Vector stage.
yeah, that's the one with Vector.
There's
right?
multiple arc stages in Shadow of the
That's the
Hedgehog.
one where he says. That's the
right?
one with Vector where he's like, I'm gonna kill
Well,
myself.
the Arc and Doom. The Arc and Doom are the Maria stages. Cosmic Fall is the Vector stage, and there's one where you race Sonic. Which one is that one called?
Fine.
I think it's just called the Arc.
I thought that's one of the Maria stages.
Huh?
Because there's two Maria stages.
Lost Impact was.
Wait, no, yeah, Lost Impact. You're right. So yeah, was it just called the Arc, where you race
Yeah, I
Sonic?
think it was.
It's Colony Arc.
So actually, that might have just been the Shadow stage, and they used elements of Final Chase.
And really, the beginning part was Final Rush.
Yeah, this is definitely trying to be more like SA2.
Yeah.
That's what
So-
I'm trying to say.
So
Wow.
yeah, it's a little. Actually, that's a pretty big missed opportunity because there were a few stages I would like to have seen.
Like,
Circuit?
what was
Bad
it?
Matrix?
Sky Temple? Is that what it's called?
Sky
Ronald?
Troops. Sky Troops would have
Sky
been
Troops,
phenomenal.
Sky
Holy
Troops
frick, that would have been
probably
sick.
been the clear winner. My
Uh,
personal pick would have been Mad Matrix, though. That's still my favorite Shadow stage.
Park.
So,
Oh my god. No, Circus Park, the memes would have been insane if Circus Park came back.
So everything would have been 4 themed.
it would have been hilarious, though.
That would just imply that he canonically the damn fourth Chaos Emerald.
I mean, it would have been an appreciated memery from the community if they included it. Some good
Just like-
self-awareness.
I think it would have also been cool if they added. I don't know the name of it, but that one stage where you actually near the end of the game where I think you're doing the dark path where you are actually on the Doom Comet.
Well, there's three
Hans?
there's 3 comets.
Well,
Well,
there's
there's
Final
Black Comet. Yeah, Black Comet is the dark mission.
The last
Yeah.
way?
Oh, Last
Yeah,
Way is the final.
It was
stage.
like where Knuckles was your partner, and he was you're pretty much like just trying to get inside the.
Yeah, I think it's literally called
comet.
Black Comet.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that one.
I think that one would have been also cool. Yeah.
The last
That,
way.
yeah.
Just fucking horrible stage. The last way. Oh my god.
Oh my god, all the surfing you would have had done. Granted, at least the Black Manta Ray would have made it a lot easier.
Yeah, actually, that would control better.
It would control way better. You wouldn't be able to get hit off of it.
Holy god, those like weird disc things you had to ride in
Those
Shadow.
suck so much. Ironically enough, the stage where MM, aka Charming the Bee, appears, you have to do a lot of that.
Oh, Prison Island. Prison Island is another one that.
And
That's the one that had all that disc spinning shit. So they
Yeah,
could-
Well, it's the
Yeah,
first one that
yeah.
had it.
That's the one with MM.
I mean, realistically, if they were to have added a Shadow stage, they probably would have just chosen Westopolis,
West Stop.
Honestly, yeah.
which is just like, it's a little lame. Come on, you already have Radical Highway.
Radical Highway
Yeah.
1.5.
But yeah, big miss.
But no. But like, I do like that they at least stop in the. I don't know if you noticed it, but like in the transition where, in the first level where Doom transports Shadow and he's like falling, it's kind of reminiscent to.
That is a Westopolis
In the opening
callback,
bit.
honestly.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
I am surprised we didn't get like a second SA2 stage, like no Skyrail. Kind of surprised me.
Yeah, Skyrim was another one. Skyrim was another Shadow stage.
Yeah, but I suppose like Radical Highway technically was the second stage, and it's like the most like impactful story-wise. So
I'm skipping ahead, but that stupid Splatoon fucking dick power that Black Doom gives you sucks, and it makes Chaos Island kind of trash. So
Yeah.
I would replace that with like anything here that we're talking
yeah,
about.
the weird. It was kind of weird how the mechanics worked of like launching yourself, because the one thing that made me want to pull my hair out was that like platforming puzzle on Chaos Island to like get to the top for one of the collectibles.
It took me a while to
yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
like slingshot your way vertically up.
Yeah, you have to
Hold
go
on.
from under it to basically
Yeah,
use it
but
as
you
a
had to like
spring.
let it go preemptive. It was very unclear.
They have
Yeah, I
a few
agree.
moments like that where like it launches you in front, but you actually have to go like fucking sideways for like a shortcut. Like,
Yeah.
it happens in Sunset Heights where like you're supposed to get hit by this like geyser, and instead of like just going forward, you're actually supposed to like just fucking boost right off of the path, and then it just puts you in some like random shortcut like that you could only have seen for like a split second if you were like looking to the right. It's like I didn't see that one.
Mhm. Are we still on
Yeah, let's go back to the story. We'll
Sorry,
talk about
okay.
fucking
'Cause
Black
if not, I
Doom
want- there was definitely
sperm
one big-
power later.
game play aspect that shocked me, but continue.
No, yeah, no, you're
Well, it's
you were
you.
talking about the story.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
Like we're technically still supposed to be
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about that.
Yeah, it cut out. Long story short, it was short and sweet. I kind of wish more characters were involved. I wish Gamrel was fucking in it. That's really one of my only very few minor things that like bug me. I'm like, no, Gamrel, and you had him looking badass in the anime episode, but whatever.
Well,
It is
that's
what it is.
Emerald, not Gemrel.
Well,
I thought it was
because
Gamrel.
well,
Gamrel
no,
was
in the
Emerald.
in the animated episode, it's Emerald because that's Emerald the past.
Oh yeah.
Because that's literally the accident that happened in Sonic
Yeah.
Battle. For those who care about that game's lore,
Sonic Battles, and the Sonic X one is
It
his name's
just-
Emerald.
yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Gamrel
And-
was
and the
later on
copies
in
are
Sonic
Gamrels, right,
Advance.
The
Yeah.
copies are all 5. And
Oh,
then
yeah, you're
Emerald's
right.
The one in Advance 3. So.
Damn. All that says is Sonic Battle Canon.
Basically.
I'm seething right now.
Cope.
But yeah, story was very good for what it was, and at the very least, my only hope going forward is like we can drop the Black Doom stuff now. Like it's done.
Yeah, never put that fucker back in.
We're done.
I
Done.
I don't want
in
to see
fact,
his
if he-
like asshole fucking starfish thing ever again.
Yeah, his black
This
cherry.
is lame, by the
face.
way. Very lame.
If we're gonna bring back an alien race, bring back the Metarex from fucking Sonic X.
Sonic X is canon.
Make him canon and give us Dark Sonic.
It is canon.
Good.
06 proves that X is canon.
Hold on,
Oh.
but you guys are forgetting that we still have an the
Wait, what?
ancients.
Oh, the Ancients. Yeah, we do have the Ancients.
Oh, forgot about the owls.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Well,
there's after this
Alright.
after the movie, things could get pretty wild Sonic lore wise, but one step at a time.
That fucking
Yeah.
owl is a remnant of like Paramount like focus group shit, and
Mhm.
I'm really sad that that's part of the lore now.
Oh,
I
Stupid
know.
fucking owl.
Well, they couldn't use anything deeper because Ken Penders owns like half of it.
Yeah,
Whatever.
we can't use anything more about the Echidna lore anymore.
Yeah,
Like Sonic
so
given to like a fucking like
no.
church or something. Like
no
a baby.
no Interjack ever, so that's a shame.
I won't
Anywho,
ever see
I'll,
Shades of Echidna
What about
again,
Uncle
but-
Chuck?
hell yeah, we'll get him in not to call. But yeah, I'll pass turn. I think yeah, story
Star.
good, short and sweet. Needs more Emerald.
Needs more Emerald.
Yes, that is true.
So whoever's next.
Star, what are your thoughts on the story aspects?
As for the story, I think. Alright, hold on. One sec. I should have been ready about pulling this up. Here, how about this? I'll pass to someone else. You know.
All right, I'll go next then. since I'm the other. Story, short, sweet, very good. Very pretty much a redemption of what happened with 06, kinda, or at least, yeah, redemption with Shadow 06, Shadow the Hedgehog, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Glad that we get to see more interaction with Maria and Shadow for a little bit longer, but other than that, pretty good story. Wish there was more of it, or at least there was more interactions with the other characters. And yeah, more emeralds. So
Yeah.
More big. He should have been the
Proclaimed
ultimate.
free thinkers.
More big,
went
and
with
actually,
Emerald.
I would love to have more interactions with like all these characters together as well. And yeah, so
Yeah, we got the most interaction from the fucking what's her name, Cubot and
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I actually popped off seeing, but
They were definitely yapping a bunch. They actually had quite a lot of like unique lines. I'm like, oh my god, but
They were yapping.
they were yapping. I'm like, how come everyone else couldn't yap as much?
yeah,
Because they
And
cost
then,
less.
Because they
you're
cost
getting
less.
Froggy. Like, I'm glad that we didn't have to search for him, but like, it could have been optional. Like, you find Froggy and Biggs.
Who knows? Maybe he's still out there. Like that whole area is deceptively big.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended.
Big.
could you guys give me actually like a bit?
Yeah,
I'm
no
actually
worries.
swapping over to my lap.
No worries.
Okay.
Oh, all right, no worries.
Oh, actually, speaking of story, one thing I kind of wish we would have delved more into, because the journal brings it up, but no one else talked about it, is what happened to Gerald's sons? Maria's and Eggman's dads, respectively.
Well, I know that
Because like one of them discovered Emerald, and apparently Emerald, at least according to the journal entry, like it's hinted that Emerald was actually like developed by the what were they called in Frontiers? The like proto chows.
The
Yeah.
cocoa? Well,
Yeah, the ancients.
the little things are the cocoa, but
Yeah, but basically what they evolve into, the ancients, it's implied that Emerald was created through their technology, according to
Freaking
this
sick.
journal entry.
Well, yeah, at least according to the now, because like back then it was originally hold on, back then it was originally, who was it? It was before the Penders thing and everything happened. It was the Nocturnal tribe,
Yeah.
tribe that created the that created the Gazoids. That's the name.
Yeah, because they bring up the Gazoids quite a bit in this journal.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna need to read that journal sometime, bro.
Yeah, I have it. I'll hand it to you next time I see you, Ronald.
Thank you.
Because I mean, you could collect the pieces, but like, it's just better to have it. I'm looking at it right now. But while we're waiting for Star, who would be next after Star?
Riley.
Genesis after.
Yeah, just go for it, Riley. We
Oh,
could give
okay.
Star. We could just give Star the Spark Notes.
Sure.
Or wait,
I
did you
generally-
finish your thoughts? Or no?
Yeah, pretty sure he did.
Oh, then yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I generally agree sort of with what you guys are saying. I think it's really good to see more interaction between Shadow and Maria, because obviously that was something that, well, they did touch upon, of course, obviously in Legend 2, but there was some amount of it in Shadow the Hedgehog. But it has been a while since she has been featured as a character, really. So it is nice to see sort of something more updated, and obviously, disregarding Shadow, something in an actual fucking good game that you would want to play. So
You love Shadow multiplayer.
I don't.
Holy frick.
Incorrect.
Oh my god.
That multiplayer sucks so much dick.
It sucks
Dude.
balls on PS2 where it's running at like fucking 10 FPS. the whole time.
Dude.
That was a pleasure. I
Did I
enjoyed
ever
every
export
second
the
of that.
stream from that?
watching
Because
that.
holy frick. That was an experience that we probably
That
never
was
should have done.
incredibly fun to watch. I would watch again.
You know
Fucking
what?
balls.
I haven't played that since I was in since 6th grade.
freaking
Dang, that was
It's
the last time I
It's so
played.
bad, it's unreal. It's fucking unreal.
It
how
literally
shit that-
can't run properly.
It can't run, and just the multiplayer is just like, okay, I'm gonna keep just homing attacking you, or shooting you, or just jumping around like a fucking idiot, and
All
just
I
hope I hit
remember
you.
I don't even remember. All I remember is Shao saying, "Get out of my sight, Android," or something like that after you win, or
Yeah.
something about being a faker.
Because you only play a Shadow or Mecha Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Take your pick.
Fucking garbage.
It's really bad.
Imagine being an Evo title, or an
There's some
Evo-
goober out there that's made a tier list for that.
I'm sure.
The red cyborg is actually tier. He's got hidden tech.
Well, if they had the cyber suits like from fucking SA2.
Imagine, I could just imagine that happening just in the BYOC area. That game is on at that Evo. And I
It
could
probably
just imagine-
has happened.
We're
We're not aware of it.
I wish I got to see it because man, I would have been laughing.
Mhm.
Actually, B-Boy, go ahead and go sign up for it. You're gonna win it.
No.
Nope.
Also, Star, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead if you want. Story
Yeah.
thoughts.
So I guess I'll do mine and then we can switch back. My
alright.
thoughts on the story. But yeah, it's good to see the interaction between them. They have a lot of really heartfelt moments. Definitely, like later in the story, there's some parts where you might get a little misty-eyed. Definitely. I mean, Shadow did. So definitely, it's very cute and very heartwarming to see that here. So that's, I mean, easily these are some of the best cutscenes in the series for a long time.
Oh, I
At
got
least in
some
terms
stuff
of like
to say,
emotional
yeah.
impact that they have.
Mhm.
Frontiers also had some good stuff too, so I won't downplay that at all. But definitely they're stepping their game up when it comes to like writing and presentation with all this. So that's good. As for like the other characters though, right? We're talking about like some of the side characters that you see, like Orbot, Cubot, Big. They're just there for their side quest essentially. They're not doing much. Rouge, right? Rouge was there, and yeah, she's kind of there. She's there to basically tie it back into original Generations. Just being like, when you come into his birthday party, it's like
You.
it's kind of weird to think about, like, oh, back then in 2011, until fucking middle school me. Oh, by the way, Rouge is doing some other shit that's way more important than anything that's going on right now.
She's a spy through and through. You know, she's always got ulterior motives.
Right. It's kind of funny to see like her talking in the background is the original cutscene. And it's like, it's funny. Gerald is also kind of there, just kind of present. I think, right, these characters, you can talk to them like in the overworld, and
Yeah.
they'll like give you like more information.
It is nice to see him more like kind of normal. 'cause
Yeah,
in SA2,
yeah.
he's like at his breaking point. He's like, "Fuck the world," explosion.
Right.
Ultimate crash out.
It's like, oh, I'm just gonna like kill the whole fucking world. Well, I'm not sure I like this guy. But Buddy was taking care of a little girl, so maybe he's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to see what they'll portray him as in the movie. So, I guess we'll kind of see when that comes. But yeah, he's kind of there, just doing his thing. But most of his actual like exposition comes from the little blurbs you can have with him sometimes. The actual like in-game cutscenes are just kind of Maria's doing most of the talking, which is fine because honestly, this is more of a story between Maria and Shadow. So that same goes for like Black Doom. Like Black Doom is the fucking bad guy here. Like there's not much going on, right? Telling the stuff that we already kind of know, and Shadow was made from like Black Doom's DNA, all that stuff. This is more so refreshers for people who have not played these games in like 20 years or so, or haven't played them since they were kids, or are not as nerds of the series as we are. So probably forgot about that, right? That's fair. Actually, speaking of that, the game does have a recap of like story events. I think
Really
it was like one of the
freaking cool,
options.
Yeah.
You could, like view, and it just
Yeah.
recaps SA2 and Shadow events. So cool. Yeah, I mean the story was good. I mean it was definitely better than OG Generations. Not that that was a very hard hurdle to pass.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would put this like, I think in actually the character moments, this is not a particularly plot-driven Sonic game. Not that, or it's similar to the original Generations. There wasn't much plot going on, but also that game didn't have much character interactions. This game at least has character interactions, so I do appreciate that. Even if it's really just between two characters, but two characters that you kind of care about and want to see them interacting. It still is a very short platforming game at the end of the day, so it's not like mind-blowing in terms of like the story, but there is something there, and it is at least pretty good for a Sonic game. But no, I would not put this like in the same realm as something like I mean even Frontiers, honestly, but like the original SA2 or whatever, like they're definitely more memorable. But this is good for the fans, right? Yeah, it's an anniversary title. I mean, it's not just what you see in the cutscenes, but also in the levels. There's a few interactions that you have with Black Doom, which is pretty interesting to see. It definitely more goes into like the gameplay department and how I kind of feel that impacts it. But there is like voice lines that the characters are dropping while they're talking that isn't just like, look at all those Eggman robots. It's actually like, oh, like I'm searching for fucking Black Doom here. I gotta go find him with the fucking. He does say that. Or like Black Doom's like taunting you, or he's like, you're not powerful enough yet. So it's going through the story beats and kind of furthering it, and part of like a set piece that's within the level. So it was pretty interesting to see that in a Sonic game. I didn't really have any like super specific moments to pick out, other than I already talked about how Shadow cries at the end. He also smiles. He has a nice heartwarming smile.
Yes.
That was nice to see.
Illegal pose, according to Sega.
He does smile in other games, but this was like a heartwarming
This
smile.
felt genuine.
Like, this was not like a sinister smile, or anything like that. Also, one of the Black Doom lines, he says Shadow has an unassuming form, which the only thing I can take from that is he thinks Shadow's cute. He thinks Shadow's a cute, cuddly little guy.
Yeah, because I mean he's half of him, so he thought he was gonna be like some asshole monster.
Yeah, he's like
Some
ugly. He's like,
flying
damn, he's actually kind of
brown
hot.
starfish.
I wonder how he'd look if he was like inflated, right? So,
Oh my god.
I did that.
We're gonna get like a next future game that features Shadow. We're gonna have like a werehog-esque transformation,
God, please,
which is gonna be the complete form that Doom is talking about.
that's hot.
It's just gonna be Ultimate Shadow or something.
Please make him fat. Please make him fat.
Shadow on a bench.
Ultimate Shadow Prime.
Shadow XL. The rings are
Shadow
under
XL. Get out of here.
Oh, that's stupid ass mod. The more rings you get, the fatter he gets.
And then he just dies if
Dies
you
from
get
a
too many.
heart attack. That's such a dumbass one.
But yeah, the story was good. Yeah, not too much to say, just like the original generations, but it was good. Like, it got the job done. It had some good moments, so I did enjoy it. Yeah, so go ahead, start.
Yeah, so I can't really say much. I mean, I feel like a lot of like the story stuff you guys already kind of covered, and I agree with. Like for me, a lot of this game more so felt like, oh, I like these callbacks. I like, seeing these, like for example, the Arc, Radical Highway, and then like these other stages come back. I thought that they were cool. But for the story, I don't know. I just really enjoyed the interactions, between Shadow and Maria. I don't know, like it pulled my heart a little when like in the beginning of the game where it was just like, Shadow is just trying to find out where he's at, he's in the white void, and then off in the distance he sees Maria and Gerald, and at that moment I was like, oh shit, what's gonna happen here? Like how is he gonna reunite with them? How is he like, I was like, happy that they're reunited, but in the back of my head I was like, okay, well, but the problem is they're kind of in this weird time space thing, so
I have to be prepared for the eventual moment where they're gonna have to depart.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, who was it that said it? I think it was Riley. Where it was like, Shadow was able to get his closure in this game.
Yeah. Nice little.
Yeah.
Finishing.
Yeah.
No.
He was able to get his closure from, overcoming, the trauma they had with Marie and Shadow and Gerald. Losing them and whatnot, and then also, finally defeating Doom once and for all, and being like, "Fuck you,"
You're not my real dad.
You're not my real dad. You don't tell me what to do. This is who I am.
Yeah, that's literally the story, actually.
It literally says at the end of each ending in Shadow.
Just
But
gotta
no.
take black creatures.
I'm gonna kill myself. This is who I am.
This is who I am. Vector's just there like, cool.
Don't kill yourself yet.
He's gotta get home somehow.
You gotta find the computer room first.
I found the computer room. I better kill myself.
Oh my god.
It was just literally that. I mean, there wasn't really much else. I just thought it was kind of creative how they tied it back 2 generations to Sonic. I thought that was kind of cool. The one thing that did stick to me a little was Maria's description of or explanation as to why she named him Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was actually kind of smart.
That was...
where it was just like, she named him Shadow so that, whenever he loses his way, he can always look at the direction where the light is because there's always going to be a shadow somewhere.
She's definitely a weeaboo. She played Kingdom Hearts and she heard that line like, the closer you get to the light, the bigger your shadow gets.
No, you're right. She's definitely a weeaboo because she just randomly said sayonara while I was talking in English.
Yeah.
Fucking weeb. Actually got domed.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Death to weebs.
You like anime, so you should just fucking get killed, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I was actually the one that sent the order to gun. I'm like, there's a weeaboo.
No,
Take care of her.
did not. How
Take
dare
care of her.
you.
I set Emerald to kill.
Oh my god.
Then
Mods.
who's the biggest? Who's a
Stuff
bigger
his
weeaboo than
J's.
Gerald?
Yeah,
Mods.
it was just that. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
ahead.
I'm just looking
Yeah.
around.
Yeah. But yeah, just really that. Like there's not much story, but there was story.
Mm-hmm.
Like enough story to keep you entertained and just seeing the interactions and whatnot. I don't know. That's all I really have on the story points.
Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense.
I think so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, sorry.
go on.
Other than that, I was just literally gonna say, the ending was, a part that I felt that was really, pulled on my heartstrings a little, and I actually got kind of emotional because I was just like, I felt like, this is it, this is where Shadow finally decides that he's no longer gonna look back at his past and he's gonna finally move forward. He's finally, moving on.
So you would say he would never turn back?
Oh, it's true. Here, actually, I got one thing that was kind of stupid. It was just randomly came to my head. I'm sure everyone else fucking did this, and I don't know if you guys actually ran into it, but I did a slight, thing or a slight edit of what I've done from Linkin Park into the last cutscene.
Oh wow.
The return of AMVs.
Hell yeah.
I posted it in the Sonic chat. If you guys want to take a quick view.
Listen to it right now.
1 second.
Shadow in 2007.
But you don't know what's going to happen.
Good era.
Goated era.
Yeah. All right.
draws us apart. I will always be in your heart.
It's like so fucking fitting that you know.
Start. I hate you. I hate that this works so well.
No, but like the way I timed it to the way the credits start showing up, you know.
That makes me want to cry even more.
Wasn't this the one that was in Transformers?
Yes, it's the ending theme in Transformers.
Yeah, the first one.
Movie. Yeah.
It was pretty good.
But like even the original song that was playing in this cutscene was actually kind of a nice emotional song.
Mm-hmm. Where was that one song that they played in at the when he was in the rocket going to the Ark? Some like cheesy ass fucking like.
Yeah.
This should have been using Linkin Park. This should have been using this song instead.
Well, also I just realized this stream's probably been copyright claimed now, but I don't make YouTube ad revenue.
Damn
anyway.
you, Chester.
But yeah.
Why are you
But yeah,
playing that shit on the stream, though?
Well, I was watching it.
Anyways, that's all I had to share.
Alright, Ronald, speed through it. How come you
Ronald
hated this
just
story so
did-
much?
The most fresh thoughts ever. Ronald literally just finished this shit.
You just finished it.
Yep.
Oh, he did?
Oh, wait, actually,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, B-boy.
Well, hang on, I'm making sure the cat doesn't attack me. Ichabod came in here.
Well, let me go ahead and get a Reese. Let me go ahead and have some Reese cups while you're doing that.
What?
Huh?
I'm hungry.
Did you say Reese's Cups?
Dude, you said receipts like fucking paper, like, huh?
Why would I eat paper?
I don't know, bro. It sounded weird when you said it.
Oh, actually, one random point. Gerald actually addresses Shadow as his son.
My son.
Yeah, I thought it was corny because you know,
my-
Eggman did the same thing. You know,
my-
with
My daughter.
Sage.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
That one makes a little more sense. I'm like, Gerald, you have two sons.
but
Or are
like,
they?
but like, you know, I thought it was corny, but a little sweet as well.
It was
But
a
that
good
was it.
corny,
First
honestly.
Eggman.
In fact, for me, even though this was like bite-sized story and is really carried by character interactions, it's not like bombastic as Unleashed, or I'm not sure if I put it even at Frontiers, but for
It's a
what it.
personal story.
Wait, what?
It's a personal story.
Yeah, this is basically like an epilogue
Yeah.
to like a character side story, which honestly, for what it is, it's low key like brilliant in some ways.
Brilliant.
Like, well, I've seen bits and pieces of like Ian Flynn debate and quote unquote drama about like the writing or whatever, but honestly, like, I think they handled this surprisingly well, like really well. Dude, it's like even just the little things of all the different like little quick interactions you have with like Maria and Gerald between each stage. Like if you go back to each character after you beat a stage, like the dialogue change. But basically with all these little things, it feels like basically they're taking all of the backstory they gave with Shadow, for better or worse, but like bringing a actually nice conclusion to it all. Saying, hey, this Black Doom happened. I mean, depending on how meta you look into it, actually, you could take it that way of like, you had some weird stuff in your past, but hey, you're all right, and keep going, man. And that's basically what this was in a nutshell. Was taking everything that was built up from Shadow the Hedgehog And because at the end of Shadow the Hedgehog, that is kind of the whole point of the end of Shadow the Hedgehog is I put my past behind me. But then 06 happens, but then it doesn't actually happen. So this game is actually bringing a neat conclusion to Shadow and like moving on basically.
Let's just be grateful. We are back in the era of Sonic stories taking themselves seriously.
Yes. Oh my
Fully
god.
back Frontiers. This game, we are back.
Two for
We're done
two.
with this happy tree friends bullshit. Like that fucking era is done. We're back in some good character moments, good content.
In fact,
this is also the key to this happening too is Eggman now being the only like main villain. Not
oh
to say
yeah,
that
like
he's bad,
despite well, you guys might not like Black Doom, but honestly, I think they took what they had and they made it work. Black Doom is being a jerk.
Speaking of
coming
like
back somehow.
new big bads, on one hand, I do feel kind of cockblocked that Emerald wasn't like expanded upon more in the game, because in the diary, which I linked in the chat, he basically confirmed the reason why like Gun had to attack in the first place, because he grew too powerful and started.
He's dangerous. And Sonic Battle goes into that.
And the thing is too, in the last chapter of this diary, he says that he equipped both weapons with hearts, referring to both Emerald and Shadow, because his only way to get Emerald to kind of like to stop him in any sort of capacity because of all the energy he absorbed was basically give him his own free will and hopefully decide to stop in his own accord. So that could be the next big bad, and I kind of wish that was hinted more in game, like in cutscene. But other than that,
well, it possibly
Outside of
can't be,
Battle-
because technically Sonic Battle Emerald's dead, and then he comes back as General, kind of.
General.
But
General's
General's
basically
alive, I'm pretty sure.
reincarnated Emerald.
Yeah.
General's is basically reincarnated Emerald.
So you could have General stuff in the future. That could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I would love to see Cream and General, and in like
that'd be
their
sick.
own game like that. That would be. Really
Pun in general.
Oh my god. But that's the other aspect of it is, once again, they're cooking. Again, they're actually taking their lore and stuff seriously and working with it actually well. And I think why this game is hitting more than I expected is because, I think we were talking about it in the trip to San Diego to the Sonic meetup, of the realization that aside from Frontiers, Sonic games, in fact, technically Sonic Frontiers isn't even necessarily 100% at the level of what I'm talking about, but Sonic games haven't actually cooked, like really cooked, since Unleashed, if I'm keeping it real.
Cooked as in like really innovated, or like did
As
something, like,
in
wildly
being a
drastic?
level of quality. We haven't hit the level of quality of Sonic Unleashed opening cutscene. There has been nothing that has reached that point since that game.
I miss that shit, honestly.
Yeah, like we haven't been at that point in so long, and Frontiers and Shadow Generations are the two closest things to even approaching that direction.
What was the last CG like story cutscene we got? I mean story, not like colors, right? The opening is a CG, but
Yeah,
it's just
no.
like Black Knight?
Yeah, I think it
Oh
was
my
Black
god,
Knight.
is that really the last time we've had a CG cutscene?
CG cutscene.
CG,
Yeah, that
CG
was-
like story cutscene, not like the intro, like right. Generations has their
Yeah,
thing.
it would
Yeah,
have to be
Black
Black Knight.
There
Forces
hasn't been
did not
anything since
have one.
Black Knight?
Forces didn't have one, no.
That's
No.
insane.
Well, Forces had that teaser trailer, but that wasn't really.
That didn't
what we're
count.
talking
Ended up
about.
being
We're
a
talking
lie,
about
by
like
the way.
dialogue and
Yeah.
setup. They might be Black Knight.
The only thing is that I'm not sure if they'll even ever try to do that again, because one, I mean, that would require them to like also have the budget to pay for an animation studio, but also like two, I feel like with the it's like I don't know. I really hope that they actually try to do that. Not just do pre-render cutscenes using in-game models. But I feel like that's something that they're also doing in like Yakuza and other recent Sega titles as well, not just Sonic. So.
Well, it's funny you mentioned
the
budget because Frontiers literally gave them that realization, and they've even admitted in interviews that Frontiers was a big wake-up call of you need to put effort and resources into taking yourself seriously again.
The animation studio that did it, as far as I remember, was Marza. I think that did the opening cutscene for like Generations. They're the one that they're the studio that does the CG for the Sonic movies.
Oh,
they still work with them.
Nice.
So
Okay.
they could do it. I just think maybe they just choose not to. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta pay them for it, and actually put in the time. But go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, obviously Paramount is also like paying for that too, so it's not just Sega. Sega, obviously, if they hired Marza directly, they're paying out of their own pocket. But I would hope that maybe they would consider it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that would be a nice bonus, but yeah, it's just with the way things are looking, with like how cutscenes have been done for like these recent Sonic games, it's just like it just looks like they're just choosing the route of just animating with in-game models and just pre-rendering them and adding special effects that are not actually in the real game.
Yeah, you do what's
we're
easy.
regressing.
So but like,
It's probably cheaper.
and I think it's cheaper, and I also think part of it is also just because, I don't know. I mean, this might be a stretch, but I think it might also be like a situation where it's like, oh, people might complain that why does the cutscene look better than the actual game?
That's probably it.
Well, it can be a
people
complaint
need to
depending on.
grow past fucking 9 years old.
What?
This has nothing to do with Sonic, but somebody pointed this out. Hardly any games nowadays have mirrors in them. Because mirrors are like harder, so the way they worked is that they directly mirrored everything that was going on, so they just rendered the scene twice. But since games are such high fidelity now, there's actually a severe lack of mirrors in games now because they just cannot.
Yeah,
do
you
it.
can't mirror this level of stuff twice. That'd be insane.
Right? So it's like games are becoming more complicated, but it's also like we're regressing. Now we don't get our CG cutscenes because it was one of the better parts of 06. The CG cutscenes.
Yeah.
Also, that was
like, that opening cutscene for 06 is still really pretty. Like,
Even that
good.
tops a bunch of stuff that's happened in the past.
Shadow too, original Shadow the Hedgehog. That was when they switched animation studios because studios kind of looked a bit,
Everyone was in a like glossy bubblegum.
Yeah.
That was the other thing too, is that like, despite how Shadow was, I liked playing Shadow as a kid because, for me, that felt like, oh, this is the closest I can get to a next-gen game on my GameCube. Because it was like right there. Because I didn't have a PS3, I didn't have, so I couldn't play like 06 or whatnot.
Yeah,
but like,
it came
Shadow
right
was like the
06.
closest, and then same thing with like Sonic Riders, because because of the CG cutscenes. That was the whole reason why I played those games.
Riders
as well.
CG cutscenes were actually pretty good too.
Like the fact that you can see like the seams on their gloves and everything else was still mind blowing for me as a kid.
The Riders cutscenes were good.
Yeah, they were. Well, the CG cutscenes were actually
the
really
CG.
good.
The opening was
CG.
great.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you can see the seams on their gloves, the scratch. Like the scratches on their goggles and everything else. Like for me, like that stuff as a kid was mind blowing. Just
see when
technology-wise.
Babylon comes out of the ground. That was actually super impressive.
This thing that Michael posted, this like reference to Sonic Rivals 2, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I forgot about this fucking thing.
Fucking Sonic Rivals.
Sonic Rivals 2 actually has very like
different
ties to lore. I forgot.
Yeah, it does.
It's like a super important game. What the hell?
And it plays like ass.
It fucking blows.
Well, that's why
it's Silver's only like second. It's Silver's like only other chance to be playable, and then you're like, never mind, we fucked up. Never again.
I bring all this up to hammer in the point that we've been going into a direction where you actually see them trying and caring. And I need to put this on the screen because I saw this before playing the game, but this, I know people might have mixed opinions about not being able to play the boss fight in the shadow portion. Honestly, I don't freaking care. This cutscene alone clears almost anything not Frontiers.
Yeah, it was great.
This
It was very good.
This little cutscene just is so freaking good. It in fan service, in setting up like the whole Emerald fake out, and somehow making things like relatively make sense. They cooked.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, they cooked.
Like they say
the lines.
They say the lines. They said the Sonic Adventure 2 lines. They said the Sonic Heroes lines.
Heroes line. It'll be a day to die for.
Yeah, and I also want to take this opportunity to publicly apologize to Kirk Thornton. I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game.
You better apologize.
All you needed was not sucky script and direction. And, again, I'm still a Jason Griffith diehard fan. He's still my favorite rendition of Shadow's voice. But Kirk Thornton in, a proper setting and direction, I think his voice actually is pretty solid for Shadow.
Was he the same one that began voicing Shadow in Sonic Racing?
Free Riders Onward.
I think it was I think they started with Sonic Free Riders.
Yeah, well, the whole crew of Kirk Thornton, Roger Craig, they were all Free Riders Onward.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay.
Damn. Free Riders being your first game? Rough.
Nah, cause the first time I heard the new Shadow voice was actually Team Sonic Racing, and I was just the deliveries on that game with Shadow were not that great. I wasn't a fan.
I think it was because before, honestly, there was really minimal times where he had a lot of speaking lines, especially if you skipped a lot of those games. Free Riders, right? Not many people actually played that. So...
Anytime he's had lines, he's being either overly, incredibly antagonistic or just, having nothing of value to say.
Which is kind of what the Shadow character was demoted to at that time, so...
Yeah.
But now we're kind of pulling out of it.
Now, the future is now. We are in good times. And just like with Roger Craig... Now I can admit that I think these voices are pretty good now that we've settled in a proper direction finally.
Yeah.
God dang.
All you
are
need is
doing a
good
good
voice
job.
direction, and you can definitely make character voices just on point.
We also got to touch on the animations and the cutscenes. These look good.
Yeah, which, in fact, that does partially rate the story. Because, again, we've been talking about, the interactions. I think, in general, that's my main point of this. It's a love letter / farewell letter to this previous character arc for Shadow. It's a nice, lovely send-off. Tying up some stuff and surprise... Again, they somehow cooked to an insane degree of making things surprisingly wrap up and make sense. And now, you already have a good explanation for why the Shadow doesn't have the powers anymore. He's getting rid of Black Doom for good, supposedly.
I mean, you would think so. It's okay, what else? Come on.
Well, I mean, he killed Black Doom. You see his wings fade away. And this is back to business.
And it only really makes sense that Black Doom was even back again, solely because of time travel.
Yeah,
that's
time
it.
Eater.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. You gotta do Silver Generation.
Silver? No. Silver with current writing would go hard.
Yeah, actually,
I actually have faith in that.
Alex,
now.
I'm glad you mentioned that because this treatment that Shadow's gotten, Silver has needed for a decade and a half.
Silver redemption arc needs to happen now.
Yeah.
You know, I've already had someone talk about like Silver Lost World or something like that.
Silver Lost World.
Silver, what?
Silver, you know, it's gonna like they'll have Sonic Lost World, Sonic and Silver Lost World. That's pretty much.
That's so random. I'm not even against it. That's so random.
Silver with parkour.
I'm against that.
Fucking.
I'm against Lost World.
Silver Boom.
Silver.
No, we do not need him to be in Sonic.
Why is he in Lost World in the first place?
I don't know.
Why can't they make? Why can't they make Sonic Rush 3 and just add Silver?
I'll get into it more
Sonic
when
Rush
we
3 would be really hard. Like Blaze, Sonic, and Burning Blaze, Super Sonic, and Super Shadow. Holy
Shadow?
shit,
Where did Shadow come from?
Now you're getting into Sonic Heroes 2 territory.
Dude, a new Rush game would be awesome, but the core gameplay around the two screens, it just was so like fundamental to its identity.
Yeah.
Honestly, so I'm not sure.
remake
I'd rather them
Watch.
just make a new
Switch.
game.
Switch 2 is gonna actually be dual screen.
Going back to
Holy fuck.
If they but if they made it like something like Generations 3DS, because that was made by Dimps, who they worked on the Rush games, but I don't know.
Right,
it's just
right.
like a 2D boost game at this time. Maybe it would be cool. But
It can be cool. Just keep it separate.
Just don't charge 60 for it.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't charge
just,
60 and keep it a separate franchise, just like anything else that may happen with classic.
If it's good, people will like it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, people will be cool with it. It's like, oh shit, here's a cool new Sonic Rush game. Oh, thanks. Right? Like, it's not,
2D
no one's gonna be mad
action
at that.
platformer with boosting, I just.
Well, yeah. Don't try to mix it into other stuff. Just let it keep its own identity.
And then when you run out of meter, it's like Sonic 4. Hooray.
Yay. But this semi-neatly transitions into gameplay, because there are some aspects that relate to gameplay that I actually want to talk about more.
God,
but,
we haven't even started talking about the fucking game yet.
well,
Yeah, and it's
Hey, I made my shit short and sweet. I was like, there's no way they can wrench this towel out even more than Here Comes Ronald.
y'all been yapping for 3 hours.
Shadow had a rough Actually, can we talk about gameplay next?
That's
Because
the next topic.
I unironically have a statement similar to that meme. Dude, we got Shadow in 2D? My jaw hit the floor. I thought they would never do that. Like,
Well, they
legit.
didn't.
Because they've always been so, like,
it didn't suck.
no, Shadow's not going to be in any classic Sonic games. He's a 3D character only. And then, lo and behold, every Act 2 is a 2D stage. So that right from the get-go really shocked me.
Well, that was honestly the smart thing to do to make it feel like Sonic Generations. Oh, there's no classic Shadow, so let's just make every Act 2 a 2D stage.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah. Colors fans win.
Yeah, this was like, what if Colors was good?
What actually, yes.
Please kill yourself, by the way.
Sorry, but honestly, the more actually the fact that he said it, the more I think about it, the Act 2s of Shadow
just
Generations are
good
just colors but better. Holy frick.
Colors without the fucking caca, which is all of Colors. Anywho, no, the gameplay was night and day between this and
Can I get mod
Generations.
privileges? I'm trying to kick him.
Think about it. It's
No.
Shadow,
Ronald,
and you have Splatoon
Riley.
powers instead of Wisps. It's just
yeah,
Sonic
no,
colors.
it's Wisp but good. Like, unironically, like, I loved all the, except for the stupid cum
Splatoon
sperm
flower.
swinging portions.
I hate
Those were,
cum.
yeah, those were kind of.
You're a kid now.
not the
You're a
best.
squid now.
You didn't like Spider Squid Shadow?
I really, it was my least favorite of all the power-ups, but
Definitely
no, the
least
power-ups were great. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get Shadow removing his limiter rings at the end. I thought that might have been a cool little twist to throw in.
Nice extra
But
power.
I guess he forgot because 06.
Well, I'm
Anywho,
pretty sure
no,
it's
the
'cause
gameplay
of-
was amazing. I really liked how he felt different. Like his homing attack, being teleports. The way his dash, his boost worked too. It was just more like him engaging his, his thruster shoes. He was like sort of flying the whole time, which I thought was cool. And the best part of the gameplay, this game was actually challenging. They didn't just hand out S ranks like candy. Like you actually had to put in the time and effort to earn every S rank, and some of these stages were challenging. And what I forgot to bring up about Generations is those like challenge maps, 90% of them suck dick. They're just not fun and they're tedious. These ones were really fun because they're all
Actually interesting.
skill-based tests. There's only like maybe like one or two I thought were kind of not the best, but other than that, like I felt myself like, oh man, I actually want to like 100% this. Like I want to earn that S rank because the game leads you towards it. It gives you the little timer at the top right, and I'm like, oh, you have only so much time before you can get it, and so feeling rewarded for like actually like mastering stages and abilities and finding different shortcuts and whatnot in both 2D and 3D. I really I liked all the stages. Pretty much liked all the stages. I won't go too into that because I figure stages will be their own topic.
Well,
All
you include in your
gameplay wise, the bosses all fucking rocked. Night and day again from Generations. Like I was like, finally some good fucking bosses.
Finally some
Oh
good
my
food.
god. My favorite, honestly, was probably BioLizard. That was such a great beginning statement to have the first boss, and they really amped them up. Like really utilizing those like weird bubbles, like to give them more appendages and arms to be more mobile.
Yeah.
I thought that was the coolest
A
thing.
good callback
they
will
added
make it
in.
even better.
Yeah. So that was my favorite boss fight, but they were all good, all of them, in all the different ways, and they didn't, all play the same. And it wasn't just like herder, jump on his head 3 times, you win. Like they all utilized his different.
Bro, fuck you. Sonic 1 is goated, bro. Like,
Sonic 1 can suck my fucking fat cock.
I love jumping on that fucker's head.
Yep. Just play Sonic 2. It's better in every way.
You also jump on the head.
I know, but it's
You
better.
arguably jump on more heads.
I know, but it's better than Sonic 1.
Fuck off.
Actually,
like,
play
why
Sonic
does-
3. It's even better than all those.
Okay, but like, why does Eggman grin every time you hit him on the head? It's like he likes it or something.
It's all the CTE.
It feels good.
I don't
brain is
want to think about
His brain
that.
is mush from CTE Sonic gave him.
Oh my god.
Look,
You could say his brain is scrambled.
Yes,
Look,
it's a big egghead.
Game Gear reference.
Whatever Eggman's concussion fetish is, I don't want
Concussion fetish?
This man just said
Fucking dark. Oh fuck, I love getting knocked out. I love getting punch drunk.
Dude.
Damn.
I love going to comas. It feels good, bro.
That's something to do. Come on,
Alright,
bro.
we're off track, off track.
Yeah. Anywho, yeah, bosses were great. The stages, just being able to interact with the stages and having multiple paths was awesome. Other than the stupid spider sperm swinging around, everything was pretty good. The only thing again, like Generations, I wish there was more. I wish there was actually Lightspeed dash. That made me sad.
Right.
There was so many times where I just wanted to let it rip. I'm like, oh wait, I can't.
Yeah, they
for some
basically
reason.
turned it into laser wisp
Yeah, the
with chaos
chaos,
control.
the chaos control thing.
Which is fun. I didn't mind that at all. Like I thought that was a
Okay.
unique little gimmick. Helps too, especially if you're trying to get S ranks. Because some of them, like, they're mandatory. Like you're not getting here fast enough until you stop time itself.
Well, sometimes you just get like the chaos control, because sometimes they just give it to you because there's like something coming up, but sometimes you just earn it naturally, and then you're just like, oh, I guess I'll use it to stop the timer, and then you just like, oh fuck, there was a shortcut. Like there was just like this one part just had a
That happened to me multiple
fucking-
times.
yeah. It's like you just use it in random spots and you learn about new shortcuts.
Yeah, you get that like weird green orb path, which reminded me of that like weird alien path in 06, not 06, Shadow the Hedgehog.
The
Yeah, you go
slime
through
that you
it,
can
the
go through.
slime guts thing. Yeah, so
Mhm.
oh, it was all in all, it was 10 out of 10 gameplay wise. Like I really enjoyed it, and it was the first time I wanted to like immediately go back into a game and be like, all right, I gotta S rank this, and I gotta find that path for that, and oh, also finding all the keys. Like they made like the collectathon aspect like enticing, in my opinion. Like they made it worth it.
Kind
to
of hard
just
in some
kinda-
aspects, actually.
Yeah, to kind of like master even the overworld itself was fun to run around in, and being like, all right, let me find all this. The only thing that fucking sucked was the reward you got for getting all the gears was not worth it at all. That kind of sucked.
What was it? I actually did not get them all.
It was just more like art.
Oh.
Dang.
I know. It fucking.
Okay.
I was like, really? 80 individual fucking pieces that were. Some of them, like, you you could just miss so easily.
So
That was
yeah.
funny
Sonic
when
Frontiers
Ronald
mini
was
challenge.
playing the game on my Steam Deck, and he got like the something unlocked in the chest. Is like, wait, I can just play the entire Shadow the Hedgehog game because it just shows like the cover art or something. They're like, wait, did I just unlock the whole game?
Oh, I wish.
Yeah.
Be
You
freaking insane
just
if you
unlocked
could.
Sonic 06.
Oh,
Yeah.
I-
That would be crazy. That would be fucking nuts. Oh, we have a modern port now, and then you play it, and it plays as good as PO6. You're like, what the
oh
fuck?
my lord. They just hide games in.
They just
in the
buried the fucking game in there. It's like, nobody gives a shit about that. Right?
Ay. But yeah. Are we saving stages for its own topic,
well,
or are we
this is
including that?
gameplay in general, so if you have stages to talk about, go ahead. And talk
Okay,
about
I
it
just
now.
wanted to make sure. I didn't know if that was gonna be its own topic.
We're probably gonna hop all over the place with that.
Yeah, stages pretty happy with. I like them all. I kind of wish we would have got a Shadow the Hedgehog like representation more directly at least. So like Mad Matrix, Sky Troops. Hell, I even would have taken Westopolis at that point. Yeah, that would have been like not nearly as inspired, but nonetheless I just wanted more because I was enjoying every second of it. My favorite stage is honestly it was probably Rail Canyon. Between that and Kingdom Valley.
Yes,
I
Kingdom Valley.
Both stages were really fun. And I liked both of their like extra like missions. But I thought every stage option was good. They were very varied. And they've put a lot of attention in both the 2D and 3D because that's the thing about Generations. I feel like almost every stage one like either 3D got more of the love or the 2D got more of the love, but this one it feels like both of them got like the same amount of care, love, and attention to make them feel like really expansive, despite having such a low stage count. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. If I had to give it a score, I'd honestly give it like a 9 out of 10. The missing point for just being too short, because yeah, it is a DLC, but like it's such a jam-packed DLC, like it feels more than that, but just not enough to be like a full game, if that makes sense.
Right.
So, but I really, really enjoyed it. I was not disappointed. I had pretty high hopes too. I was like, I'm pretty sure it'll be, fun. It'll be good, and then yeah, it far exceeded my expectations. And I just only wish there was more stages. I just wanted more the whole time. And then yeah, whoever's next.
Star.
Alright, for the gameplay, I think, this is like and I know it's Shadow, but like I think this is like the best controlling or just feeling control. Man, how do I word this shit? That's controlling Sonic, game in a while. Frontiers, I enjoyed that, how the game felt to play, but definitely there were some parts where it was just like, Sonic felt a little awkward to control. There were some sections where it was just like, I didn't like how he felt to play, but in Shadow Generations, like I actually felt like, the character was actually, a lot more freeform to move around.
Yeah.
And I think this amplified it a bit more because I played it right after Sonic Generations. So
Yeah, same.
so it's just like, it felt like you can actually breathe a little. As for like, the Doom power-ups, I think they were kind of cool, I like that they brought back, Chaos Spears, as an ability that you can do. I also think that was a kind of like a smart thing to do instead of, giving him guns back. Just treat it as a pseudo projectile they can just fire whenever. So that was cool.
Yeah, what are they gonna give Sonic Sonic Wind in games? Like when can you start just doing that?
Sonic Heroes, he did,
Oh yeah, where he just does the little tone of the.
Yeah.
Frontiers is the most
thing
recent
was
time where
useless.
Sonic actually has his
Right,
combat.
like,
I meant like the
He also
Sonic Wind
did
from
it-
the multiplayer of SC2.
He also did it
What,
in
making a little tornado.
the tornado, the just summons tornadoes. He also did it in what is it, Sonic Rush, when you were playing as Blaze and you fight against Sonic, but that's like an attack that he does as the boss only.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks to that
Yeah.
redub, the Sonic Rush bosses are
See you
real.
later, stupid bitch.
Nah.
Every time I
But,
think of Sonic Rush bosses, that's all I think of now.
Yeah. There's that. I thought it was cool that, I don't know. Not gonna lie, I do kind of wish that enemies had a health bar that could take more than one hit, because it would have been kind of sick to, do. Fuck, I forgot the name of it, but that one launching attack that he does, where he like punches the shit out of them, launches them in the air, and then like slams them. I think that would have been sick to do on like on multiple enemies, or like if there was like a wave of like just 5 basic jobber enemies, not just one big tank dude.
Chaos Snap and Chaos Blast, please.
Yeah. Oh, that as well. I was gonna say, I like that they added that Chaos Control. I think that was cool. I'm glad that they did it this way instead of just simply it skips like half of the fucking stage like in Shadow the Hedgehog. I think that was kind of cool. I was really hoping that they were gonna add like Chaos Blast or some other power up, that you're gonna unlock it later in the game. I was really hoping that, but that wasn't the case, I guess. But it's okay. This game was about Shadow, having self-control. So, and Chaos Blast was about him, unleashing his anger and fury. So.
Oh, that's a good point.
What is it? Yeah, there was that. As for the power-ups, the wings are kind of cool. I guess, that is basically quote-unquote, Chaos Control from Shadow, because it lets you skip, like, a good chunk of the stage while gliding across. But, I thought it was cool. At least it'll help you out with getting, like, certain areas, just find, like, secret collectibles or whatnot, but, and shortcuts. So that's like cool for just gameplay purposes to kind of like get through things faster. The squid, I don't know. It's like I'm kind of mixed on it. Like I thought it was kind of cool though, like in concept, where it's like, oh, Shadow actually transforms into like an alien, not just like an appendage or a wing comes out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he actually transforms into like an alien. Like I think that was kind of cool. I just wish it wasn't, just limited to only sliding around in slime. But it is what it is. Fuck. What else? Yeah, that's about it really. For those alien abilities. Oh. The other one was the fucking manta ray, like in the water.
Yeah.
That just felt random, not gonna lie.
Doom Surf.
Yeah.
It does make it nice that you can walk into water and not die.
Yeah, that was Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's just, I don't know. I just felt it was random, but cool. Whatever. It's additional gameplay. I don't mind it. The transformation is seamless.
A lot.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the bosses actually you were surfing.
Yeah, the transformations. The transformation is seamless. You just step on water and it just goes in, and that's it. So it's okay, and it's not really like too frustrating to control. Really, there were some parts where it was just like, it was a little annoying, but it's okay. For stages, I think the stages were cool. The big one that kind of got my attentions were Rail Canyon. I don't know, like just seeing that stage again was just like, man. Sonic Heroes remake when?
Heroes, Chad, we can't stop winning.
No, I don't really care to I like Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes has a soft spot for me, but it's not my favorite game, but seeing that stage again, I was just like, like this felt one-to-one, like as if I was. This is the closest to how it felt like just experiencing a Heroes remake, and it was great because it was like all the set pieces were still there. You had the trains, you had the rail switching, like everything that made it special about that stage was there. The only thing that was not there was just the giant fucking gun cannon that you jump into, but it's okay.
You can see it like in the way background, but yeah, I would have liked to have just shot through it.
Yeah, you're just flying, zooming, tilting left and right. What else? What else? Kingdom Valley was pretty cool. That stage is just gorgeous no matter what, It's a great fucking stage. I really enjoyed it. Also same thing. Experiencing that stage, I was just like, man, I hope, just my brain was just like Sonic 06 remake, please, too. Just bring it back.
No. Stop with these remakes. Just make new shit.
I'm pretty sure they already pseudo confirmed certain remakes. But also, yes, I just
Wasn't
want
there
more
a
new
recent
games.
interview where they literally said they wish they could have did one or something?
Yeah.
Well, they were being very forthcoming about an Adventure 3.
Yeah.
Like, sometime this year there was some interview.
Yeah, I saw at a point in your notes, which definitely make sure you bring that up in your closing thoughts.
Sure.
What? Adventure 3 confirmed?
No.
A possibility.
Oh, I'd fucking cry if that happened.
No. Yeah, I mean, remake or not, I just thought it was cool, just to see, those classic stages brought back again. Radical Highway looks amazing. The soundtrack is fucking banging.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since we're in gameplay, we're talking about stages and bosses. Feel free to talk about the music in this section.
Yeah, going into that, I really loved how it was like the first level was like you were in the arc, and then the music transitioned over to the remix of Radical Highway, and I was like, holy shit, the beat on that song was great.
Yeah, my favorite track was the remix for Battle Rush.
Yeah,
I was pogging pretty hard.
It was pretty good.
What is it?
Was the Sunset Heights Act 2 fans?
Oh, yeah.
Just me? Okay.
I'm actually a fan of Sunset Heights.
Well, I've said it before.
I was just bewildered that they even put it. I was like, oh fuck! All right, I forgot Sonic Forces had.
We forgot Shadow was in that game.
Yeah, no, not gonna lie. I was kind of hoping for Infinite to show up out of nowhere.
Bro, he wasn't even in fucking Frontiers, and his ass got in there.
Yeah.
Wild.
Actually, no, you bring up a good point, Star. Infinite would have been actually a pretty cool boss fight had they just added one more.
Yeah.
DLC, perhaps?
Yeah, there was that.
I am a dangerous weapon.
Like his team is actually
do
playing
the
in the
remix
fight.
for that?
Oh my god. Yo, what if they made a Nightcore remix for it?
Oh my god.
Oh my, dude, no, fuck.
It would have been a 10. Oh, I'm gonna look that up. I bet that's big.
Chaos Island felt a little random just because it was like, how is this affiliated with Shadow? You guys brought up some points, about, just there being a time anomaly and there might be random places that you guys, or that you might not even recognize or know.
Or foreshadowing for Frontiers 2.
Yeah, or whatnot, but, either way, though, it was kind of cool, seeing that, because it was like, oh, we're going back to Frontiers, though, at the same time, I kind of felt a little mixed, because it was like Chaos Island and actual Frontiers was kind of weird for me, because there's just a lot of, that island was really awkward.
That island was...
It's the worst island.
The prettiest island and the worst island.
So, it gave me a little bit of PTSD flashbacks, and I was like, no, don't take me here.
The worst island's the one with all the Ubisoft towers.
Yeah.
Ubisoft towers.
Poppin' Island.
Yeah.
But no, there was that. Fuck. What else? The boss fights, pretty great. I know this is. I don't know how many of y'all actually played it, but the Bio Lizard fight actually reminded me a little of FF7 Remake when you're fighting the first Scorpion boss in the bombing factory. In the bombing factory.
Honestly, now that you mention it, it has kind of similar cinematography.
It gave me some similar vibes because it was like he started crawling on the walls and you started like trying to approach him and whatnot.
Like, damn, they made BioLizard cool. That's insane.
Yeah. It was cool.
Also, Ronald, could you play what I just posted in the Sonic chat?
Oh my God. Here we go.
No way.
You found
Infinite Night Core.
Night Core in... Oh my.
Why the fuck wouldn't that not exist? Come on.
Can you bump that shit for our lovely fan?
No.
Well, if y'all want to listen
Bass boost the Night Core.
Please.
If y'all
I was
wanna...
fucking pogging at Metal Overlord, the Metal Sonic fight. He looked so amazing. Like that is so. I'm a huge fucking Metal Sonic fan. So like seeing him in Forces, like even though that fight sucked, just seeing my boy just in that high resolution model looked amazing. He looks so great in Forces. Seeing Metal Overlord also, in Shadow Generations was really great as well. The only thing I will say is that like the fight felt like it dragged on just a little bit because of the surfing thing. But I feel like it was just mostly more of just I was still trying to figure out the controls and whatnot, but it's okay. It was kind of cool. The boss fight that really got my attention, or that really stuck with me, and I fucking loved, was the Mephiles fight. That fight was so good.
It's just
that fight was so
tragic
good.
that we don't have Dan Green again.
Yeah.
Pain.
What, to cluck like a chicken?
I don't know who voiced him, but it's definitely not Dan Green, or it didn't sound like it.
Yeah. It sounded like the same voice actor for Shadow.
One of the like dozens of Knuckles voice actors, probably. Big.
But no, like the Mephiles fight was really great. Like the multiple phases that he had was pretty sick. Oh, that's the one thing too. The bosses all had multiple phases, not just. Yeah. Like it wasn't just like like on the third hit they start attacking faster. It wasn't like the third hit they just start like attacking faster, or like they do one special attack. No, it was like there was this whole cinematic thing going on. Like it was pretty cool. Really loved it. Yeah, there was that. What else? For gameplay, not much else really. Or I guess, White Space or White Warrior, whatever the fuck it's called. It was really screaming, hey, this is everything that we did in Sonic Frontiers. This is. Then we just compile it all into one hub world, and the way they kind of laid it out and everything was actually kind of cool and creative, because it's like there are puzzles that are fun. I enjoyed going, like, I haven't completed all of them, but I've enjoyed trying to find like the secrets to unlock additional songs and artwork and all the other stuff, unlockables that you can get. I thought that was kind of cool. And yeah, it's just, at the end of it, it's just, oh, what else? Yeah, sorry. Going back to the bosses, actually. With Frontiers and this game's final boss, I feel like we're at a point where I think it's safe to say that the monster of the week is welcome back in Sonic games.
Yeah, or at the very least, we just need some
Yeah.
like eldritch horror every time.
Yeah, I feel like now is the time. You guys seem to know what you guys are doing. You guys are making these fights pretty big and epic now. Not just whatever the fuck was going on like a decade ago, but yeah, I think it's longer to do now. Yeah, I do also hope though at least Eggman is a little more involved as well again.
You better be now that Sage is a part of the crew.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just definitely it would be really cool to have more of these large-scale epic boss fights again, and additional games.
Speaking of which, I don't know. That reminded me. That death battle drop, Eggman versus Bowser, and what's her name is in there too. Fucking
Sage.
You just said her name. Yeah, Sage is in there.
Oh snap! Yeah, I need to watch that.
It's pretty good. It's actually really well animated.
So yeah, that's all I really have to say regarding gameplay. Yeah, I just really wish it was longer. That was it. But I feel like with what they showed in this game, I feel like Sega is definitely, or Sonic Team, whatever. They're definitely on the right path. If this is what they're cooking up, I hope more of this is in the next Sonic game.
Crazy how we started cooking as soon as Yuji Naka's ass went to jail.
That fucker has not been involved with the series in like 20 years.
I know, but his ass needed to be gone.
Izuka had to get over the trauma.
Are you gonna kill him? Like, how fucking less involved can he be?
I don't know. One step at a time, bro.
I think it's more of Sega actually, considering Sonic as a real big
priority.
Priority IP.
Okay, but that's
rather
the
than
bread and butter. The only other
But,
series that gets any love is Yakuza.
No, but the thing was, what happened during the mid 2000s and the 2010s. Like Sonic had games, but the problem was that like a lot of his stuff, Sonic was kind of treated as their shovelware title. There always had to be a Sonic game every year. There always had to be
Sonic's been a lazy priority.
It's like, yeah, Sonic is the money maker, but like the thing was they didn't care about the quality, because they knew that whatever they threw out, people were gonna buy. Sonic fans were gonna buy it no matter what. But like, yeah, but like nowadays it's like they see the value in the Sonic the Hedgehog IP. They actually want to put in the effort into making their products quality, so they can bring in new fans and spread word, that the Sonic the Hedgehog IP is a good series, is a good IP. Sonic the Hedgehog is cool again.
Yeah, we mentioned that recently. That basically this good trend we've had has gotten a whole new set of eyes on Sonic again.
Yeah, it's no longer, oh, you're playing Sonic games? Ew, or
Sonic had a rough transition
Oh
to being
my
cool.
Stop! Stop! I've said this like 5 fucking times!
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up though, because that was another realization when we did the Sonic trip and meeting Ryan Drummond. One of the things that we talked about, one of the things that he had brought up was like seeing, like, not only how much older fans there are that still care and like appreciate what they did, but also the new fans that are not only in the franchise now, but going back and like finding out about what they've done. Yeah, exactly.
It's literally just that. It's I just really hope that going forward now, and I trust him now after hitting 2 or releasing 2 great hits. That the next 3
Superstars.
Superstars. Okay, well I haven't played that one, so I can't really say. But I trust you guys. But releasing those titles, and it's like, okay, well, faith in Sega and Sonic Team is coming back again, and Really looking forward to what's the next big thing that they're gonna do. It's no longer like I no longer feel like it was like the 2010s or like mid 2010s, 2014 or whatever, where it was just like, oh boy, here comes a new Sonic game. How is it gonna be? Like just all cautious and nervous about it.
Yeah.
Into Sonic. Do you guys know about the Sonic cycle?
Yes.
Yeah, we're definitely long out of the Sonic cycle, honestly.
We've broken it. The
It's
Sonic
been
cycle is broken.
yeah.
It's
I hope
broken.
it stays broken, and the only way to do that is we have to sacrifice Yuji Naka.
So he wants to kill him. There, just
Ritualistically, for a good cause.
Ritualistically is insane.
Sure.
But yeah.
And then only then, we get Kim Penders next.
Oh my.
Can we just do both of them? Like, even if the Pender's sacrifice means nothing, can we just kill him too? Just like while we're at it, right?
Yeah.
While we got the guns out.
Absolutely.
Yo.
Y'all gotta get this stream reported.
Send out the gun execution order.
Yeah, I did it once. I could do it again.
Oh my god.
Or what was it that Sonic said? It's like killing two birds with one stone by swapping the emerald.
Yeah,
If I kill him, I'm gonna shoot him.
Nah, but yeah. Anyways, next person. That's all I had for gameplay. So.
You guys said a lot about the gameplay, but gameplay is very good. Loved all the stages. I love that there was more. How, like in Generations, you had like the choices, like the what's it called, the side stage, something like that. Yeah, the challenge stages are all optimal or optional. I like that you had to go ahead and play the challenge stages just to go ahead and progress to the story. Stages were very good. I love the Kingdom Valley and Rail Canyon. Those are really good stages, really fun. I think all the stages were really fun. None of them felt like a drag this time around compared to like Generations. And so yeah, pretty good stages all around. Love the most of the Doom state abilities. They were all pretty fun. Even the Doom Squid was all right in my opinion. I wouldn't say it was really fun or anything, but
Is there any of the swinging that sucked? Because that was like the only like form of movement that wasn't
Surprising
exactly
learning
like.
curve to squeeze.
Yeah. I'm trying to swing like Spider-Man, but like it's not very intuitive.
Yeah, sometimes you're not actually supposed to swing like Spider-Man, but they don't tell you that. You have to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it was because of like me just like being brain dead half the time. I don't know. I feel like every time I was playing through it, like I got an S rank on most of the stages, but every time I was playing through like that in Kingdom Valley, I was just like it was that moment where I was just like, oh shoot, I'm just going on instinct, and it worked. I just didn't think about it too hard.
He said the light
Sword
word.
Art Online over here. We got a real Kirito.
No, actually, that took a lot of retries. I'll admit that, like, as I got better at, besides Kingdom Valley and that one that required Kingdom Valley, Rail Canyon did kick my ass. And
The 2D sections of Rail Canyon were actually surprisingly tough.
Yeah, and I think Radical Highway Act 2 actually, I'm actually still mad about that because like I think that was the only one I did not get an A or S rank in, and I was just very upset about it. I was like, a B rank? I was like, okay, fine, whatever.
I gotta do what Shadow did in front of Vector.
Yeah, just I was upset.
I guess so. Yeah, that's right. No S rank, just fucking off yourself.
Oh, damn, not here.
Not here. Where's that damn chaos symbol?
Oh my god.
But overall, they were very fun stages, all considered, and all the Doom powers are all right for the most part. The bosses definitely none overstayed their welcome. All were very fun, and wish there was more. Or wish that I could fight Infinite. That would have been really cool.
Wish you could have heard the Nightcore version.
If it was the Nightcore version, eh.
Don't play
it. Bump it.
All you gotta do is have Riley lose a bet. You let him listen to it. He has to listen to it.
Kind of betting shit, man. Now that I know that's the fucking thing.
I'm still laughing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked all the bosses. I think my favorite one still has to be Metal Overlord and Mephiles. I think those are my favorite ones that still stick to me to this day. So, but Metal Overlord, the theme, what I'm made of, is definitely is a banger. Something something I listen to when I'm on my run. So, and just going with basically fighting him with the Doom Circle. I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. Just kind of weird, but kind of cool. I can kind of hang with it. So loved it. I think the first time I got it, I got a C rank, and then I was like, okay, that doesn't fly. No, not with this game, or not with this boss. This is the absolute banger. I need to get an A or an F. So as soon as I got the A, I was like, okay, we're good. So yeah, the overworld or the music, it's Sonic. What Sonic game doesn't have? A Sonic game without good music is a sin, a gaming sin. So
a rare sin, but a sin.
I do hate Chronicles as well.
Yeah.
You know, funny enough, yeah.
Sounding like a kid playing on a xylophone.
Yeah. Don't even try to save it. It's bad, you know it.
Pretty sure I played games on mini clip with better audio quality.
Yeah, I played every Newgrounds game has better quality than that, and I do mean every.
You saying mini clip just gave me flashbacks of when I actually played like some mini clip stuff on my dad's computer.
Well, it was better than Chronicles.
Oh, absolutely. Chronicles was just like Nokia ringtones put together.
I'd rather play fucking Bush Cheney Shootout 4 than fucking...
Oh my god. Nah.
Oh my god.
Actually, I think that was the game. I think that was the game that I actually played.
That's
Holy
fucking
shit.
Kino.
Like, it was like with the terrorists or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck was going on and I didn't understand it, but all I know is there were some bad people they had to shoot.
But yeah, overall, but yeah, so Sonic music very good, Doom Power is very good, stages on point, bosses definitely on point. The open world, I didn't explore it as much as I did with Frontiers and stuff, but definitely something really cool, and definitely really cool. So yeah, overall, I would say, if I was to give the gameplay a ranking out of the compared to Generations, I'd put it as a 9.5. So, yeah. Next person.
Yeah, boy.
Wow, it's a lot. I mean,
Yeah, so, Riley, I forgot if I mentioned earlier, but I was going over your notes some more. Like I said before, since this is like gameplay, you can include the sections of like music and levels, bosses, abilities. That pretty much can all be here. And then when it comes to like graphics and aesthetic related, the other aesthetic related things, you could save that for the last talking point if you want.
yeah, I'll probably do that last, so then you guys could comment on it, because I think that was the only thing that people didn't comment on. Yeah, so for me, like a lot of my thoughts on this is still pretty early, right? I mean, the game hasn't even been out for a month yet, so seeing how it sort of lands in the grander scheme of Sonic games and 3D Sonic games is hard to say currently, at least for me. Right, there are times where I was playing it and I'm like, oh, you know, this is pretty good, and there's other times I'm playing and I'm like, this is exactly what the series needs to, you know, go into. This might be some of the best 3D levels in the series. So I've had very, you know, very winding thoughts about it, but overall, my opinion of this game is quite positive. I do think it is very good. But regarding the gameplay itself, it's controls fairly similarly to Frontiers, right? Kind of just an extension of that, similar like feel when it comes to like movement and traversing. They did remove a few things. I know you're talking about the light speed dash is one of them, but they also got rid of the bounce bracelet thing that Sonic was able to do, where if you held the stomp, it like thrusted you back up. So that wasn't there anymore. The drop dash is technically not in this version, but it is in OG gens, kind of weird. The spin dash from Frontiers, which was fucking godlike. And some of the more like finer tuner elements of combat, but considering that a lot of the enemies in the game don't have health bars really, it's not as necessary, but it is probably something worth noting. But just like I always say, the manual drift, I do wish games still had that. I guess we're getting to a point, right, where maybe we don't need it as much as we did before, but I still am clamoring for that. I would like that back, if possible. I do know that they have more like buttons going on, so maybe it's not as easy to do, but you know, it would be nice. And just like OG generations, you have legacy or mono controls, so legacy for life, right? You know, I'm a boomer, so I gotta play on legacy. It's just called boomer control.
Boomer control.
Fucking Unleashed control. Dude, Unleashed? Unleashed over 15 years old. You gotta deal with that. You gotta deal with that fact. We're getting to, like, once we're 20 years, like, for like, oh, I want this game to be like the game from 20 years ago, we're fucking cooked. That's when they put us in the retirement home, once we start saying whack-ass shit like that. It's like, why isn't it like Unleashed? Yeah, we're fucked.
Alright, sure thing, Grandpa. Come back inside.
Also, the game does have a deceleration option. It is in there, just like it was in Frontiers. However, it is not as robust as Frontiers. There were a few more options you could do when it came to like acceleration and slow down and jump deceleration. As far as I know, there is only one toggle, and it is just for ground deceleration. So everything that you do in the air basically feels like if you had the deceleration slider at 100 in original Frontiers, which, in my opinion, is not the way I would like to play that game. So it is a little bit stickier than I may initially want. But overall, the control is better. I mean, when you kind of flip-flop between OG gens in this game, obviously the level design is different, right? You know, you're more breakneck corridor set piece type stuff going on in Generations, while this is more like definitely a little bit more wide open, so a little bit more going on there. So the control is obviously going to accommodate that and be a little bit more free-forming for where you can sort of influence the direction. But I do think that the control is better than Generations for sure. But I hope that maybe, because they did patch Frontiers to add some of those sliders, hopefully maybe they would do it for this game as well. But speaking of the levels, levels are quite good, as I said. So there are 6 stages in the game. Space Colony, Rail Canyon, Kingdom Valley, Sunset Heights, Chaos Island, Radical Highway. So pretty good selection there. As we were saying earlier, it would have been nice to see a Shadow the Hedgehog stage, especially because, well, Shadow wasn't really in Sunset Heights or Chaos Island, and another point is nobody fucking likes Forces, so it would have been nice not to see that. And Chaos Island got the fucking sperm power So unfortunately, it got kind of the short end of the stick when it comes to the level design for that part. However, I still like that stage. I actually still like that stage, despite having that fucking terrible power. Because I actually like the open parts reminded me a lot of Jungle Joyride. I thought that was really cool.
Oh, actually, sorry, side note, sorry. You mentioned jungle. White Jungle from Sonic Adventure 2 coming back would have been kind of cool.
Oh snap! There was no white jungle.
You just noticed, dude? What?
Yeah, there's no white jungle.
There's no white jungle, bro. You didn't notice that? It's like, oh fuck! I could have sworn I went through that level, man.
You just beat what the heck? It would have been sick though.
Yeah, that would have
Wait,
been.
really? What the fuck? It was called Kingdom Valley the whole time? Like...
Well, that's probably another. I mean, it's not exactly the same theming, but similar direction.
The variety is okay. The variety is better than it was in OG generations, despite having 3 less zones.
Yeah.
So I will say that is better, because they only have 2 city levels, so nice. Just can't escape the fucking city theme in a Sonic game, which is fine because I actually like it. But yeah. It would have been nice to see some Shadow stages. I think Shadow actually, stage variety, at least in terms of aesthetics, is probably one of the stronger points of that game. So it would have been nice to see. But zones have two acts. You have a 3D act and a 2D act. So basically like Generations. It is kind of funny that they ended up going with that. But the stages themselves have definitely a lot more going on in terms of especially compared to maybe something like Forces, but of course definitely more than Frontiers, which Frontiers, the stages in that game were, I mean, try to convince me otherwise, but they were an afterthought. The ones in this game, man, I really wish Frontiers had 2 acts per island and they were this quality. Because that would have severely improved my opinion of that game, at least at launch. Because these stages are remarkable. There's a lot of different pathways you can take in this. There's a lot of different stuff going on in the stages that's visually interesting, especially when you combine that with your powers that you get throughout the game. I think one of the weaker aspects is using some of those powers you get later in the earlier stages, right? Because stuff like Doom Morph and Doom Surf, right? You're not using in Space Colony, right? There's no fucking water, so it is it kind of sucks that you get some powers that are very situational. But that's probably to appease people who don't like things intruding on their Sonic games, like Wisp and things. So it's probably to make it a little bit more by the books for that, which is fine, because the ones that you do use frequently throughout the stages are pretty good. Something like Doom Spear, for example, is actually pretty fucking useful. That's kind of similar to how Shadow had that projectile in Sonic 06 that he would throw. Only this one can keep your momentum and sort of keep you going like the spin in New Super Mario Bros. So a lot of speedrunning techniques use the spear to carry you over really long horizontal distances, which is awesome. And doing it also keeps your double jump too. So it's pretty cool. Some of the possibilities with that. One that's used a lot is Doom Blast. That's the one where you hit the enemy and then you can aim them.
Yeah, launch yourself.
Yeah, that one is pretty cool when it comes to I like the control that you have, because you can choose and you can be oh, I want to go this way, and then you discover some shortcut, and that's cool. I like that. However, I could understand how somebody would say, oh, this is a pace breaker. I think it's more cool than that. I think the real potential pace breaker that might start to get a little annoying upon many stage replays would be the QTEs and quick time events and cutscenes that happen in it. The very first stage, right, where you have that part where you do chaos control with the bomb to kick it a bunch of times. Yeah, you gotta play through that part every time. You have to watch that cutscene every time with Black Doom, right, where he's changing the world around you. You have a lot of like mandatory sequences. You can say that that's kind of sucks. It's probably gonna prove to be pretty annoying on a lot of replays. Yeah, as of right now, I don't view it as much of a problem, but maybe I will in the future. I can't say for sure. I do really like the visuals that go on with it, especially as the world is shifting, right, as you shift towards, like, Radical Highway from the very first stage in the game. That part looks really cool. The part in Rail Canyon where the rails kind of, like, snake around you and stuff. That part's really cool.
I was gonna add to that. It really gives off the Phantom Ruby vibes from, like, with how Infinite was like trying to warp things around and everything.
Yeah, and actually, there's a lot of realized potential because I was thinking, right, where the Infinite boss fight that you have in that game was like way missed potential because that character was able to like morph things and do all that, and that would have been a really interesting stage to or boss fight to have that sort of like integrated, and now you sort of see at least partially realized here when you go into like the other worlds, Radical Highway type stuff. That is cool because right, like Doom's changing it around you and you're like going like upside down and then it flips back to like right side up, and then you're like kind of running on like things that are like forming in front of you, so it's pretty cool. Visually that looks interesting and it makes the game look a lot prettier, and just it makes the whole chaotic nature of what's going on around Shadow a lot more like a lot cooler to observe. But yes, it is technically just sort of like a cutscene that you're watching, so I could understand why somebody would say, this is kind of a pace breaker. Probably people who are more like purists, I suppose, who don't want any like cutscenes to interrupt gameplay. I think it's pretty cool here, but I could absolutely see someone not liking it. So that could be like a point maybe in like the Generation stage favor, right? Where those were very, didn't have anything like that. So it's just kind of how you take it there. Similarly, that also applies to things like the bosses. Bosses, I think in this game are pretty strong. I don't know if I had as good of a time with them if you were to compare them to like Sonic Frontiers, maybe, but I think that's a pretty high bar. Regarding these, I think these are probably given like this style of Sonic gameplay, so basically ever since Unleashed. These are probably some of the better ones. Because when I think about like the boss fights that were in the previous games, right, and Unleashed, you're basically running down like a fucking looping hallway or like a looping track the whole time. Colors, I mean, fuck, right? Let's not even do Colors boss fights, whatever, right? You can beat them in like fucking 30 seconds. Generations, they're okay, but they're kind of stop before they really get started. And Forces Lamau. So really, like, you don't have much to compare it to. So yeah, these are very good. Very visually interesting. As you said, there's a second phase for every fight. And obviously the last boss has, I think, 3 phases. So that's very cool. And some of them can go on a little long. Metal Overlord, I thought, went on a little too long, especially because it's based around the Doom Surf gimmick. However, still pretty good. Mephiles is very cool. Like how you had to sort of guess which was the right one. Having callbacks to 06 is cool. So that was definitely one of my. Mephiles was cool. What was the other one I liked? The Biolizard. Biolizard was cool. Biolizard was cool, especially when it starts to get the orbs. It looks kind of like gross and stuff. I like that. So that they were enjoyable. They added to the game, and they weren't like bad or anything, or they didn't detract from it. They actually added to sort of like the quality of it, because right, I think Generations original, a lot of it weaker parts are the bosses. This definitely feels like it's within the same quality as the others. especially when you start to incorporate a lot of these abilities that you earn throughout the game. So throughout the game, you get Doom Spear, Blast, Surf, Morph, and Wing. So Wing is like supersonic, right? Where you can enable it like in your stage select. And when you get 50 rings, you just hit L1 and R1, and then it basically gives you the flight ability. If you just want to be like, yeah, I'll just fucking skip the stage for some reason, there you go. It's there, you can do it.
Speaking of supersonic with that, I I was really hoping, but like I get it, because he doesn't really have all the Chaos Emeralds. But I thought it was super sick though that at least he had like this glowing yellow aura,
He's like has super, like how in Sonic Superstars he has like the super, it's like a super powered form.
Yeah.
Something like that. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I thought that was cool at least,
Yeah. Yeah. The wing stuff is okay. It's definitely not the one I use the most. I think Surf is okay. I think that was definitely more of like overworld and then used in like the bosses. There was a few sections I think in Sunset Heights where you use it. But
yeah, the 2D spots, I believe.
yeah, it's not particularly prominent. It's okay. It basically just gives you the ability to move on water, so it doesn't really impact things much one way or the other. My only note for Doom Morph is ass. It's true. It is pretty ass.
Yeah.
As easily, I think we could say, even if you like it a little bit, it's probably the worst power. It's the least useful and very situational. Don't really care about that. Spear was the real one. That one, because it gives you horizontal trajectory, I think that one is going to be very useful when it comes to replaying stages to try to see what you can skip with it. So very cool. And of course, the default ability that you get throughout the game is Chaos Control. And that can be used to basically stop the stage timer and stop various things that happen in the stage. It's used basically right away when you start the game, where you can pause like missiles, I think, and like run on them or stop them from like impeding your progress or use them as platforms. Essentially, you have a meter that can be filled at any time throughout the stage, and you can use it kind of like Shadow the Hedgehog. And you can discover different pathways, right? Because you have that little light speed trail that you can follow with it, that depending on where you use it, you can't see it otherwise. You have to enable Chaos Control, so it kind of enables you to think, okay, let's see if I can find a shortcut here, and then you find one. So it's pretty cool. And it's cool that it gives you experimentation on how to use it, because you can be like, oh, I'm going to use it at this moment, right? Because I feel like I'll get the most time loss here, so I'm going to pause the timer to get my stage completion time down. So that's cool. I do like that. And same thing with like Doom Blast, able to choose where you want to go. So I do think that overall, when you combine everything together, this game does give you a lot of creativity in where you want to go, which I think is nice, because when you can, the antithesis of this is definitely something like Unleashed in Generations, where it's kind of a straight corridor. You're doing some you're kind of doing quick step, you're doing a lot of like things that are set pieces more or less, and reaction things. Well, this game, it kind of seems way more so like you're able to roam freely and kind of like see where you want to go and plan out something, right? More of your own path, and see what you can do there. So I think that's one of the cooler things that's coming more into fruition, especially with Frontiers, some of the levels that they had in it. Or at least, some of the more original things that they had in those levels in the game. They were very wide open, especially the ones in Final Horizon. Very wide open. So I think they're continuing on with that philosophy when it comes to the level design. So I think that's excellent here. I would absolutely love to see levels continued in this sort of idea of you still have, right, that feeling of modern Sonic Boost gameplay, right, but everything is more open. There is a part of me though that does miss that sense of speed that something like Unleashed gave you. But I do understand that generally speaking, when it comes to a platformer that's easy for people to pick up and play, this is way more accessible than Unleashed. Because Unleashed, if you are like new to Sonic games or whatever, that game can actually be incredibly hard. If you're not used to the way that game plays and controls, it's actually a very hard game.
Eggman Land.
Yeah, not just Eggman Land, like the whole fucking game has like do or die scenarios, and if you just if you die a lot, like, and you game over, right, you gotta start that whole fucking stage over again. And that can be really hard for some people, so this game is definitely a lot more accessible, same with Frontiers, not just because of difficulty selectors and things like that, although this game does not have one. It's just the sense of speed, or the speed sort of is lessened a little bit. You still have it, of course, but it's not as do or die or whatever the case that was going on with Unleashed and Generations to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
So,
In
oh, no, go ahead. Yep. No, if you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I was just agreeing with you on the sense of speed, because I was like, in those two games, Sonic feels like a fucking rocket, like a missile, like you press that boost button and you're gone, like you just blast it off pretty much. But yeah, go.
It is sort of like a hard thing to get right, you know, because it's like having the sense of speed be so high means that you can't necessarily have wide open platforms, because, well, you just kind of can't unless you want big, like, wide open things where you're just running forward or you're just going down a corridor, right? As much as Spark, the Electric Jester, is good, 3, as much as that game is good, a lot of the speed in that game, you're kind of just running through really, really big open spaces, because that game is very, very fast. And it does have a great sense of speed, but still, it's very wide open and there's not too much going on, because if there was a lot going on, well, then you wouldn't be going that fast, right? So, Sonic Unleashed had a really good balance, I feel, when it came to, like, slowing down in some sequences, but still, that game did require a lot of trial and error to understand those stages, learn their layouts, and get good at them. And once you got good at them, the game is fucking, like, amazing. It's peak, because you are, like, performing and doing all these crazy, cool-looking things that just are, like, incredible to witness, right? And you're playing it. It's like playing, like, a fucking movie, essentially, or Sonic movie. That's why that game is so good to me. This game definitely is adopting a little bit more of an accessibility style, which I do like somewhat, because it does remind me of, like, the Adventure 1 days, right, where things are more open, a lot more methodical. But I do yearn sometimes for that, like, just crazy amount of shit going on screen. But maybe those days are behind us, I don't know. Or maybe they could make it where those are only certain stages. I don't know. You know, right? Like, maybe, like, this zone is primarily, like, Unleashed style, and then you go to another one and it's more open style. I don't know. You know, they could do whatever the fuck they want, right? They have a lot of this formula, this basis that they have here with, like, the boost gameplay seems incredibly malleable, right? We've seen it used in different ways that I feel, you know, there is something where they could put a lot of this together and kind of shake out the best ideas from each one of these games and sort of put into the, well, I mean, their magnum opus, if they could actually fucking pull it off. I think this game is a good, like, launch board for what's to come. This is probably more into, like, the closing thoughts, so I'll just kind of quickly touch on the music. Music's pretty good. I do like the music in this game. I was listening to the soundtrack a lot for the past couple of days, so I have sort of picked out my favorite ones. I like Space Colony Arc Act 1, Rail Canyon Act 1, Sunset Heights Act 2. Chaos Island Act 1, and the All Hail Shadow Orchestral that's at the final boss. Those are also my favorites that stand out from the game. It's all pretty good. A lot of it is, rock, butt rock songs. Yeah. But I like butt rock. I do. And this has some good ones. The music was remixed or composed or redone by Jun Senoe and Teddy Lloyd. Yeah. So they did a collaboration for the soundtrack on this. I think they did a good job, honestly. Very, very good. I'm not sure. Sonic soundtracks always over time, you appreciate them. Just like every piece of music is usually something you appreciate over time. You need things like that to sink in with you. So I don't know how this is gonna shake out in the long run of Sonic soundtracks. It probably gonna be on a similar level as Generations, maybe. Although I do think I like more tracks from that game than this one. But the sort of quality is similar, so pretty good there.
Quick question for you guys about the soundtrack. So there are some rock things here and there in this one, but also a lot more, drum and bass, EDM, styled music. But I feel like a lot with these recent games, EDM, drum and bass styled music has become a lot more, common in the soundtrack. Like, are you guys hoping, for future titles to go back to more traditional stuff, or do you guys mind this type of style music choice, or how do you guys feel about, that decision?
Isn't that literally the plot of No Straight Roads?
Yeah, basically.
More nightcore, that's all I'm gonna say.
It's like breakcore music.
Yeah.
Breakcore, that's from
breakcore, I think is yeah. It's all kind of spin-offs of electronic music.
Yeah. Like the Wubs,
it's kind of Sonic's going through the phase with the Wubs. Kind of neat. I guess it kind of needs to go through it. I don't know. I mean, traditional style, hard to say. If we're talking about something that's more in the style of Unleashed Colors, yeah, I would absolutely prefer. Although those games also had their influences from similar genres. I mean, when I think of Aquarium Park, right? That definitely has a lot of similar feeling and vibes to Frontiers or the soundtrack.
Yeah.
So, definitely I think now this is a lot more predominant, especially more so in Frontiers. I think it does just depend on the type of game they're making, though. It seems like they're pretty willing to kind of experiment with the soundtrack or have a common theme of what they're going for, right? With Unleashed, right? Definitely was pulling from different cultures to sort of go into these fast BPM type songs. I think Colors was trying to integrate more, breakcore, drum and bass type stuff into it, but still having the orchestral pieces that were more with Unleashed. Forces was trying to be bad, and Frontiers was more. Hey, I am sorry. I'm sorry, Ronald. I gotta.
Okay, well,
the Forces soundtrack.
Hold on. When it comes to the Forces soundtrack, there is a video I need to link y'all.
No.
Because there is something
Blocked.
that people don't realize, and honestly, it's the fault of the game. That the Forces soundtrack, it's not it's all bangers, but it's the level design in Forces is so bad that when the game does have bangers, you literally don't get to listen to it.
Oh, because the stage ends too fast.
Yeah. Hang on. There's a video I need to find that I'm gonna.
That's hella funny.
I was gonna say
that actually talks about it.
My only gripe with the Forces soundtrack is the synth that they use. Is very hit or miss on certain stages. In some stages, it fits very well. Like Sunset Heights. I like Aquatic Road as well. That's another one that I really like.
Egg Gate would have been okay. Honestly, it just needed a little bit more, but I did like Egg Gate.
Fucking
Fucking
Twitch chat.
Well, okay, and then you look at like the classic Sonic tracks in Forces. My God, dear fucking lord!
What's the snare? No, nah.
This music the whole time.
Casino Forest. Fuck.
No.
Or Ghost Town or whatever.
Oh
my
That
God.
was the worst. Ghost Town is the worst.
This video is not about those. Let's put it that way.
That's not what we're talking about when we talk about Forces music.
Yeah.
No,
We're talking about Avatar music.
Oh, fuck. Oh, the Avatar music. Some of them were
What's
good.
it called?
I actually
Aqua
like some of them.
Road? Whatever the song is for Aqua Road. That's on.
Yeah, Aqua Road is good. Actually, that's actually one of my favorites. What's it called?
If y'all haven't seen that video,
Park
watch that
Avenue
video.
or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I actually like that one as well.
Park Avenue, fucking worst name for a fucking station. It's so lame.
Street. Fucking random street in any town. Park Avenue.
Hey, check the dev office. Check where they're located. They're probably just running out of ideas.
But no, it's okay. Yeah. But yeah, no. I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, I'm a huge fan of like, you know, the type of music that's played, especially like the songs that they like the genre that they're doing for in Frontiers and some of the cyberspace levels, like that were more close to trance. I really love that shit, and I hope that they do more of that. I'm not gonna lie.
Some of those were pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frontiers, I've warmed up to that soundtrack, honestly. Forces, I have not. I have not warmed up to that shit.
There's like two decent.
There's only like
tracks, and
4 songs, and that's it for me. Everything else is nah. I am not touching that soundtrack.
Forces fans got their sequel with fucking Final Horizon. Let the blood inside you flow.
Oh my God!
That song is sick the first time you hear it.
Oh,
when it's on
fucking
loop for an hour.
Goofy ass choices.
Goofy, bro.
Goofy, it's pretty sounding penis music. With the Ruby bitch, whatever.
Alright.
Oh my God.
Next
Anyways.
topic or
none of us really talked about graphics. So I would talk shortly about this.
Yeah, you can do that now.
So the technical boring shit out of the way first. The Switch, Xbox One, and PS4 versions all run Shadow Gems at 30 FPS. Every other version's at 60. So kind of sucks for PS4, Xbox One people because you have regular generations at 60, but then you have the Shadow Gens portion at 30. So sucks for you.
Shadow Engine 2, baby.
Yeah. It's weird, right? Because like Forces was 60, but Frontiers was 30 on PS4. Yeah, I don't know. FPS though, this is the first Sonic game that is 120 FPS on PC, and it looks good.
Yes.
It looks pretty fucking good. I don't know why the fuck it's not 144 or uncapped. It must be an engine limitation, I guess, currently, but it looks good on PC. This is like, again, I don't know how the fuck this keeps happening, but somehow Art Direction wins. Unleashed is still the best looking Sonic game, but we're getting pretty damn close now. Technology is overpowering that. But yeah, looks really good on PC. Really good. But really, other than that, there's some nice animations that happen, right, when you're like kind of transitioning between like worlds. There's like times where Shadow will do like this like cool like tumble roll thing, like post, you know, some set piece happening. One of my favorite ones is in Kingdom Valley Act 1. After you do the Doom Surf section and you go off the waterfall, he does this like really smooth looking like transition off of the board, like somersault into like a dive, and it reminded me a lot of the Sonic 06 demo, where he had that like really cool like flip thing that was unfortunately taken out of the game.
Yeah, I heard other people mention that they reminded them of that as well.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah.
It looks really cool. They added there's a lot of really cool like flair that they added to this game. Something that's like, okay, finally we're getting some good polish here, right? Like this is probably, much as I dog on Lost World was a very visually polished game. That was probably the last super polished looking Sonic game, or before that was Unleashed. This game's getting there. It's not quite there. I think we still have some work to do when it comes to making this feel like, okay, this feels like something high budget. This feels like something that like, you know, would rival like, you know, Mario or something in terms of like the budget and polish and things. We're getting there, not quite there, but we're on the right track for sure with some of this stuff. Cutscenes and animations and that look really good. There's a lot of expression on the faces. I did notice that things did not seem nearly as stiff when it came to like facial features. There's a lot of like very subtle things that go on with like Shadow's face and Maria's face that I really like.
Speaking of Maria, I'm glad that like just Gerald and Maria looked amazing. Like I like that they felt like characters that you would like. I always hate using this comparison, but like the humans in in Unleashed give off like Pixar vibes, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that, you know, Gerald and Maria kind of look in that same style. You know, they look like they would fit in Unleashed if they were dropped in there.
Yeah. Not like fucking Soliana.
Yeah, and like
Hey.
I'm glad that you know Maria doesn't have the weird fucking like
It'll look like human like everyone in 06.
no, not that, but like the weird like big alien doll eyes that
From
she had in
Shadow? Oh
yeah,
my god.
that was weird.
Fucking gross.
Or like, you know, the big realistic, like, you know, she looks like an older woman in Sonic Adventure 2, you know, with the hyper realistic hair and lips, so, like, you know.
Yeah, I
but...
kind of like that they just, for Maria, she reminds me of like they're like the humans from like Unleashed in my opinion. Just,
yeah.
Wow, art direction.
Yeah.
Nice.
Art direction. It's not about graphics. It's about art direction.
We need Princess Elise in this art style. Who's with me?
Hell yeah.
Lord.
Oh, I expected nobody.
I'd be down. They actually, I think there was like the Puyo Puyo artist. They actually did like, I think it was like for some calendar artwork. They actually had them do Elise in that style, and it was actually kind of nice. Like, you know, anything but the 06, you know, realism.
Link it if we get the chance.
Yeah, I need to justify this Elise hype. I do remember what you're talking about. Was it like the figure skating one?
Maybe?
So...
I think I remember seeing that.
Oh yeah, she's like, hold on, I found the picture, yeah. It's with Silver, she's like figure skating with Silver.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
that's fucking, let's go. Let's
Like,
go.
That's
you know,
actually freaking
like, that's actually cute, like, I actually like that, like.
That's freaking great.
I wish Elise was a better written character, just because it's like, I don't know, part of me is just mostly just, there's not enough female characters in the Sonic, you know, in Sonic games.
Right, yeah. Well, human females.
Yeah, that too. It's like...
Are they gonna make her kiss him again? No. That will literally never happen ever again. We are not in a timeline where they would ever make her kiss Sonic.
Hey Sonic, your future's gonna be great.
And Sonic was dead too. I don't think they're ever gonna do that. They're not gonna kill Sonic for someone to kiss him back to life.
She was a predator, dude.
Oh my god. We not need to have this conversation right now.
Look, she was just an isolated girl who didn't understand, who didn't really receive love and affection from anyone else.
Yeah, it was either underage Sonic or way too realistic looking Eggman.
Bro, oil him up.
Eggman?
Next zone is Diddy Ducks.
Diddy.
Why are y'all so weird? Sonic is dead.
I didn't go that
What a
far.
load of this.
I didn't go that far.
All right, we're getting off topic here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
D-boy, your turn.
yeah, I almost forgot that we were talking about freaking gameplay. Maybe they got the other.
I thought we were talking about graphics.
Well, no, that's basically just a wrap up for.
Yeah, if you guys had anything to say about that,
fact,
like
yeah,
how
if
the
you
game
guys
looked.
have anything to add to
No,
that,
everything looked pretty good.
I just wish it was a bit more colorful. Like, it's like the Hedgehog Engine 2, it looked great, I like the visuals, models and whatnot look amazing. It's just, I don't know, there's like this weird hazy gray filter that I feel like that's present with these games, and I just wish, stuff popped out a little more.
This is why we needed fucking Digital Circuit. Come on.
But that's about
needed
it.
color.
Really.
Or fucking
Like,
yeah.
Like, everything looks great, it's just, I wish the greens were more green, the blues were more blue, reds were more red, but that's all.
I actually didn't even notice anything like that, the colors or anything. I guess because the choice of levels, I think, were more muted. That's the thing. A lot of the stage themes were pretty, like, understated.
Yeah, but it's like, it's just something that's present in, Forces and then also in Frontiers, but also in Frontiers I guess it was also kind of muted just because of, like, story reasons, but I don't know.
Yeah, Rail Canyon was probably the most vibrant.
Yeah, Rail Canyon was definitely the one.
Now I need to go back and play some Sonic Heroes.
You need to.
You want to. You got to. He's in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess next topic. We're almost done.
Yeah. Probably.
11:10. Holy cow.
Holy fuck.
I got work tomorrow morning.
Real quick, it says here, Ronald said price. How do you guys feel about the price for the game?
The last thing
50?
is the overall value of the game. Price, content, did it meet your expectations?
Pretty much.
Hopes for DLC, stuff like that.
The whole PC port thing being like an extra EXE is kind of whack.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
outside of that, like, I think it was worth it. It just kind of sucks for those PC players who, like, had already had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got fucked. So, yeah, the value, well, okay, for me as a fan, yes, it was worth it, right? I also thought Superstars was worth it because I really like that game, but objectively, I can see how, for somebody who is less into this series as us, how a 5-hour game, at least for Shadow Generations, is not particularly valuable for people to play, right? A lot of people want something with a little bit more substantial content to it. Yes, you do get Sonic Generations onto it as well, and technically, if I guess you were to 100% both of them, it's probably around 20 hours or so, given the two, 10 hours each. So, yeah.
It's a good amount of Sonic,
Yeah, if you're at 100% all of them, yeah. But a lot of people might not, just play through it, so maybe that would be less worth it. Safe thing is with Sega games, they go on sale pretty quickly. Remember Superstars went on sale pretty quick. Actually, surprisingly, Frontiers has held its value.
Wow.
That game still, I think, goes for $60. I don't think they ever lowered the price or anything. It'll go on sale for pretty cheap, like $20, but consistently, like Wario 64 and stuff, sales like barely go below 20 ever. Like that game is holding its value. So I think that's pretty good. So I guess we'll see with this. But I would expect to see, right, like, you know, probably like a 10, 20 off. If you can get this game for like 40 or obviously 30, that's a pretty good value, I'd say. Especially if you didn't already own Sonic Generations. If you already own Sonic Generations, that's where it gets a little, you gotta really decide whether or not this Shadow stuff is worth it. I think for full price, if you're a super fan, well, you know, you fucking bought the game, huh? Like I did. You already got scammed, like me. But if you wait, it's always better, right? Wait like a month or two, you'll probably find it for like 10, 15 off. It's probably a little bit more worth it then. Just depends. Value's subjective, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree with your points. That's all I have to say. I don't really have much else to add. Regarding content, you know, not really much, other than just, you know, oh, they could have added like these additional stages. That would have been cool. You know, maybe these additional bosses as well. But outside of that, you know, like for what they, you know, pretty much brought to the table and presented, you know, as the game Shadow Generations, you know, overall I'm pretty satisfied, you know, with how it is. You know, there, like I said, there's just like a few things that I feel like would have been cooler personally for me, not for other people, but you know, it's still a great game, and you know, I appreciate, you know, what the game has brought and shown, and you know, I really do hope that, you know, Sega and Sonic Team, you know, continue to, you know, do more of what they did for this onto their next title. So that's all I gotta say. So
value for the game, in my opinion, was pretty good. I think overall, like everybody else has said, I would love to see the next game be like this and more polished, and definitely bring back the drift.
Yes. Amen.
Please.
I don't ask much, but when I ask something, just give me drift. Just bring back the drift. It's needed. It doesn't feel right.
We need that shit.
Any more MM?
Think anything else?
At least that, yeah.
I mean, you guys have pretty much spelled it out for me, so.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say is, yeah, I wasn't one of the many kind of screwed on that price point. I definitely felt it was worth it. I just wish there was a lot more. But, especially as an introductory game, I think it's well worth its price tag. It'll probably go on sale, I would assume, unless it's really just that popular. It pulls a Frontiers where it's like, no, we're gonna be full price the whole time and retain this value. But yeah, I can't say I was too upset with what I paid for. That's all I got.
it is currently being rated as overwhelmingly positive on Steam. So.
Oh, I bet.
Oh,
Yeah.
just a fair warning, just to get back, because it's a lot of Sega games are being delisted on Steam and stuff. So, especially like Sonic game, like older Sonic, classic Sonic titles, and the Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure are also getting delisted. So, if you guys need to get them now, get them right now or something.
Well, snap. All right.
Well, now like Humble Bundle probably. I think I've seen it. Like they usually have like a Sonic bundle where it's like, you know, they just have everything in there. I think even right now on Steam, if you go, there's probably like a Sonic collection thing where it's literally all the Sonic titles bundled. And if you already have some of the titles, it'll just like mark those off, and so it'll just only charge you for the games that you don't have. So.
Yeah, these these delistings. It's speculation that they're probably gonna do a re-release of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be nice to replace, at the very least, like, not just totally leave us with no options.
Sell you the same game again. I guess I'll buy it, right? I already got
Oh.
fucking scammed.
They know the game.
Yo,
Yeah.
Sonic
AI
Mega
upscaled.
Collection Ultra.
AI upscaled Adventure 1 and 2 collection.
Oh my god, I would not get it if it was legit AI upscaled. Dead would
No,
not get it.
Hold on. No, what if they did it like do you guys remember the GTA trilogy remakes that they did?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what if they did that shit where it was just like they just mooted out like all the polygons and
I wouldn't even consider it to be real.
No, I would not
where,
purchase
where,
it.
where it was like there was like a donut shop that's like just like a nut, like a lug nut or whatever, like but
Yeah.
because it got smoothened out, it just looks like a giant circle.
Awful.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
I think that
that's all
just
I can have.
wraps it up, huh, Ronald?
Yeah, that's everything.
Well, we got like our outro. Like,
Oh yeah.
well, you guys kind of put your scores in. I don't know, Ronald. Do you have other than like overall thoughts? Do you have or like the implications, right? Post this game, like what's next type stuff, or what else do you have?
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
I'm asking, dude.
Are
Like,
you
I'm
referring
asking,
to me or thoughts in general? Because yeah, that's the only other thing. Is at this point, it's just
like
final
post
thoughts?
this game. Like, what do we think? Is next for the series or
I'll
something?
tell you what isn't happening. Silver Generations.
oh my god.
Fuck.
Everyone's got to cope. Bro,
Well,
it's not happening.
Yeah, this is what I wanted you to bring up those other like additional thoughts in your notes. Basically, your overall
Oh.
thoughts, not only with this, but what it means for the future, as well as your like final rating for this.
Oh yeah, I have a couple relevant things on here. I guess is probably worth mentioning. This is the highest reviews for a Sonic game since Mania.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is rated quite highly. I think Mania landed on Metacritic at 86 or 87. 87 for Sonic Mania. Sonic Shadow is around an 80. Somehow, I don't know why the fuck it's 80, but it used to be higher. Last I checked, it was higher. 81 on Switch. I don't know,
I
but
had to wait a while for
I
you.
think Frontiers was still like 70s. Yeah, Frontiers is like 70. So even though that game was still well liked, I mean, reviews aren't everything, but still having positive reviews is pretty good to see. And this game definitely is getting a lot of interest. I actually had my coworkers are not particularly into Sonic games, but I actually had one of my coworkers ask me today. I didn't even bring this podcast up or anything like that, but he asked me, "Hey, what do you feel about this new Sonic Shadow game?" He's like one of those people that played like Adventure 2 when they were younger, and maybe Heroes, but haven't really played much since then. He was asking me how it was. I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty good. I definitely recommend it." He's like, "Yeah, since you said it was good, I think I'm actually gonna get it. Like, I've been hearing a lot about it." And this is guy he plays games, but he's not into it like that. Like, this guy's like more a casual gaming fan. So the fact that this game is making the rounds to casual people and is being positively received by them too is a testament to see how far the series did a 180.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like Frontiers, even if you have issues with it, because some of us do, that game really changed entire Sonic series perception by the general public. Of course, Mania was a good game. I mean, no one's denying that, but that game was a long time ago, and unfortunately, since Mania, right, Forces came out shortly after, which kind of just derailed that whole thing and had a whole lot of nothing until Frontiers. So Frontiers really coming out, getting all that attention, getting like fucking VTubers to play it, just overall having a really positive reception by a lot of people. People like know that game, right? Like, if I talk to random fucking gaming people about Sonic Forces, they don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. They're like, what?
But if I bring up Sonic Frontiers, they're like, oh, I heard of that one. That one looked pretty cool. They know about that game.
Yeah.
They know about this game. They may not know about Superstars, but they do know about Frontiers and Shadow Generations. And that's just crazy, because now, like, I think the series, like, they know what Sonic the Hedgehog is, obviously, but these games are becoming more popular than ever. They're breaking through into a level that we haven't seen in a long time. So that's absolutely amazing to see, the series doing like this. And honestly, they've been on a really good hot streak, right? Frontiers, Superstars, Shadow Generations, all fucking great games. So they're moving along with this, and it's great to see. Honestly, I think like the fucking rough transition shit, like, we're so past that. We don't. That's not even like a fucking blip on the radar anymore.
That's why it's a meme at this point. Cause...
Yeah, like it's like at this point, like the bad perception of Sonic by the general public doesn't even exist anymore. Like, yeah, sure, like people tuned into internet culture, right? Will bring up some of the memes about it, but nobody's denying how good these games are now. Yeah. So it's great to see that we're in the part where Sonic's reputation has more or less been repaired. We're getting, the social media isn't a fucking laughing stock. We're getting like games that take themselves seriously and are at least trying to like be something, and not just fucking autopilot or totally failed experimental things or just doing flat out fucking nothing like Sonic Team kind of did the last end of the 2010s. So really, like, there will be people who, of course, still feel Sonic is, not that good or whatever, but at this point, like, overwhelming majority of people are on board with this series, and on board more than ever, thanks to these games, thanks to the movies, thanks to a lot of the turnaround that Sega has done for the perception of this. So that's great to see. And I think literally the last thing I put in my notes is they need to keep this momentum up with something that's really fucking good. Like, we were talking about like little games coming out, right? Like a potential Rush spiritual sequel and, maybe like a compilation or something. But we need an Adventure 3 or something similar. Maybe you could call it Adventure 3, Frontiers 2. I don't know what the fuck you want to do, but we need something that's gonna just like, you give Sonic Team the fucking budget. Give them the budget. You gave them a budget for like half of a game, like you did with this. And Frontiers was like going out on a limb, like if this game fails, then like Sonic is fucked for life type of deal. But that game succeeded. Superstars, I don't know how well that did for them. Probably more middling considering the initial reception of the value. But I think that game will probably end up doing decently. This game. Yeah, this game being received very positively and selling very fast, right? I think it was like 1 million copies, like I think within like a few days or something. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, the scoring.
Yeah, like this game's selling really quickly. So with all that, like, we need something that's gonna like slam dunk and like lead to like this where it's like Sonic just put out a fucking game that like rivals like Mario 64 type shit, like Mario Galaxy type shit, like some of the best platformers you've ever played type shit. We need Sonic to put out a game and people rave about it like fucking Astrobot. We need something like that to happen, because if it does, that's it, baby. Like that's fucking it. Sonic is like solidified as like one of the fucking biggest fucking platformers that like everyone plays, right? It's like a default game that people fucking buy.
Will be
so
back.
That's where I think the series should go. So I'm really, and at the end of the day, for my personal opinion, I'm optimistic towards the future. Right? Like, I'm optimistic towards these games now. I have absolutely no fucking reason to be skeptical anymore for this, because they've been putting out good stuff. It's like, oh, well, they got this, they're doing that. Like, no, like, we're past that.
Like Sonic is one of those IPs that has like outlasted all these other platformers that exist.
Yeah.
Like they have the potential to despite falling down and like they have not given up on Sonic, and they can do it.
Yeah.
So
Like Sonic being a budget title, that shit needs to be a thing of the past. Like we're fucking done with these. Like I'm not talking about budget titles like lower price things. Like I'm talking about like literally they put less fucking effort into it, like they were doing with Forces and stuff. Like clearly you could see they didn't give a shit about what they were making. Like
here's your OC maker. Good luck.
Here's your OC maker.
Like here they're putting out some fucking good hype. People want this stuff now. Like this is not a joke anymore. Anyway,
true.
Yeah, being a Sonic fan isn't a meme anymore. We're actually eating good.
Next game, calling it out. Knuckles Generations. That's coming to you.
Generations.
Hot and fresh.
I mean, that technically could be possible. There's enough to work with.
Oh, absolutely. Whatever it is, I just hope
I'm not playing a fucking treasure hunting game. Sorry, skip that.
Dang.
Bring back 100p to compose the soundtrack.
It'll just be if the Werehog stages were fun, which they currently are not.
Huh? What? I don't understand.
No one wants to
Casually misspreading information on the internet.
Slow down DMC with the same stupid jingle. Actually,
what are you talking about?
Every stage is gonna be that.
What are you talking about, man? The game's good. It's not bad. What are you saying?
Oh, the half of the game is stellar, amazing, genre-defining. The other half, oof. Anywho, aside from Knuckles Generations, yeah, it's hard to say. I just hope it's something, unique. But like you said, I'm pretty sure it's, regardless of what it is, it's gonna be good because they've already knocked it out. They're 3 for 3, which is, whoever thought we would have said that in like the past 10 years about Sonic.
All red all over again. Who would have thought?
Exactly. Hey, look at us. But yeah, I'm excited for what the future holds, and for anyone out there who hasn't gotten this game, get it now.
Get the freaking game.
It's good shit.
Play the game or we'll riot. We'll come to your house.
MM will sting you.
Wait, do you know they're announcing the Game Award fucking nominees?
Oh,
we
wait,
need
Game
Sonic
Awards-
in
that's tomorrow,
the best, or like whatever, one of those categories.
It's
Oh,
gotta be.
wait,
Best
wait,
soundtrack.
wait.
Best soundtrack.
We need Sonic X Shadow Generations to actually, win an award this time and not get cheesed out like Frontiers did.
Aww.
What? Oh yeah. Frontiers lost to Genshin, right, for the
Yeah.
player's choice.
Oh god damn it.
Because Genshin bribed their player base to give them free currency if they won.
Yeah.
That was the most salty
Like-
in-game rewards I've ever received.
Yeah, like
I
like,
logged
it was
into
so fucking
Genshin for
rigged,
that
'cause
free
Frontiers
stuff.
was gonna win. Like, people were talking so good about that game.
Yeah, Genshin.
Fucking Genshin.
Fucking
Everybody woke up, saw Genshin, and just was
Actual
like,
robbery.
oh,
It went like viral. There was some like picture of like someone drew of like Sonic beating up one of the characters or something. And like apparently that went viral within Genshin, and it made like a bunch of people like get pissed off. Genshin players.
see,
Good.
They were seething. They were seething.
Fuck Genshin and poop.
Unfortunately, I am dating a Genshin player. So.
Oh, you're dating Genshin Impact, the person in the game. Hey guys, it's me, Genshin.
Genshin the Hedgehog.
Why is it even called that? Is there like a place called Genshin?
I don't know.
Genshin's Japanese.
I
I
am
don't
literally
know.
the most
It's not
casual
Japanese,
Genshin
it's
player you'll ever
Chinese.
meet.
Well, no, the word Genshin is.
Well,
is
shit
Japanese,
means usually
but,
like
the company
new
is
or, like-
Chinese, right?
Yeah.
I've logged
Yeah.
in again. I log into Genshin like quarterly. I log in once every like 3-4 months, bro. I don't know what's going on.
You probably voted for Genshin because you're like, well, I like Sonic, but I want the currency.
Well, no,
My
I voted for
girlfriend is a
Sonic.
MiHoYo gamer, you know.
Oh
Well,
lord.
tell them to stop playing Genshin and
Oh
play Zenless.
lord. That your poor wallet.
Probably on Zenless too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Zenless is
Zenless,
sick.
Genshin,
I got
Honkai Star Rail, Honkai
just-
Impact 3rd.
Dang.
I gotta pull PNGs, please.
Nah, they ain't PNGs, they're models, you know, they're characters they can control.
Oh no, I pull PNGs completely.
Oh,
Ronald's gonna play the MiHoYo fighter that will eventually come out.
you have to pull for characters.
MiHoYo Fighter would actually go kind of hard, not gonna lie. Like,
Arxis makes it.
That would be
Dude.
freaking sick. Actually, that'd be
hold
the
on,
easiest.
DMing Danny God. Alright, forward this to Daisuke,
I'm
please.
pretty sure Daniel has already brought it up how much of an easy money printer that would be if they did a freaking
But,
Hoyo
dude-
versus Arxis fighter.
What is the crossover between Genshin players and fighting game players?
A lot.
Probably more than we think now.
Like 80%.
Yeah.
It's not so segregated anymore. Cause there's way more like casual fighting game fans, especially now, like Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. There's like hella people that were brought in with those games. Those games were selling fucking insane. And Strive
don't-
too, Strive.
If you don't play
yeah,
Genshin or
absolutely.
Grand Blue, you can actually be a casual gacha gamer.
Most of the Strive players don't even play the fucking game.
No, they don't. They're just like, brisket.
Yeah.
They just say the same joke every
Or
time.
It's no Slayer, no player, no bikin, no bikin.
Now
All the
it's just
Dizzy
like,
players that waited for 15 years aren't actually getting her.
Can we get Sonic in an anime fighter as like a guest character?
I don't know why.
We need
that
like a
doesn't happen.
Dengeki.
Yeah, the closest we got was Dengeki.
Dengeki, but
Yeah,
that
why
was
was
with,
Sonic
like,
not
Akira
playable in the
Yuki
game?
and
It's just a
Tai.
stage.
He's not even playable. You just could play up Green Hill Zone. That's it.
Play out of Green Hill Zone.
No, Sonic was actually in the game. He was just a statue rotating in the background.
Oh
Yeah. It was on like the Sega Hard Girl stage or something, right?
Yeah, in the arcade room.
That's funny.
Well, if literally like you play versus Ron's like, I'm gonna choose a stage, okay? You cool with that?
That's
The same
Green
stage
Hill
every
is-
time.
That's literally the only stage I pick in Dengeki. I let people know.
Say,
ahead of time.
what, bro? What?
Dang. You don't even pick the, you know, Valkyrie girls or whatever. Which
Nope.
one was it?
Literally, anytime I play Dengeki, I'm picking the Sonic stage and nothing else. Or Green Hills.
Yeah.
Or something.
That's why we don't play against you in bracket.
No May, no pay. Freaking Alex.
Alright, any other thoughts on Sonic Shadow Generations?
Nope. Go buy it now.
Play the game.
Good ass
I'll
game.
sum up my thoughts on the game another day. But
Oh yeah, you didn't say. You said you were holding some like crazy thing at the end.
Well,
Yeah, you were
You know
saying
what?
something about
Say
Drift.
Yeah, say
Yeah.
that crazy thing and then turn off the stream.
Well,
Go.
we skipped past
I'm all
half
ears.
of my
I'm
thoughts.
interested
Oh,
now.
Yeah.
You say you were cooking something.
What is it?
What was I cooking? I don't remember.
Oh my
honestly.
fuck.
Oh, you didn't even write it down.
Something about Drift. Something about Drift.
Yeah, you say I got something about Drift. I'm gonna tell y'all.
Oh wait. Okay, I'm glad you reminded me. So, yeah, this is the. I'll say two things, and then I'm getting off.
And then and then turn off the stream immediately.
With Drift, as I was playing, it was almost uncanny, the thought process I had of, dang, I can't drift, this kind of sucks, and then playing and like realizing in real time, oh wait, this controls kind of like Frontiers. Oh wait, he's actually like controlling really tightly. It can turn really well. Oh wait, maybe this is why there's no drift.
Nah, bro, nah, chill.
So the hot take here is technically we're at a point where we don't actually need the drift. So
Oh fuck, this stream just got extended by another hour.
Oh fuck.
I miss the
Yeah,
drift.
Okay.
It's cool, and even when playing Frontiers, like we said before, in Frontiers, every button's doing something. But you could have even had it just like hold B while you're turning to drift.
Hey Ronald, why not both? Good
Well-
control and drift.
Maybe.
Okay,
Well-
okay. But the biggest question of all, is there momentum in Sonic games now?
Oh, he said it. Boo! Drop the stream. Hurry!
Technically, no.
Hurry. Gee.
Okay.
If you
so
turn the momentum slider,
how Sonic games initially worked is, well, like actually since their inception, Sonic games have basically been Mario games with more physics, and then over time, like obviously Sonic games became actually their own thing. But momentum in Sonic games centered around being in a ball and letting gravity do the rest. So naturally, whenever spin dash isn't around, momentum isn't really emphasized. Now, at this point, with the current control scheme and level of tightness on controlling the character, especially with all the platforming that they still keep, you don't really need to emphasize momentum to the degree that the games used to need to. Because before, with the Adventure franchise, there was a high emphasis on momentum because there's still spin dash. You're still going to a ball. You're still like carrying yourself through like all these loops and all that stuff and building speed. But now you build speed like directly. You have a freaking boost button, or essentially a run in Frontier sense. You can like stop on a dime if you want to, or even in Frontiers you adjust the settings and you don't stop on a dime. Like basically at this point there's like both the freedom and tightness at the same time with the way Sonic controls and moves that Sonic Team doesn't really need to do all of that anymore. And when it comes to drift, the main thing you lose out with not having drift is taking turns in a cool way, which sucks to lose. But in terms of functionality, now I kind of felt in real time. Now I get why it's not there, or it could just been oversight. They just didn't feel like dealing with it. Who knows?
how about this, Ronald? How about this? I don't understand. Because especially if you look at like Frontiers, right, where you could actually turn down Sonic's speed, might not need drift in that one, right? Because you're not even going fast enough to warrant it.
Yeah.
However, let's say, well, first of all, let's say you're not a bitch and you play on full speed, but let's say that you use the spin dash that they have in the Frontiers. So, right, you have the boost button, and the control is good enough where you don't necessarily need to drift to make sharp turns. You still can normally with the normal control. But in the spin dash, you're definitely moving straight forward a lot. How about if you could drift while you're in spin dash, but maybe not while you're running?
That'd be cool, and that would actually give logic to Generations drift. How in Generations they changed the drift to him being in a ball. That would actually be a nice way to tie that back together and make it make sense.
I think though you still could probably have the drift without without the ball too. Maybe have it like the Unleashed drift where he's like sliding on the ground.
Yeah, like honestly,
Then
I always thought that was the cooler version of drifting, to be real.
Yeah, have that and just have these like maybe I don't know have I don't know what button they could fucking map it to. They got too much shit going on.
It'd have to be the
but
B button.
Let's say that let's say that you have the boost and then you're like drifting and then let's say like the Sonic Unleashed style drift will like turn you slightly in like one way or the other, and then if you're in and then you can spin dash from that. You can cancel into a spin dash, and then from there you get the tighter ball drift, but you're moving hella fast because you're in spin dash.
See, that would be cool.
Ooh, we got some good things. Hire me. I sent my cover letter.
That's why I wouldn't even say like it's not like there isn't stuff they could do. Technically, if they put in the time and effort, they could do that, like what you said, or like what's been said in chat. Howdy, by the way, of Generations animation, but Unleashed function for drifting. Look, well, because again, conceptually, the point of drifting is for taking a turn while maintaining speed. And the coolness factor, of course, but main functionality, you're taking a turn while maintaining your speed and like that certain trajectory with taking the turn. But that'll just come down to what they decide to do. Like there's options, but right now, in the meantime, like clearly we didn't like lose much from it. The game's still great, but the potential is there, which actually ties into one of the various things that I would talk about. But I'll do it another night. Of where honestly I think they cooked pretty well with like the level design, with the different stages they did. It's a bunch of little things that I noticed, but again, there's potential there to take what they've learned and refined from Frontiers and apply it and potentially even do more stuff. In fact, somebody clip this and send it to Izuku or somebody, I don't know, but have the drift in whatever you do next. Add the drift randomly in Frontiers. Make that your experimental playground until like your next thing is done. But yeah, I guess that was turned into not being as hot of a take, but I enjoyed the game despite there not being a drift. Well, I'm Eject. I'm in the camp of where I actually like where when you make the things that the characters do like a result of their own like ability and like power. In fact, I like when things kind of stray away from being revolving around like dash pads and springs and like external random factors, but like I think it's cooler when the characters are doing stuff because they're able to do it. That's part of why I like Boost so much, just conceptually. It's Sonic actually going fast from his own power for once, and not just hitting a bunch of dash pads. That's the main thing that made me, actually, even before Boost, the mock stages in 06, that was the actual turning point in the franchise where Sonic felt really fast on his own.
Without having to use a stupid ass speed up
item. Wait, like the first time I saw the mock speed stages, I thought it was freaking life changing. Because that I still credit 06 to being the actual turning point of Sonic genuinely feeling fast for the first time.
And then you died 5 seconds later.
Whoa!
Whoops, I hit a wall, I'm dead.
Janky gameplay aside, I think, in fact, well, we've kind of been going in that direction more and more, and that's why, here's the second hot take before I go, of why Frontiers and Shadow Generations are like in my top 4 Sonic games of all time at this point.
Fuck.
Because they're really checking the boxes more and more of what I've wanted from the franchise. They're doing the
back
things.
shots.
They're doing the things for the franchise. Again, I'll go into it another day, but they're doing things for the franchise that I've wanted for literal years, to the point where it's actually they're doing stuff that I've wanted for a game that I plan to make. It's just great to see these things happening, but also, like we pointed out, Sonic games are approaching quality again.
Well, they are there. These are quality.
Yeah, well, no, they are there, but I mean, like, approaching, like we said earlier about Unleashed level of peak. I think we're not 100% there yet, but we're
almost out of 3 out of 10 game. Let's go!
Like, yeah, both Frontiers.
I know what you mean, like, it just feels weird, like how Unleashed is still like the benchmark for like polish in terms of the Sonic game, but it is incredibly true. How that game really just felt like they fucking had that shit on lockdown, Like they really, I don't know how the fuck they made that after making 06, but they really had that on lock, and I have no fucking idea what happened since then.
It's the Sonic franchise revisionist history that keeps happening. We've been trying to tell people that Unleashed was peak, and some people still don't realize it.
See, the unfortunate part is I have yet to play the HD version of it, so...
Jesus frickin'.
Like I said, I was, at the time, I only had... My dad wouldn't allow us to play his PS3, and that PS3 is not there.
You need to go get baptized, bro. Like, you come back...
Really?
You can probably find a Series S for like.
I was about to say, get
under
a Series
200
S
maybe.
for like.
Get rock ties.
Get rock ties. You know what? Why not just ask Sega to go ahead and put it onto freaking Steam? Why not ask them?
All you gotta do is just convince anyone in your family, hey, we should get a Series S, and then you randomly find one dirt cheap.
You go ahead and do that. You're such a funny B-boy.
I don't think you understand how convenient of a console the
got
Series
stung.
S is.
You want an Xbox? You can't be Series S.
Bruh.
You know what? You know what, B-boy? You convince them. You convince them.
Okay.
How about you do that?
Get them on the phone.
Nah, you're losing it. You're gonna lose.
Brother,
I
I've
know-
been
I-
said how the Series S I still consider my best console purchase.
B-boy, you're
ever.
not.
What
You're
the
not
fuck?
You're not
Damn.
beating the family.
Better than
you're not
PS2?
beating-
Never. Not
got
even
a
close.
PS2.
What the?
I said my
But-
game
Well, why
purchase.
not
I never got a
just- instead
PS2.
of-
Oh,
You have dev
my
mode on
lord.
that?
B-boy, why not just give it? You know what? Never
My
mind.
PS1
I
was
don't have
cool,
a PS3 anymore. I do not have a PS3 anymore. That's unfortunate.
All right, fellas.
Yeah, we got.
It's time for me to go to bed. It is 11:59.
It is bedtime.
and
It is very much bedtime.
We all need to
Good
stop
night.
extending this conversation. We
Yes.
have to go.
Fuck your drift talk. You know what?
Alright.
I hope they never add drift again, just for that.
Alright, thanks
Alright.
everyone for watching.
That's
Yes,
facts.
I hope
Yo,
everyone
yeah,
had
thanks for
fun.
chilling.
Shadow Generations was good.
Yeah,
So
before you guys go,
Buy it
everyone,
right now.
like, just say your score real quick if you didn't already.
9.
I would give it an 8.
I give it a 9.
I would probably say a 9 as well. It needs a little bit more time to simmer, but yeah, 9 sounds about right.
Alrighty, boys and girls. Good night.
Later, y'all.
See y'all. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all can all go to bed. Those of you watching on Twitch or YouTube, thank you for chilling this whole time. Letting the homies yap for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Jinkies. But this was good. And I hope y'all take our word for it. Shadow Donation's really freaking good. So, hope you guys have the game, played the game, enjoyed the game, and be sure to be vocal about it so Sega knows to not do the thing where they do a good idea and then cast it away. But if you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, alright, yada yada, you already know. Check out the links in the description for all the homies that were chatting up today, as well as anything that was shown or mentioned. And yeah. Check out the playlist for other stuff or anything else that we talked about. Laters.